Welcome everyone to day 4 of Virtual Wish 2020, and we're going to begin with a discussion about Islamic ethics and infertility treatment, building on this year's Wish report on this subject, which has looked back at the history of techniques such as IVF and those of the present day and the future, addressing ethical concerns from an Islamic perspective.
Was born. Today, around 3 million babies come to the world every year as a result of IVF, but artificial reproductive techniques are going way beyond it and along many moral dilemmas. Welcome everyone, wherever you are. My name is Rawa Oje, and I will be your host for this panel, part of Wish 2020. Today, we talk about surrogacy, uterus transplant, cryopreservation, embryos donations, and way more, with a lot of moral dilemmas, such as, is it ethical to do IVF using frozen sperm of a deceased husband? Or if surrogacy is not acceptable to avoid mixing genes, what if the surrogate mother is from the immediate family, like the controversial story of the grandmother who gave birth to her son and daughter-in-law's embryos? And there are way more complicated dilemmas to which neither the medical nor the religious community have answers yet. But today, we will present the latest recommendations on ART, or artificial reproductive techniques, in terms of Islamic ethics. Let's welcome with me members of this panel, Dr. Muhammad Ghali with me here in the studio, Professor of Islam and Biomedical Ethics at Hamad bin Khalifa University, HBKU in Qatar, and the forum co-chair. We have with us also the second co-chair of the forum, Dr. Alia Abdelhadi, Chair Assisted Reproductive Center at Hamad Medical Corporation, HMC. We have with us Archbishop Vincenzo Paglia, President of the Pontifical Academy for Life. With you, we will have a quick overview on the Catholic Church take on ART. We have with us also Dr. Soraya Tremian, Founding Director of Fertility and Reproduction Studies Group at the Institute of Social and Cultural Anthropology at Oxford University. We also have with us Dr. Faisal Al-Kak, Vice President of the International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics. We also have with us Professor Jamal Srour, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology and Director of the International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research at Al-Azhar University. He is also the Clinical Director of the Egyptian IVF and ET Center in Egypt. Feel free throughout the panel to send us your questions and to whom you would like to address it. We will try to make this conversation as interactive as possible. Each member will answer my first round of questions in 3 minutes. Then we will move to the Q&As. So make sure you send us your questions as soon as it comes to your mind. We would also like to hear from you. Tell us where you are watching and from with a photo on social media using the hashtag VirtualWish2020. As you might know by now, leading up to the summit, WISH established 10 forums. Each was chaired and led by a recognized expert in the topic, and published a report aimed at policymakers and healthcare innovators. And Islamic ethics and infertility was one of these forums, co-chaired by Dr. Ghali with me here and Dr. Ali Abdelhadi, who both of them prepared for us a video to brief us about the report. Let's watch it.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everybody. I am Muhammad Ghali, Professor of Islam and Biomedical Ethics at Hamad bin Khalifa University. It was my great pleasure to work on this report, Islamic Ethics and Infertility Treatment.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greeting of peace to all of you. This is Dr. Ali Abdelhadi. I am the chairperson of reproductive medicine at Assisted Reproduction Center in Qatar at the HMC. Today, I have the honor to meet with you and speak to you about, in short, about our report that we have prepared for this great event. We have worked together to bring up some light on the assisted reproductive technologies, not only by its own as a history and some scientific facts, but also on the ethical and religious dilemma that this technology has brought to the world over the years. At the beginning, you will find in my report some history about the development of the assisted reproductive technology around the world, and in particular we highlighted some information about how we started it in Qatar, which was 26 years ago only, and before that we used to send our patients to have their IVF treatment or assisted reproduction treatment abroad only. Also, we will talk about some scientific facts just to introduce the principle of the assisted reproduction technology to our audience. Some scientific facts will help to elaborate or explain why do we discuss this particular matter, because in the past when it was developed, it was such a simple procedure that is assisting women to get pregnant. But over the years, it has evolved into many other expansions and other advanced technologies, like, for example, gender selection. You can identify even the gender of the embryo prior to transferring it to the uterus. Other than this, pre-implantation genetic testing, which indicates that we even test the embryo, the genetic component of the chromosomes of that embryo before we put it back into the uterus. And the reason or how this would help people with is to identify if there is any genetic diseases transferred from the parents to the embryos. So we exclude these diseased embryos and we transfer the healthy or chromosomally normal ones. Then came more challenging cases to also get pregnant by introducing the gamete donations and embryo donation, surrogacy, and you can name it. So with the introduction of all these scientifically approved procedures, we were faced, or the assisted reproduction was faced with ethical dilemmas and religious conservation all over the world, from all categories of people. Every religion started to try to answer how these technologies could be compatible with the rules and regulations, and if at some point it is crossing their boundaries. And from this view, we started to discuss also the Islamic approach and the Islamic view in these modern technologies. This is the part of Dr. Mohammed Ghali, the professor of Islamic ethics from Hamad bin Khalifa University, that will elaborate on this.
Now I will just give you a very concise summary about the section on Islamic ethics, on Islamic ethical perspectives in particular. The main point of infertility treatment through the so-called assisted reproductive technologies, ARTs as we call them, is that not only that we get children, but we get our own children, children who belong to us. So this is completely different than adoption, for instance. So we want to get children who are related to us in one way or another. So in order to understand the recommendations that we proposed in the report and the positions we took in this study, we need to understand what we call the moral world of getting children who are our own children in the Islamic tradition. There is a moral world. This is what we proposed in the report. There is a moral world or components of the moral world in the Islamic tradition based on three main aspects. The first aspect is marriage. People who want to get children that will be attributed to them and recognized by Islam, they should be engaged with each other through religiously valid marital contract. This contract will produce a set of rights and obligations to each involved party, to the husband who will be the father later on, and the mother who will be, and the wife who will be the mother later on. The second one is the biological or genetic relatedness between the two married couples. It was known early on in Islamic history that both partners contribute biologically or genetically, as we call it, to the composition and the structure of the child. This contribution was called the two waters. One water coming from the husband and one water coming from the wife. Now we call them the egg and the sperm. Before it was the two waters. In order to have two parents, these parents, each of them should contribute his or her own water to the child, that we call now the 23 chromosome, etc. The third element of this moral world was having sexual intercourse, which was the very natural way. Two married couple who will contribute, each of them will contribute the water or the genetic part of the composition of the child, how this will happen through an intimate relationship and having sexual intercourse. Was it possible in the past that people would have children without having sexual intercourse? The answer is yes. Very exceptional cases, but they perceived that by having asexual reproduction or asexual procreation through a manual insertion of the husband's sperm into the woman's vagina. This was perceived. This was the pre-ART moral world, the pre-assisted reproductive technologies moral world. When the assisted reproductive technologies came in, these new technologies challenged these three components in some way or another. How did Muslim religious scholars react to these challenges? Concerning the first element, marriage, they didn't make any concession. Those who want to get children also through IVF or assisted reproductive technologies, they must be engaged with each other through marriage. And the two waters, the sperm and the egg, and the whole process must happen during marriage, not after a marriage and not before marriage. When it comes to the biological genetic relatedness, first of all, they made it clear that no third-party donation. So it's not possible to have the sperm of someone else other than the husband, not possible to have the egg other than the wife, not possible to have uterus from anyone else other than the woman, etc. So no third party, no transplanting ovaries or testicles that produce the eggs and the sperms, but there was possibility for freezing one's own gametes or one's own embryos of the married couple. Transplanting uterus was possible because uterus is not transferring genetic material from one person to another. Finally, concerning the sexual intercourse, assisted reproductive technologies can overcome this process by doing artificial insemination. Is this possible? Yes. They said yes, this is possible because already in the pre-modern moral world, the pre-modern perception also anticipated the possibility of having asexual reproduction through the mechanism of manual insertion of the sperm. For the sexual intercourse, it was not possible, even with the modern technologies, to have sexual intercourse through penis, for instance, or vagina transplanted from someone else, because sexual intercourse should happen intimately between two married couple without assistance from someone else from inside. Based on these understandings and discussions and differentiation between the moral world pre and before ARTs and the discussions post ARTs, we came to these key conclusions and recommendations that we would like to propose to colleagues, to policy makers in the health care sector. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you so much for this great opportunity, myself and my colleagues, Dr. Ghali and Dr. Asha Youssef. We hope that you find this report really useful to all of you. Thank you so much.
We will get back to you, Dr. Ghali and Dr. Alia Abdelhadi, for more questions later on throughout the panel. Now, the first question goes to Archbishop Paglia. You recently expressed the Vatican's support to face global challenges like the disappearance of family. To which point will the Catholic Church go in supporting assisted reproductive techniques to fight infertility, and what are the red lines? Archbishop, you need to unmute the laptop.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, it is a very great pleasure that I speak. Okay, it is. Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's perfect now.
It is with great pleasure that I speak today at the beginning of this panel dedicated to necessary ethical reflection on the exquisite act of bringing new human life into the world. I would like to thank the supporters of this meeting and all those present, albeit in a virtual form, which, while on the one hand it still allows effective interaction, does not offer us that personal contact whose value I consider irreplaceable. Special thanks go to Ms. Sultan Afdal, Chief Executive Officer of WISH, who kindly invited me to participate in this important event and who once again wanted to highlight the collaboration between the Pontifical Academy for Life and WISH. The cooperation between our two academic realities is a strong and a clear sign of how the religious dimension of human experience strongly supports scientific research, particularly in the medical healthcare field. It does too so passionately committed to men and women, their existence, their lives, especially when they are attached, treated, weak, and in need of attention and care. It does so be committing itself and urging everyone to act responsibly so that the human dignity of every concrete life is fully protected in every activity that sustains and cares for it. The theme that is addressed in this roundtable is of great importance because it touches on the one hand the suffering of couples who wish to have children and cannot, and on the other hand, the first moment of human life. It is therefore an issue where medicine is at a crossroad in which different trends are intertwined, not only clinical, but relational as well. The relationships between wife and husband, as well as between generations, is at stake. Even more, we know how great an impact the family has as the fundamental nucleus of social existence and as a place where kinship structures are formed on which human societies are based. Assisted reproductive technology that is available today can modify the way parenthood has been made possible until now. In fact, it is possible now to individualize and separate the different elements that result in fertilization, which in the ordinary methods of procreation, the only ones practicable until a few decades ago, could not be realized other than in a unified interaction. Just consider the various now existing forms of heterologous in vitro fertilization in which the egg and sperm donors are not husband and wife. We must act with great caution and with a comprehensive understanding vision, because at stake are the pillars that hold up all our social structures. In Catholic thinking, the transmission of life occupies a position of great importance and is understood within the relationship of factors that unify sexual activity, the love between spouses and generation. Our tradition considers this unity as a non-negotiable anthropological truth, one that moreover is engraved in the experience common to all cultures. The bond between spousal love and generation is a gift more than a duty, and as such it calls for our protection. In fact, every child is generated in an encounter between a man and woman, involving all their existence and history, not simply their bodies or the cells provided by their reproductive organs. The experience of birth helps us understand the meaning of human sexuality. Each child is born within an alliance that hosts him or her. Generating is welcoming a child who, although coming to us, does not belong to us. The time of gestation is of enormous importance for parents to be able to process their welcome of the other person who develops within the woman's body, recognize him or her not a foreigner, an opponent, but a guest. The human sex act, therefore, has a profound symbolic reach which goes far beyond what happens in a process that can be described in physiological categories and medical definitions, even though those categories and definitions do provide us indispensable information and knowledge. The meaning of corporeal union is this: in it, mutual gifts are given. It is in the tenderness of an encounter between two bodies that two persons discover with surprise and joy that they can become parents of a third, a person other than them and their expectations. In the act of mutual giving, men and women discover that generation is not the creation of something out of nothing. Each child comes from afar as a favor which parents themselves are no power over. Parents are actors and spectators at the same time, active and passive. They not only offer a gift, they receive one as well. Father and mother are accountable for the gift they received, which becomes real only through them in fidelity to their covenant and in their commitment to educate this other about the gift of life. Sadly, this gift is hidden in the suffering that infertility brings. Evaluation of the various assisted reproductive technologies must take place within this base framework. As it made clear by the survey presented in the report on Islamic ethic and infertility treatment, which you will discuss in the panel, they are not all the same. There are irreducible differences among them. In the case of a homologous assisted reproductive technology, generation is not artificially separated from sexual intercourse, because if the spouses are infertile, the act in itself is infertile. Homologous technology is instead as a form of treatment whose purpose is to remedy infertility. The medical procedure, despite all its complexities, does not replace the relationship. It makes generation possible within that relationship. It is, of course, necessary to avoid fertilization of more oocytes than are intended to be transferred to the womb so as not to reproduce surplus embryos destined to remain frozen in refrigerator or discarded and destroyed. Heterologous assisted technologies, on the other hand, significantly change the practical and ethical quality of what the participants do. The donors of gametes are not spouses and do not more than provided biological material, rendering fatherhood and motherhood meaningless. The client couple do not together generate the child that results. The fact that only one of them and not the other contributes to the genetic heritage of the couple establishes a very problematic imbalance in the couple's relationship. That imbalance is further aggravated in the case of surrogacy, given the increasing recognition of the deep meaning of pregnancy and how important the experience of pregnancy is. In addition, turning to the best interests of the child, these technologies profoundly alter the relationship of the child with his or her biological origin, a very important reference point in the construction of a personal identity. To this is connected the problem of the anonymity of the gamete donor and the appropriateness of communicating to the child the circumstances of his or her coming into the world. Several approaches have been proposed, all of them unsatisfactory and negative for the child. In fact, the child is either deceived about the relationship to one of his or her two parents, or If you decide to tell the truth, it becomes difficult with such a confused multiplication of paternal and maternal figures for the child to call its parent father or mother. In heterologous assisted technologies, and all the more so in surrogacy, the participant's own body is reduced to a biological object, and the relationships are emptied of their practical and symbolic meaning in the name of an assumed all importance of the desire to have children, whose are not more than the fruit of their desire. In conclusion, this contribution of religious traditions can help not only to identify the ethical criteria that support the use of technologies that respect the dignity of parents as well as children. In more general terms, however, religious experience makes it possible to consider the question within a horizon that transcends earthly concerns and avoids absolutizing a child as something to had no matter what it takes. Every way in which development of human life and fraternal solidarity is supported and fostered is an expression of the fruitfulness of the couple and the family, even if it is not possible to have one's own descendants. It is in this way that we live out our being sons and daughters of God. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Archbishop. Thank you, Archbishop Paglia. If I want to summarize, from what I understood, the Catholic Church opposes surrogacy and opposes donation, which Dr. Ghali also presented with the main findings from the WISH report and the recommendations that stemmed from teachings of the majority of Muslim scholars. Dr. Tremaine, there is a notion that all third-party donors are banned from the assisted conception process. However, it is our understanding that the Shiite Muslims have a different perspective on ART and how they are practiced in the Muslim world. In fact, to date, Iran remains the only Muslim country in the world that has allowed the use of all ARTs in all their forms. Can you tell us more about the differences between the Sunni and Shiite sects when it comes to ART?
Yes, well, thank you very much. It is a great pleasure to be part of this panel. To talk about the differences between the Shia Iran and the rest of the Sunni Muslim Middle East, I must first say 2 points. I'm sorry that my dear colleague, Professor Marcia Inhorn, is not here because she's the leading anthropologist on the Sunni Muslim Middle East and ARTs. And the second point is that apart from the Shia Iran, the Shia in Lebanon also practice ARTs in all their forms. When these reproductive technologies first arrived in the Middle East, they were received with open arms because Islam is generally viewed as a pronatalist religion, and having larger families is very much valued. So it's not surprising that the Middle East countries adopted reproductive technologies with open arms. However, as Professor Ghali has already explained, the Sunni in the Middle East did not allow the use of third-party donation in any of these forms. That was only allowed between the married or heterogeneous married couples. In that sense, the Shia in Iran also agreed with the Sunni that only the IVF or any other form of reproductive technologies are allowed between married heterosexual couples. However, the Shia have found ways and solutions around allowing third-party donation in all its forms through resorting to independent reasoning or fatwas when faced with new situations. The leading Islamic jurists, the sources of emulation, marja taqlids, resorted to the Quran and came up with solutions as how and why the third-party donation could be allowed. There are too many ways of fatwas, but I'm not going to go into this. But what is important to say is that the reason the Sunni did not allow the use of third-party donation, and to a certain extent the Shia also allowed it only within the marriage, was because the family is generally viewed as the cornerstone of society and ensures the stability of the society. And the intrusion of the third party can be interpreted as adultery because it interferes with the couple's relationship. It has got the potential for incest because this donation can apply to so many people who may be siblings and not realize it and get married. And it also confuses the issue of lineage or nasab and descent and kinship, and therefore inheritance, because in Islam, only biological relatives can inherit from each other. So there are many, many issues which would be confused through this third-party donation. The sources of emulation in Iran did find solutions, but not every source of emulation agreed. They didn't necessarily agree with each other. In fact, some sources of emulation follow the path the Sunnis have and forbade any form of third-party donation. Another group of sources of emulations allowed it on conditions, certain conditions, and the third group allowed it without any conditions. And there, as I said, they have found many solutions. So this is essentially the difference. And today, Iran has allowed the use of third-party donation in all its forms. And all of these technologies have been approved through fatwas or religious edicts, except for the embryo donation, which no amount of fatwas could justify. Therefore, a law was passed in Iran on embryo donation in 2003. And then the laws of surrogacy also followed the laws of embryo donation. And as the new technologies arrive in Iran, the same predictions are the same fatwas are applied. However, there are certain positions that have created a number of legal and moral issues. For example, the anonymity of the donor. Because to begin with, it was often people resorted to their siblings or relatives, biological relatives, mainly to donate gametes, for example. Mm-hmm. And this had created a number of problems, which in the lack of a law, it was difficult to resolve. And it was the practitioners who took the lead to actually resolve the problems and the difficulties. As a result, the anonymity is a major issue, and the Iranian practitioners have been trying to convince the lawmakers to actually pass a law on anonymity of the donor, which has not yet been resolved, but it's very much a major issue in Iran at the moment. This is the main difference between the Sunni and the Shia.
This is also an issue globally as well for the anonymity of the donator, of the donor. Thank you, Dr. Tremaine. Dr. Abdelhadi, from your experience in the field, how central is religion in the culture of infertility treatment delivery, especially in the Arab region and the Muslim world? How is this different to the experience you had treating patients in the West? Dr. Abdelhadi, you need to unmute your computer.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Greeting of peace to everyone. It's such a pleasure and a great opportunity that I get the time to speak to all of you. and we explain a little bit about our experience and our report, which we had the pleasure to do it together, myself and Dr. Ghali, and also with the participation of Dr. Aisha Yusuf from Sidra Hospital. As you asked about how central is the religion in my practice, especially when I practice in the Middle East, as a physician, we follow common rules, and the rules are that wherever we practice, we have to fully understand the rules and regulations and the code of practice of the region wherever we practice at. Regardless of where I come from, regardless of my religion, there are certain rules that has to be respected in terms of different regions and countries. When we come to the experience in the Middle East, we know that most of our rules and regulations, they are closely married, intimately married to the religious instructions and recommendations. So most of the rules and regulations and even the legal law that we follow in the Middle East and in the Muslim countries are extrapolated from the Islamic religion, and with what to do and what not to do related to the religion, which makes it later on as a law or a... So understanding this makes the practice of the assisted reproduction, makes the religion intimately close or central to the practice of assisted reproduction, in the sense that of course, I have to be, as a physician, to follow the rules and regulations of the country, which allows me to understand what is scientifically approved options and where I can stop for the ones that crosses the religious boundaries. What can be offered and what can't be offered for this particular part of the world. It can be also on a personal level. I think it can be empowering in a way. For example, on an individual level counseling and consultation, when I know the background of the majority of people who lives at that particular part, and I understand their mentality and where they come from, it makes it easy to counsel them, and it makes it easier to explain to them that these are our boundaries and that's what I can offer to you. And because the law is going in line with the religion that most of the people at this area believes in, so there will be no great discussion or argument about why are we following this rule. Actually, on the contrary, the majority will be having a great responsibility and interest to ask and explore if the options that are medically approved and are being offered at the time being for them and ready for them to use on the table are in line with the religious instructions, or does it cross the boundary of the religion, because they don't want to cross that. So also the way it's empowering, and I think I use it sometimes as a way to try and help and heal people psychologically when we come to a stage that we are unable to help. Because we can only offer certain things, but at certain point we will have to say, we have done everything, but it's just not meant to happen. And not meant to happen in the Middle East means that it's God's wish, and there won't be any further to be offered that crosses the boundaries of the religion and what we can actually service you with. So dealing with a believer, the belief gives a person the power to understand that at some point we will have to accept what God wants for us, or that there is fate and there is destiny, and we can't really defeat that. It's empowering, and it's healing. I found it in many of the situations. Of course, when we go through the hard time and when we are frustrated or depressed, that we wanted something so much and we came to a point that we can't get it, that makes our energy negative, and it takes away all our positivity, and even we forget to remember what kind of merits and blessings that we have. So at this time, for me as a counselor and a physician and a healer, I have to try to strengthen this in a person, of their blessing, of their merit, of everything else in life that we have, in opposite to just the one thing that we couldn't have. As for practicing in the West, again, I will go back to the just about the practice in the West.
Thank you, Dr.
I believe.
Yes.
It's just a short note. I believe that the struggle with the infertility is the same everywhere in the world. The difference is that practicing in the West, you have got code of practice. Also, you have to follow, but it's irrelevant of whatever the religion will recommend. And so many, there will be more to offer on the table, maybe for the couple. Although, despite of this, there will be couple or on the individual level that will opt to go with their own beliefs, either religious or social or financial, that might not allow them to utilize all the options that you are offering. So the struggle is the same wherever in the world. Options might be more open according to certain rules and regulations, but still on the individual level, people will tend to select whatever is compatible with their ethical belief system.
Thank you, Dr. Abdelhadi. Dr. Elka, can you tell us about the barriers to access the fertility treatments and assisted reproductive technologies in underprivileged communities, and the role of the International Fertility and Gynecology Obstetrics Foundation for Gynecology and Obstetrics that plays in that area?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be among the distinguished panelists, and thanks for inviting me and inviting FIGO, the International Federation of Gynecology Obstetrics, for this important panel. The point of departure for FIGO is women's rights and women's health. And FIGO stands as a global agency in that regard. Our main task in the 132 countries where we have national societies, including nationalities of the panelists sitting on this forum, we aim to look at issues from the ethical perspective and from the medical and the clinical perspective. We have specialized committees in FIGO that looks at the personal factors affecting seeking fertility, and also looks at the social factor in addition to the other technical factor within the context of every country and with the respect of the existing cultural determinants in every country, but of course stressing all the time the right of the woman and the justice to women. So in that regard, we look at the financial restrictions and try to encourage national societies to work with the governments. We look at the cultural slash religious slash traditional restrictions, and we try to overcome that by education, by advocacy, by reaching out to underprivileged women. We also look at family restrictions and also community restriction by working on the couple. We also work on the financial restrictions. In many places, these are public services. In many other places, these are services that are not covered. So besides the religious part, there is so much problems that are facing those couples and women seeking fertility that looks at the financial to be overcome, that looks at also dominance over women in many communities, especially if they are blamed for the fertility issue. Also, we have to look at the health system challenges that might not be or might be covering the waiting time for those people, the factor of age vis-a-vis the working time. And at the same time, we try to create educational level for the psychosocial aspects, as my colleague said, for the emotional component and the emotional aspect, and at the same time, work through our ethics committee to relook at certain policies and certain procedures within cultures, within the religion, to make sure and to ameliorate that there is no genetic injustice. Because if you notice, all the discussion is going around the biological factor, which is not fair, I think, for women, and is not fair in view of the progress that IVF and medicine have done, that to zoom it down only to biological and to genetic factors. So this is the kind of injustice also we try to assess within the existing policies and the procedures of every community and every country, working with our 132 societies. And as a matter of fact, over the past 15 to 20 years, there is really a significant improvement, as has been reported by our national societies, regarding more women and more couples accessing fertility services. More couples, more women are knowledgeable about the fertility services and the chances they are going to have in the future in case they have also fertility problem. One last message I have to send to, I have listened to all the other panelists, and I think there is a lot to be done within the religious procedures and policies. I've heard the view from Iran. There is much more probably accommodation for issues related to infertility. I think we should think of accommodation, keeping in mind that our point of departure is women's rights and women's health. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Kaka. If Professor Sroor and Dr. Ghali allow me, because you will be leaving, you have to leave in 5 minutes, so I will address you one of the questions that came to us through the Q&A before we move on with the remaining panelists. You talked about the financial situation. This instability also in many Arab countries is pushing a lot of the younger couples, especially the ones who are on an academic path and trying to build a career, to push the decision of having a baby a little later in their life. In this case, do we deal with ART like precision medicine as a preventive measure, and we freeze their embryos at an early age? Because, for example, I heard from a couple in one of the Arab countries who said, financially, we cannot afford to have a child before the age of 48. So they will definitely be infertile by that age.
Thank you very much. It's a very interesting question. We don't have time to tell you about the really scary numbers of the mean age of singlehood in the Arab region. In the Arab region, more and more men and women are marrying at a later age. And numbers are really scary if you look at the population pyramids and if you look at these numbers. This is being said, besides the profession and the financial and everything, I think as a person, and I think as a FIGO institution, we definitely push for egg freezing, and we push for basically egg freezing because the sperms are different, to give those people a preemptive chance to have a family and to have kids and babies in the future without being seriously burdened if they go for a career and if they go for a track to make their own financial security and other level of security. Definitely, we are behind this, and there is so much progress on the level of egg freezing, and there is now, besides egg freezing, there is the ovary freezing for different reasons, but this is technology that's evolving by the day.
And becoming less costly by the day. Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Kak.
We hope so.
Professor Sroor, as a pioneer in the field of IVF, what consultations did you have with religious scholars around the moral and ethical issues surrounding infertility treatments, and how did this contribute to raising public awareness?
Well, thank you very much for the invitation, and thanks for the excellent panel. But I must say, when IVF started on the 25th of July 1978, when Louise Brown was born, so we obstetrician gynecologists in the Muslim world were wondering whether we can apply this technology in the Muslim world or not, because for the first time, sex was separated from reproduction. So at the end of the year 1978, I went to the Grand Sheikh of Al-Azhar, Professor Gad al-Haq, Ali Gad al-Haq, and at that time he was the Mufti of Egypt. So I informed him about this practice, and I said, well, this is new technology which is happening. So, sir, what can we do? So I explained to him all the scientific aspects of it, and that was by the end of the year 1978. So after a couple of months, he called me and he handed me his fatwa, which was issued on the 21st of March 1980. 21st of March 1980, so that's 40 years ago. And he dealt with all aspects of the issue, including practices which were not done at that time. And he indicated that if there is an indication for assisted reproductive technology, provided that the egg is from the wife and the sperm is from the husband, and the embryo is transferred to the uterus of the wife, who is the owner of the egg, during validity of the marriage contract, then it is allowed, permitted, and indeed it is encouraged, because it preserves the family and the continuation of humankind, because procreation is one of the objectives of Islam. And based on this, actually, we could introduce IVF in the Muslim world, where we started the first IVF center in Egypt in the year 1986, and at the same time in Saudi Arabia, and the first baby was born in the Muslim world in the year 1987. Having said so, the fatwa of the Grand Imam Sheikh Gad al-Haq, Ali Gad al-Haq, did not only talk about the issue and whether it is haram or halal, but also it talked about all the practices which you are practicing today and were not existing at that time in the year 1980. He talked about egg donation, he talked about sperm donation, he talked about surrogacy, he talked about genetic manipulation, he talked about sex selection, and and he talked about so many aspects. He talked about cryopreservation and freezing, which is really very impressive. And I refer all the participants here to go to that fatwa, which was issued in the year 1980. Now, providing this information to the religious leader has been very encouraging, and consequently, this dispelled misconception about the position of Islam on these issues. And when we started IVF, people didn't like to be identified. And even when we call them at home and say, this is so-and-so, the drug, they say, what? IVF center, we have nothing to do with this. No. And they refused. And when they used to come to the center in the year 1986, they didn't want at all to be called by their names. We had to identify them by numbers, because people were feeling ashamed, that they are coming for IVF. And they will never, ever tell their sisters, or even mothers, or even their neighbors that they have had to IVF. Now, because of the support which we got from the religious leader, now we get the patients coming and say, how did you know about the center? She said, oh, my neighbor, she said she came here and she had an IVF baby, so I came to have it. Or someone will say, because a friend of mine, he told me that he came to IVF and he has it. So this actually removed the shame and the misconception about the position of Islam, it became very acceptable to the world. And people, in fact, they do come for us now, asking for IVF. And I tell them today, sorry, see, IVF is not suitable for you. You should not have IVF. And they should say, oh, but I want to have IVF. And then I explain why it is not suitable for her. One of the issues which was raised with my distinguished panelists here about the difference in the culture and the difference in the ethical perception of this. And this is very important. This is the issue of conscientious objection. Of course, we do live in a small world, we do live in a village, and it is not uncommon that the treating physician has a different ethical perception from his patient. I have a certain ethical perception, and my patient has a different ethical perception. I'm a Muslim, I might be treating a couple who are non-believer, or I might be treating a couple who are Catholics, or I might be treating a couple who are Protestant, and so on. So we have to understand this very well. We have to understand that ethics are based on the moral, cultural, and religious and philosophical background of the society. And it is not necessary that my ethical principles will be similar to my client. And that's why we have to accommodate for this conscientious objection, what we call as conscientious objection. If I have a conscientious objection to provide a certain treatment, like say egg donation or sperm donation or others, and my patient, she has no objection for this, it is an obligation from the ethical point of view that I refer her to where she could have the treatment which suits her ethical perception, provided that this treatment is based on good scientific evidence and is not harmful for her patient. Otherwise, then we are taking the paternalism of medicine and trying to impose on our patients what we believe. But also similarly, vice versa, as much as it is my duty to respect the ethical perception of the patient as well has, and the institutes as well, health institute, has to respect my ethical perception as well. In other words, the doctors or healthcare provider should not be forced to provide a treatment for which they do object, because it is a reciprocal right, the right of the patient and the right of the couple. And of course, even say with the new technology, I mean, for the freezing of eggs, yes, they are performed either for medical reasons or for social reasons. But when we do them for social reasons, we got to really tell our patients, about that if they are going to keep their egg, they should keep it only for a limited period of time. And the fact that she wants, one of my colleagues said that at the age of 48, we have to tell the patient that the pregnancy at the age of 48 is associated with complications and is associated with high risk for the mother. So really we have to, when we provide this new development in the technology, we have to be aware about this. Sex selection, we do get now patients coming for sex selection. Of course, for medical reasons, that's no problem. But if they are coming for social indication, we don't offer it to families if it involves discrimination against one sex or another. In other words, we should never provide it for families who don't have children at all, and they want to have the first child as a boy or a girl. We should not provide it to the family who have both sexes, the boy and the girl, because they already have both sexes, no matter they have 4 girls and 1 boy, and they want another boy. No, that's not, because God has given them both sexes. We should not provide it for providing only one sex. In other words, either a boy or a girl. And if we do this, we are providing it without discrimination against either sex, whether the male or a female. And we are doing this because, as all of us know, we are living in a part of the society where reproduction is essential, and reproduction is a must actually for the families. And if the family, say, have 4 children, girls, and they want to have a boy, yes, they have the right to do this, or vice versa as well. Because if we don't offer her this service, then what will happen? The wife will go on getting pregnant again and again and again. And this, of course, will get her in high parity. And Dr. Faisal tells us that with the high parity, there's increased risk for the mother and for the child, and she is exposed to complications.
And there will be also an imbalance also in population in the end. So this is, you touched upon many of the questions that came to us through Q&As, and we're running out of time. So I have to go to Dr. Ghali about...
I must clarify that the imbalance of population is not really a problem because all the babies born till today, there are only 8 million. So 8 million in 7 milliard, you know, they are not going to
cause imbalance.
They don't cause imbalance, no.
But I know some couples who go for IVF to choose specifically a boy, and in this case, you answer the question that no, you refuse to give IVF for such couples. Dr. Ghali, the star of the Q&As is egg freezing. Apparently, it's an issue concerning a lot of women. We received so many questions about it, and we had already wanted to touch upon this topic with you. Egg freezing, in the report, you say it's already accepted when a patient is in cancer treatment, even if she's unmarried. But you say that we could look into social reasons for egg freezing before marriage. What kind of social reasons?
Yes, first of all, I want to thank very much my colleagues and the panel here and the co-chair of the forum, Dr. Ali Abdelhadi, and great colleagues who contributed to the report, Maha Al-Akoum from WISH and Dr. Aisha Youssef from CEDRA. About your question, and I send my greetings to Dr. Gamal Surur. I met him a couple of years ago. I don't know if he still remembers, but it was a great meeting when I started thinking about these issues. About freezing eggs, as we explained in the report, for medical reasons, no question, even for social reasons, in principle, there is no strong opposition to doing that for women, even if they are single, unmarried yet. The main issue why we didn't say, yes, it's possible and anybody can ask for this, we said that it should judge it on a case-by-case basis by an ethics committee consisting of different members, not only clinicians or scientists, but also patient advocacy people, people with religious knowledge, etc. Why is this the case? Because there is a possibility for modernizing discrimination against women. At least this is my personal opinion. I don't want other colleagues to take this responsibility. We had the initiative a couple of years ago from tech giants like Apple, Microsoft, and Google, giving the opportunity to women in these big companies to have the package of freezing their eggs as part of their health insurance. Why? Because they found that women make career in the period when they have the most fertility, the best fertility age. And if they get children, they lose in the race of career against the men who do not have these pressures. So they can do this. I personally have great preservations against this, and I see this as disguised and modernized discrimination. If we have a problem in the work floor and in the career that do not respect and pay due attention to the nature of women, then we have a problem not with the woman to give her health insurance to change her nature and to postpone her plans for having family. Now we have a problem with the work floor that should change. So I find here a problem. So if we made it open that anyone can do it, it's we legitimize.
But your angle is rightful when you look at it from a married couple. If a woman is already with a partner, with her life partner, and she's postponing having a baby for her career, then discrimination in this case you might be rightful in this. But if we are talking about women who are still in the process and their career is taking most of the time, that they're not finding the suitable partner yet, then it's a solution.
It's true. If they are unmarried, I couldn't find still the right partner, yes, that's fine. But if I have the right partner, not yet married even, but I'm afraid if I get married, I will lose the opportunity in my career. This is what will disturb the society. Work floor should change. Work culture should change and be accommodative for special concerns for the women. They cannot compete on the same level like men in the name of equality and stuff like this. I have problems with that. But if it is the choice of the woman, imagine there is a woman who cannot find a suitable partner at the moment for whatever reason. Why not that she can do this?
You have a question from a viewer from Lebanon. What is Islam's position on social fertility preservation of unmarried women, and how's virginity addressed in this case? Is hymenal repair post to the procedure accepted in this case?
For getting the eggs, I don't think the colleagues know this more, but I don't think it will affect virginity. It's just
so from a religious point of view, there is no actual opposition.
Yes, in our study,
to
we didn't find strong preservations against inherent observations. It may be procedural that, for instance, these eggs can be used outside marriage, but the same for even married couple, they can be used also. So there are no inherent bad problems with freezing embryos, freezing eggs, I mean.
Okay, Dr. Tremaine, you talked also about if you have a comment regarding the egg freezing, is it a discrimination against women, or is it a chance like Dr. Al-Kak suggests? And I have also a question about how can we solve on a global scale the anonymity of donor issue?
Well, concerning freezing eggs on the personal request, if it is on a personal request because of the social circumstances of the woman, because she hasn't met the right guy to marry, or her circumstances does not allow her, there's no objection at all to take her eggs, freeze the eggs. But when the eggs are being used, then they has to be fertilized by the sperm of her husband and transferred to her uterus. The objection is, as my colleague mentioned, that when they are being used by employees and companies, the big companies, they don't want their employee to get pregnant because this will affect their production and they will be entitled to maternity leave, etc., etc. So some of the companies, particularly in some of the Western countries, some of the countries in the West, they make a condition that their female employees don't get pregnant during their career, and they compensate them by providing and supporting freezing their eggs. Now, concerning taking the eggs from an unmarried girl, it is possible without affecting virginity, because in this case, we do the pickup through the abdomen. Instead of getting the eggs from the vagina, from down below, we stimulate the ovaries, so the ovaries are big enough, and we can introduce the needle through the abdomen under ultrasound guidance, and we can get it outside. Well, of course, donation, these eggs should not be used for donation. They have to be used by the same patient, but also we have to warn her that she should not keep them till late in life, because pregnancy after the age of 40 and 45 is actually associated with increased risk. So advise her, if she decided to use
pregnancy.
Yes, absolutely. Should use it as early as possible.
We have a question about surrogacy as well. The report recommends that Islam goes against or Sunni Islam, to correct it for Dr. Tremaine, Sunni Islam goes against surrogacy. But in Islam itself, breastfeeding was okay. Can't we compare when you take the embryo from the husband and wife and implant it in the uterus of another woman? Can't we compare it to breastfeeding and use the same legally binding, like children of the same, coming from the same uterus cannot get married?
Thank you for the question. Actually, this is a matter of dispute among the religious leaders in the Sunni world. Some of them, they approved it, some of them did not approve it. But the development of science now, the recent science had shown us, even inside the uterus, though the genes of the child is not being affected in the surrogate mother, yet the environment inside the uterus itself has an impact on the health of the child to be born during childhood and even late in adulthood, and even development of diseases later on in life. Plus, of course, if you are a carrier of a baby who is not yours, then you don't care about exposing the baby to some of the risks like drinking, like taking too much coffee, like being exposed to pollutants, like being exposed to X-rays, like not taking certain antibiotics at a certain time. So really, you are not working all the time for the benefit of the child. Furthermore, no surrogate mother can be put under strict observation from the donors, from the owner of the embryo who has been inserted intra-uterus. So it is a matter of dispute, but the development of the new science actually goes in the direction that we should not really allow it.
And there's also the ethical concern that she's practically using her body for other purposes. She's selling her body in other ways. So it's a very, very big dilemma. I'm very sorry for Dr. Tremaine and Dr. Abdelhadi. We run out of time. This is a conversation that needs to be going on and on every year, and I guess every month if we can. Thank you, my distinguished guest, Dr. Mohammed Ghali, with me here, Professor of Islam and Biomedical Ethics at HBKU, and forum co-chair, this forum co-chair, Dr. Alia Abdelhadi, also the co-chair of this forum and chair assisted of Reproductive Center at Hamad Medical Corporation. We had with us also Archbishop Vincenzo Paglia, the president of Pontifical Academy for Life, and Dr. Soraya Tremaine, founding director of Fertility and Reproduction Studies Group at the Institute of Social and Cultural Anthropology at Oxford University. Dr. Faisal Al-Kak, he was with us from Beirut, vice president of International Federation of Gynecology and Obstetrics, and Professor Gamal Srour, professor and director at an International Islamic Center for Population Studies and Research at Al-Azhar University. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe and stay healthy, and meet us tomorrow for the last panel.
Hello, I'm Louisa Baldini, and I'm delighted to be moderating this In Focus panel on the thing that's on everybody's minds, COVID-19, delivering the vaccine. Within the past couple of hours, Pfizer BioNTech have released new data showing their vaccine appears to protect 95% of adults of all ages, races, and ethnicity. That's up from 90% efficacy. US company Moderna also unveiled their vaccine recently, claiming 95% protection. Russia has declared they have a breakthrough, and a vaccine is still being worked on by Oxford University and AstraZeneca. It was paused due to a suspected adverse reaction, which the team described as a routine pause, but they're expecting to announce results within weeks. But are these new vaccines safe and efficacious? And what comes next? How will these vaccines be made, allocated, and used in vaccination programs? And how well will they work in real populations And can we ever expect to see herd immunity from vaccination? Well, I'll be putting those and many other questions to our panel, and I'm sure that many of you watching will also want to submit your queries, so please do that, and I will ask our panel of speakers to answer your questions. Before I introduce those speakers, I just wanted to make a point on gender balance. Whilst the WISH 2020 summit has an overall balance in gender representation due to a few cancellations, and despite best efforts today, our panel is composed of only men, but they are very knowledgeable. So let's introduce them now. We've got Jim Campbell, Director of the Health Workforce for the World Health Organization, joining us from Geneva. We have Dr. Victor Zhao, President of the National Academy of Medicine in the USA, who is joining us from Washington, D.C. Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute in South Korea. He joins us from Seoul. And joining us from Hyderabad in India is Dr. Krishna Ella, Chairman and Managing Director of Bharat Biotech. And just some breaking news, which I can also share with you on top of that new data from Pfizer. They have apparently just announced completion of their phase 3 trial, meeting all primary efficacy endpoints. So things really are moving quickly. And to that point, I wanted to ask you, Dr. Zhao, vaccines are being produced at breakneck speed. They normally take years, if not decades. As president of the National Academy of Medicine, are you at all concerned?
Thank you, Louise, for asking me and inviting me to this very important meeting. And I look forward to joining my colleagues. So it's a very exciting day that, in fact, this announcement from Pfizer. Well, we should point out that this is news release. I don't think any of us have seen the data yet. But that being said, they're certainly claiming that they've ended the completed, if you will, the phase 3 trial, and the results are very encouraging. 95% effectiveness in the population they studied. So, you know, this breakneck speed, of course, is so exciting, encouraging, but it could also be somewhat nerve-wracking for some. The question that being asked would clearly be, does it work in every population? Does it work in the older, people of color, etc.? Second is, how safe is it? Importantly, and of course, when we have initial doses, who get it first? And so I think the end of the day, the data has to be credible, has to be carefully reviewed, and it'll go through the regulatory agencies. I think a very important issue is safety, because all these studies have short follow-up. For example, the Pfizer study is a 2-week follow-up. Although they've seen no serious effect, we do know that from some of the other studies in the past, such as swine flu influenza vaccine, that you get rare cases of, in this case, Guillain-Barré syndrome, which occurs 1 case per 100,000. So you can imagine there's still a big safety issue that needs to be assessed, and that can only be done by long-term surveillance and follow-up. So I would say quickly, this is still early data. I won't say early data, but certainly data that's not been fully vetted. It'll go through what we know as emergency use authorization, not the usual, in this case, our country, FDA approval. It'll probably be able to be used by December, but we still have a lot of things that we don't know, particularly in safety.
Normally, we would know within a couple of months if any patients in the trial had suffered adverse effects, though. So clearly, they are thinking that it is safe enough. I mean, how long would we need to wait to follow up the trial to be 100% sure, if you can ever be?
Well, ordinarily, one would like to have a year's follow-up, or at least months follow-up. Even whatever the length of time, you do need phase 4 surveillance. That is, that when you give it to millions and millions of people, you may pick up some side effect you couldn't pick up in 40,000 people, for example, right, in your trial.
Yeah, I heard a comment. I can't remember who it was attributed to, but someone involved in the development of vaccines who said you only breathe a sigh of relief once it's been administered to 3 million people. And at the moment, of course, in these trials, we're talking about, for example, with the Pfizer one, 43,000. Dr. Jerome Kim, Director General of the International Vaccine Institute in South Korea, we hear about these efficacy figures, now 95% for Pfizer, also for Moderna, but efficacy is not the same as effectiveness, is it? What is the difference? Can you remind us?
Yes, so these phase 3 trials are designed very, very specifically and without bias to look at individual protective effects. You randomize some people to vaccine and some people to placebo in a way to really, really make absolutely sure that that vaccine is protecting someone against disease and is safe. But the broader question is, how will the vaccine work in communities? So for instance, the measles vaccine, 95% has an efficacy of 95%, but you have to have vaccination rates above 90% to really achieve some level of herd protection. Our oral cholera vaccine at IVI, the efficacy is 55%, but when you vaccinate enough people in an Indian city, you get effectiveness of 85%. So effectiveness really is the big picture. It's, does this actually work to protect people? Is it associated with a herd protective effect? And those aren't necessarily things that we study in a phase 3 trial.
And there's still a lot unknown, isn't there? Because we don't know if these vaccines are simply going to protect people or if they're going to stop them transmitting as well.
Yes, and that's the entire question around herd immunity. Is there an effect of vaccinating enough people in the community that you will begin to protect people who are not vaccinated? That's one of the very important questions, but there are others. You know, we need to optimize the vaccine, which we didn't exactly have time to do. We'll need to look at something called a correlative protection, a specific laboratory test that tells us how the vaccine is working, but may make making the next set of vaccines much easier. And we need to understand, is the virus mutating? So a significant amount of work has to go into making sure that the emerging strains of virus remain sensitive to the vaccine. So there's still a lot of scientific work that needs to be done as well.
Yes, and a lot unknown about which age groups that these vaccines might protect more. But with this breaking news we've had from Pfizer, they are saying that it protects 95% of adults over 65 years. And there was a bit of a question mark about the protection for the older population. So that's very welcome news. Dr. Krishna Ella, your company is also in phase 3, I understand, of a vaccine trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and how much you know that your vaccine can do to stop COVID?
I mean, we have to appreciate the Pfizer taking a risk of doing the mRNA vaccine, certainly a new technology, getting into the field. Those sort of risks, we can't take it in India. So we are much more in a very sensitive society. So we've chosen a mostly 50 years old technology, inactivated vaccine, which is proven from babies to up to 85 years old, from a newborn baby to up to the world. Whether it's injectable polio vaccine or rabies vaccine or injectable JE vaccine, there's so many other vaccines are inactivated. Well-proven platform technology. But whether it will have a 95% efficacy, we do not know. But we just commenced a phase 3 trial. We will know it. But one thing about the inactivated vaccine, safety is proven. So you can be assured of the safety. Even efficacy is a little down, but at least safety will be well established for that platform technology.
How many people in your trial, and have there been any adverse effects so far? We know from the Pfizer one that mostly the effects have been very mild, the side effects, headaches, fatigue, in around just 2% of the volunteers. What about your trial?
We looked at all our vaccines, to be frank with you, all the safety profile of the Chinese, Europe, US, everybody. Even the Sinovac of Chinese is also well proven in the safety. We are absolutely the safest vaccine today so far in the world, if you look at it. The reason why I'm saying that we don't have even a single any serious adverse reaction so far. More than 1,500, 2,000 people have been vaccinated. And now we will know it next 15 days. We'll have at least another 5,000 people will be coming out data. So I think it's an extremely safe vaccine.
Okay, thank you. And Jim, from the World Health Organization's perspective, things moving very fast.
Indeed they are, Louisa, and we're watching the news as everyone else. It is at breakneck speed in terms of the development, but it's encouraging because there is a real partnership around the world to, share information, share knowledge, share results, transparency, and a commitment to the ACT Accelerator, the Access to COVID Tools Accelerator for our diagnostics, for our therapeutics, and indeed for the vaccine, and an excellent collaboration with some of the biggest organizations in the world around COVAX, to make sure that we work on this together. It's very clear, our Director General, Dr. Tedros, my colleague, Dr. Kate O'Brien, who leads our immunization team, we're all in this together.
And just remind us about COVAX, please, Jim.
Indeed, it's a partnership as part of the Access to COVID Tool Accelerators that we've seen member states and countries all around the world support, the European Union engage with. And it's really at the heart of it is the principle of equity, to ensure that we're going to have an equitable allocation of vaccine when all these candidates have gone through their trials in production and available to the world, that we drive equitable allocation to high income, low income, all population groups.
And indeed, how is that going to work? Because we've heard that various nations have already bought millions of doses worth of various vaccines. Is there going to be a sort of a smash and grab by nations to try and get as many vaccines as they can for their populations? How are you going to make it equitable? Jim, do you have something to say about that? And then I saw Dr. Zhao raised his hand as well.
Well, there's been a number of commitments around the allocation framework of COVAX, and Victor is actively engaged in this and can comment further. And the principle of waves of distribution to ensure that those health and care workers and essential workers who are in the forefront of the response are given protection in their workplace, and then to reach out to other populations of vulnerable groups. I mean, the principles that underlie this ethical, equitable commitment we must applaud them. We must, and then act upon those as well. Victor.
Well, there's a phenomenon of vaccine nationalism, where each country is trying to buy up as much vaccine as possible to protect the citizen. As Jim said, the concern is, what about the poorer countries? What about other countries that doesn't have as much resource as US? US has warp speed, spent over $10 billion to get the vaccines and other therapeutics, etc. So what happened is, at the beginning of the outbreak, there's no organization internationally to bring together everybody. And I give kudos to WHO, European Commission, and others to create the ACT Accelerator, where I'm a principal and steering group. And really in the focus area called vaccine, called COVAX, that's when the groups such as WHO, CEPI, Gavi come together to say, how do we assure end-to-end, starting from research, risk manufacturing, procurement, and then distribution. And that's what they've done. They come together to say, how do we make sure there's equitable access to everyone? Now, one of the big issues is how to convince countries to come together, to share resources, and to share the idea of purchasing together. But COVAX has succeeded in getting 186 countries, 92 from the low-income countries to Gavi, and the rest from, in fact, high income countries which are self-financing. Together, as Jim said, they work together to purchase the vaccines to enable to have sufficient for everyone, at least at the very beginning, some 10, 20% of the population to be vaccinated. So that's a really good start. Its aspiration is to have 2 billion doses by 2021, so that, as you can imagine, a lot of the world's population can be vaccinated. There's still work to be done, but I think it's unprecedented, as Jim said, and Jerome said, when all these stakeholders come together to work for the greater good.
Jim, 2 billion doses, are there enough health workers globally to achieve that?
Louisa, that's the big question that we're trying to answer, working with many of the partners in the COVAX facility in the ACT Accelerator. You know, we just mentioned here, and Victor's reaffirmed, you know, the commitment is one of equitable distribution of these 2 billion doses, and looking at the vulnerable, the elderly populations, 20% target. But the reality, two realities. The distribution of health workers today is not equitable. The very same countries where 3/4 of the population reside have got a fraction of the healthcare workers in comparison to the OECD countries, to high income countries. We see a global shortage of healthcare workers in low and middle income countries, which we've been calling about for decades in terms of the need to invest. So unequitable allocation of health workers. Those same health workers are already struggling with managing the pandemic, with the challenges of infections and deaths of health workers. So we don't have as many as we started with. Then mental health challenge. So are there enough to deliver this aspirational 2 billion doses? Not without greater investment, not without additional recruitment. We see in the US, in the UK, already moves underway to recruit more healthcare workers to do their vaccine programs. We need to do the same when we come to this equitable allocation in low income countries as well. We need to invest in the workforce to deliver the vaccine.
Thanks, Jim. And before I come to you, back to you, Dr. Zhao and Dr. Kim, a word, Dr. Ella, please, then on distribution in India. That's where you are, of course, and you have a vaccine which you will need to distribute. We know from, for example, the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine that has some difficulties. It has to be kept at incredibly low temperatures. So it's not as straightforward as it might seem. What are the problems with distribution as you see them in India, for example? Dr. Ella, if you could just pop your mic on for us, please. Thank you.
I'm sorry about that. We always think about the public health point of view as a manufacturer. Just we don't want to, like a Pfizer making 0.3 ml vaccine -80 and then figure out the market. We can't do that in India. So we have to reach 1.3 billion population. So the strategy, what we do is, how do you have a multi-dose vial? How do you, for example, I'll give you an example of whether we did like that or not. For example, rotavirus vaccine. Everybody will have 2 ml dose, single dose vaccine as to the baby's mouth. We said we can't deliver 2 ml. Cold space is a problem. Distribution is logistic is a problem. And pouring 2 ml into the baby mouth is also difficult. We said, let's make a drop vaccine. We made a 5-drop, just put 5 drops like polio drops into the RotaVac. And we are the first one to make a multi-dose vial where 10 doses can be put in a small vial and the transportation reduced by 90% down in transportation and the cold chain. So we did that. So we have made an inactivated vaccine as a strategy in the beginning. Our strategy is how to reach 1.3 billion population. As Jim said, healthcare workers are not there in the rural situation. We call Anganwadi workers at the ground level. We are not there at all, not many, not educated people also, even if it is there. How do you make it? So we are now developing an alternative strategy of nasal drop vaccine. Can you have a 2 drops vaccine into the nasal? And fortunately, we're partnering with Washington University, St. Louis, and where they've shown extremely good sterilizing immunity in animals, and both in mice and monkeys. And now we're taking forward, now it's going to get into clinical trial, whether we can deliver 1.3 billion people reach with a drop vaccine. So that, it's a hypothesis. We are working, unless it proves in the clinical situation, we don't know how it works. But it's proven in animal. But so far, all the COVID vaccine, what is proven in the monkeys, it is also proving true in the humans also. We assume the same thing will happen. And if it happens, that will change the revolutionary. We'll have 20-dose vaccine in a small while, and it can reach the healthcare worker at the grassroots level.
It's really interesting that you are aiming the vaccine for the population in India rather than producing a vaccine and hoping one size fits all. Very interesting. Thank you. Dr. Zhao, I think you wanted to comment on what Jim Campbell was saying about distribution and the numbers of health workers needed.
Right. I think Dr. Eller made also a very important point, because mRNA is still new. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that mRNA vaccine has reached past phase 3 and is ready to go to the public. So there's a lot of unknowns. As you said, it needs to be stored at minus 70 degrees. That itself is a big challenge when you imagine how to distribute this globally. It has to be given in 2 doses. But I want to come back to Jim's point that if you look at the world's population, we have 8 billion. We're only securing 2 billion doses by 2021. So it's still a long way to go. And I think there are 2 issues that emerge from this. One is who's going to get it first? And the WHO framework and the National Academy of Medicine's framework is healthcare workers and frontline workers first. That comes to about 5% of most population. And of course, Jim would like to see more people, and I agree with him, in the healthcare arena to deliver the vaccination. But so that first, and then those who are at highest risk, which are those with comorbid conditions, the elderly population, living in crowded conditions, etc. So you can imagine you need a very careful allocation framework to be sure that you're protecting the most vulnerable. And then eventually you'd like to have everybody to reach herd immunity. So the final issue, I think, is financing. You know, right now, Accelerator has raised a lot of money through the pledge and many other events, but it's still hand in hand, asking rich countries and donors to give you money. In the long run, that's not sustainable. Accelerator still have a gap of $28 billion to cover diagnostic, therapeutics, and vaccine. And we need a more sustainable financing by which people are committed to be sure that we have the money for all these things. One last point. You know, the world has spent $12 trillion in stimulus packages. What we need is a fraction of that money for diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccine to protect the population. So it's a great investment that everybody should participate.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments on that whole subject, I'd like to move on. Are any of you able to shed any light on alternative research, convalescent plasma studies, and research involving antibody therapies? For example, monoclonal antibodies. Are you able to shed any light on that? Is there any mileage in that?
No, I'm happy to quickly talk about the US situation. Last week, the FDA allowed an emergency use authorization on the Lilly monoclonal antibody. So they have 80,000 doses to be distributed nationally for use in early symptomatic cases, preferably to be outpatient. As you can imagine, if you look at the number of cases a day in US, this is hardly sufficient. So we're going to face with the same issue of who's going to get it first, how to use it effectively. And I think this may be even a bigger issue than the vaccination issue.
But we are not limited to just relying on the vaccines. There are studies and there's research going on into this alternative research. So that's really important. And then a question, please, about anti-vaxxers and lines coming out from anti-vaxxers, discussion from those either concerned about the possibility of compulsory vaccination, on some groups actively campaigning against vaccines altogether. One thing that we're hearing is they're saying these vaccines alter your DNA, and that comes down to this new technology, mRNA, doesn't it? Is there any truth in that? There is a link between DNA and mRNA. Could you, one of you, just explain that for us? Who would like to take that on? Dr. Kim.
So, you know, I think that there's a misunderstanding of the biology. In our bodies, we have genetic information that is DNA. We really need to make that into protein. And that's what, when you look at the different types of vaccines, you have DNA vaccines, you have RNA vaccines, and you have protein vaccines. RNA is the vehicle by which genetic information is transferred from the core of information, the DNA, into protein. And so what the developers have done is they've taken the messenger, in this case, actually messenger RNA, and they've turned that into the vaccine that will directly make the protein. So there's no direct involvement of the genetic information at all. So again, that, you know, like everything that's gone on, the opposition to vaccination, like the opposition to masks, needs to be something that we prepare for. We have to engage communities. We have to assure the population that this vaccine, despite the speed of its development, still is committed to both efficacy and safety. And those are really important. Paul Offit made the point that, you know, the average American parent, and it's true, the vast majority, 80% or so of American parents, have their kids stuck up to 26 or 27 times for 14 diseases that they have never seen in their lives because of the effectiveness of vaccines. We have to start with that confidence in the safety and efficacy of vaccines and build on it to overcome the things that are going to be arrayed against it, and that we know are going to be arrayed against it.
Yeah, and people's perceptions are so important, isn't it? If they have a certain perception of something, and when it comes to this mRNA technology that these newish vaccines are using, it has been tested before, I understand, but it has never been approved. So one could understand concerns.
And that's why the collection of safety information in a clinical trial is so important. And if someone were to just watch a clinical trial being done, as Dr. Zhao and myself and Dr. Earle have all experienced this, I mean, the collection of information from volunteers, you actually solicit, you know, you say, have you had the following? And you record it, and you have to record it, and then someone comes back and checks that you've recorded it correctly. I mean, the whole purpose of clinical trials is to very, very carefully document side effects. And then countries like the United States and other countries around the world have systems to report side effects that occur, as Dr. Zhao said, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years after vaccination, because these rare events are things that, you know, can have catastrophic consequences for uptake and acceptance of vaccines. So we have to be very careful. The WHO has a special program to strengthen safety reporting in low and middle income countries. Really important to build confidence in vaccines.
Yeah, okay, thanks so much for that. We've got a few minutes left. Please, if any of you are watching and want to submit a question, please do. I can put it to the panel. One has come in. There's lots of discussion regarding those opposed. I think we may have answered this. Those opposed to vaccinations and even the possibility of compulsory vaccination. How do we bring the public with us on this journey? How important is public confidence? We have just answered that. But to that point, actually, I wanted to say, we've talked about the order of eligibility in which people should be vaccinated, but should we also be thinking a little bit more creatively? For example, should celebrities and high-profile people be seen to be vaccinated first? Would that encourage and make the general population more confident? Anyone thoughts on that?
Well, I'd like to come back on the issue of transparency and public education. We didn't quite get into that. I think what we've been saying is that the results have to be validated, they have to be reviewed properly, The agency has to be independent of political and other undue influence, and it has to be transparent so that the public sees that we are looking out for the best interest. You know, during the polio vaccine times in 1970s, we had a national campaign of vaccination, and that worked really well. And it happened again in 1980s, a national campaign. I think there needs to be a campaign by everybody, WHO, US government, etc., to talk about the transparency, the process of vaccine development to approval, to distribution, and the safety aspects, and to make people understand that it's important to be vaccinated. I think that has to be a concerted effort in that regard.
Yeah, something for everybody to think about. And Dr. Ella, you wanted to make a point earlier.
This anti-vaccine lobby is nothing wrong in it, having it. Okay, that brings democracy under control. And what I would say is today's situation of this vaccine is different from all other children's vaccine, because this is today economy is affected and everybody lost their job and people are hungry. Is the differences. They're not like earlier vaccines, which is child vaccination and other thing. That's number one. Number 2 point, any mRNA, usually only RNA virus can convert into DNA, but human mRNA will never convert back to DNA. So the people has to understand RNA of the human system will not convert back to DNA. Only RNA virus can do that, but not this way. So people should understand the science is different from this, what they're using. So nothing to be worried about it.
Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely. As we come to an end, we've just got a couple of minutes left. I wanted to look forward to next year. It's going to be a big year, obviously. Hopefully these initial 2 billion doses will be made available, but also Jim Campbell from the World Health Organization, member states of the WHO recently designated 2021 as the International Year of Health and Care Workers. Such important recognition of all the work they've done this year throughout the world.
Indeed, Louisa, just in the World Health Assembly, our first ever virtual World Health Assembly, testimony to the tireless efforts of health and care workers around the world, recognizing, of course, that whilst those in hospitals and healthcare facilities are critical, those that are looking after the aged population, working in informal settings as care workers, also are critical to the response. And we're hoping that the year will not just be a cause for recognition and celebration, but a platform for action. We need to invest in education, in employment, in their pay, in their terms and conditions, in their health and safety, their decent work. And we, just as Victor was calling out the investment that's needed for the ACT Accelerator, we need the investment as well for the workers that will drive its delivery in every single country around the world. A cause for action.
Jim, thank you so much. Gentlemen, before we get cut off, I know we could stay here all day talking about this. Literally one word, please, a date. When, from each of you, when do you think life will get back to normal? Just a date, please. Jim, Jerome Kim.
All right, I'll go first. I think it will be not until 2022 in most of the world.
Thank you. Dr. Zhao.
I agree.
2022. Dr. Ella in India.
Oh, we need to find an astrologer to find out the reason. But,
it's a bit of a trick.
But certainly one thing I can say is we'll have enough quantity of vaccine will be available. So definitely the disease will come by 2022.
Thank you. Jim, when do you think we'll experience normality again?
Well, the new normal is with us today. We have to do the basics. We have to do the basics well, get the vaccine going, and live with the changes over the next 18 to 24 months. We're making progress. The infection is coming under control in many, many countries.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. So much hope rests on these vaccines, so much at stake. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, your knowledge, and your expertise. Jim Campbell from the World Health Organization, Dr. Victor Zhao from the National Academy of Medicine in the USA, Dr. Jerome Kim, the International Vaccine Institute in South Korea, and Dr. Krishna Ella from Bharat Biotech in India. Thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow with another In Focus panel session. Join me then.
Thank you.
It is understudied compared to other non-communicable cable disease, yet almost 10 million new cases emerge every year. Dementia is the focus of our conversation today. Welcome everyone, wherever you are. My name is Rawa Oje, and I will be your host for this panel part of WISH 2020. I lost my life when my mom lost her cognitive abilities. I am now her shadow. I am not complaining from my duty towards her, but I am complaining about the lack of support I have. My husband left me as he couldn't see how we can have a normal life with her living with us, and I had to sacrifice my career and settle for a job that gives me more time to care for her. This is the testimony of a young woman caring for her mother suffering from Alzheimer. Dementia is a disability that drastically affects the life of carers as well. To talk more about policies that need to be taken to support both patients and carers, I will introduce members in alphabetic order. I have with me in the studio Dr. Omar Al-Ajnaf, Executive Director of Qatar Biomedical Research Institute. We also have with us from Doha Firas Al-Mir, Research and Policy Development Officer at WISH. We have also Paola Barberino, Chief Executive Officer at the Alzheimer's Disease International ADI, and Dr. Suzanne Hamad, Independent Research Consultant and former advisor to the Center for Elderly Empowerment and Care. Feel free throughout the panel to send us your question and to whom you would like to address it. We will try to make this conversation as interactive as possible. Each member will have 3 minutes to answer my first round of questions. Then we will move to your Q&As, so make sure you send us your question as soon as it comes to your mind. We would also like to hear from you. Tell us where you are watching from, and with a photo on social media using the hashtag #VirtualWish2020. So let's start with the WISH report this year about dementia. Mr. Al-Mir, can you begin the session by giving us a brief overview of the report? Firas, I think you need to unmute your teams. Perfect.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yes,
as we established, hi, my name is Firas Al-Mir. I'm a Policy Research Development Officer at WISH and one of the co-authors of the Dementia Policy Paper. Before I get started, I would like to thank my co-authors, two of whom are on the panel with us, Ms. Paola Barberino and Dr. Suzanne Hamad, as well as Dr. Hanadi Al-Hamed, team leader at Qatar's GDO team, Chris Lynch, Deputy CEO at ADI, and Dr. Ayaz Menek of Weill Cornell University. I'm assuming that many people tuning in will at least be somewhat familiar with dementia. But just so we establish a baseline, dementia refers to a number of chronic diseases that affect the cognitive functions of an individual in multiple ways, impairing things such as memory, orientation, the ability to focus, mood regulation, as well as a host of other possible symptoms. Its occurrence in individuals correlates strongly with age, but it is not itself a natural part of aging. Dementias are multifaceted conditions. When not given timely and effective intervention, they significantly alter the quality of life, not only for the person with the condition, but also for their carers as well. As we've heard from the testimony earlier, it also puts a cumulative strain on healthcare systems globally. According to the WHO, the projected economic cost of these strains will reach $1 trillion by 2030. Similar findings from the WHO say that as many as 40 million health and social care jobs and an additional 18 million health workers are needed to bridge the divide between the need for care and care provision. This is a global disease that requires coordinated national strategies, but we as a global community are falling behind on these global commitments. Early in the year, ADI published their third Plant Impact Report, revealing that only 33 countries at the time of publication had created national strategies, although this number has been bumped up since the writing of this policy paper and up to our session now, with a few more countries such as China and New Zealand coming out with national plans. Still, the overall trend is there. This is why our policy paper is significant. Qatar has made sincere nationwide efforts to tackling dementia, and the policy paper was authored to bring its commitments, successes, and future opportunities to light and present them to a more international audience. The paper outlines a broad strokes history behind the policy infrastructure that was laid out prior to Qatar's National Development Plan of 2018. While Qatar does not currently have published prevalence statistics on dementia, we can glean, based on estimates provided by the WHO, that there will be a projected 40,000 persons with dementia by 2050 in the country. In light of the potential challenges, Qatar has made national commitments to tackling dementia at least as far back as 2015 by joining the Global Dementia Observatory, a WHO-based cooperative global network dedicated to sharing best practices and data on dementia care, and being the first country in the EMER region to do so. In that same year, the National Dementia Stakeholders Group was created, comprised of the major healthcare providers such as PHCC, Private Healthcare Corporation, Hamad Medical Corporation, as well as care, advocacy, and research groups, as well as the Ministry of Public Health and other ministries such as the Ministry of Justice, acknowledging how cross-cutting the challenges of dementia are. The paper then discusses the policy commitments and successes made by utilizing that infrastructure in the wake of the QNDP, with a few current ones that I'd like to outline now. The establishment of the Raha National Alzheimer's and Memory Services Helpline, established in June, so quite current in light of COVID as well as the Memory which is a confidential service offering support and guidance to people with dementia and memory loss, and also providing support for their carers. The creation of the National Dementia Education and Workforce Training Program for nurses and carers in collaboration with ADI is the second one. Third was the creation of the National Clinical Dementia Guidelines. Fourth, creation of the Memory Outreach Program. There's also been the creation of memory clinics and PHCC, the establishment of multidisciplinary memory clinics for neurology, neuropsychology, geriatricians, old age psychiatry, occupational therapy for more complex cases. And also the development of the Qatari version of the Adam-Brooks cognitive examination. Moving on from the policy commitments and successes, the paper also discusses the progress made in both clinical and social research in Qatar. On the clinical side, clinical corneal confocal microscopy, an ophthalmic technique originally developed for assessing diabetic neuropathy, has been adapted to monitor for dementia as well as a number of other neurodegenerative diseases. And it has proven reliable enough to have received positive responses from the Alzheimer's Drug Discovery Foundation for more dedicated testing on dementia in Qatar. On the social research side, a few landmark publications have been made. In 2020, the first book comprehensively assessing the mental health landscape in Qatar was published, a collaborative effort between experts from multiple sectors, framing dementia through the lens of mental health for elderly adults and analyzing access to care and policy landscape and the policy landscape through that lens. In 2019, collaborative research between the University of Qatar and Ihsan outlined the challenges faced by home-based carers in a bid to address two major gaps in the knowledge base on dementia: information about the care and experience in regards to access to care, as well as the socio-cultural considerations specific to Qatar. There has also been collaborative research between Doha International Family Institute and the University of Calgary, outlining socio-demographic and economic considerations for family caregiving. The paper then discusses opportunities to further exploit and build off the groundwork established in Qatar. Further streamlining service provision by leveraging the network and resources provided by the National Stakeholders Group. Fostering community engagement by expanding on the representation and consultation of family caregivers and activating their roles within the larger scope of dementia care. 3, bolstering intersectoral collaboration. 4, utilizing religious and cultural norms to improve messaging, reduce stigma, and encourage health-seeking behaviors. And 5, advocating for continual pushes for awareness that are expanded to more consistent initiatives that aren't just tied to World Alzheimer's Month or World Alzheimer's Day. The paper ends on lessons that can be learned from Qatar's example expressed as policy recommendations. Firstly, by improving health and social care for persons with dementia and their carers. Second, facilitating help seeking before dementia is at the advanced stages by combating stigma and misinformation. 3, creating dementia-friendly spaces and social support for older persons. 4, mitigating the burden on families by providing more advice and support throughout the caregiving journey. 5, establishing a baseline of epidemiological and social data to support evidence planning and prevalence of dementia. 6, developing more specialized human resources in geriatric psychiatry and gerontology, health and social care professionals. And that was the final one, pardon. Hopefully, with the contributions of this paper, the efforts of Qatar can be realized by the global community. And in doing so, help realize the dream of a more dementia-friendly global community. And yeah, that's it, I'm done.
Could be setting an example, since you might be able to have the infrastructure to do it. Dr. Al-Ajnaf, the Qatar Biomedical Research Institute is one of the leading regional research centers on dementia. What are the most promising developments in the field?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to take part of this session. I think let me introduce you to Qatar Biomedical Research Institute, QBRI, which is a national institute operating and part of Hamad bin Khalifa University, aims to improve healthcare by innovation, through innovation in prevention, diagnosis, and treatment, and targeting diseases affecting Qatari population as well as the region. So Qatar Biomedical Research Institute established research centers under its umbrella, where they identified one of the most challenging diseases, including diabetes, neurological disorders, cancer, infectious diseases, and so on. Lately, we developed the Neurological Disorder Research Center, which is the only one exists in the region. Excuse me. So this unique research center, which exists only in the only one exists in the MENA region, is focusing on brain-related diseases that affecting, for example, children, like neurodevelopmental disorders, as well as tackling neurodegenerative diseases, including dementia, as Alzheimer's disease, dementia with Lewy bodies, and so on. What we have noticed, I mean, studies have been reported very clearly that there's a strong association between diabetes and dementia, and other complications. So you find diabetes type 2 patient, they about 40 to 50% of those more likely would develop some sort of dementia, including vascular dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and so on. So that's really very, very serious in a way that, as you know, in the population in Qatar and as well as the region, about 70 to 20% of our population affected by diabetes type 2. So as our population aged, and 10, 15 years from now, I think dementia will be more and more challenging for us. So that's why QBRI took an initiative and established an interdisciplinary program that focus on diabetes with dementia. Mm-hmm. And in collaboration with the Cornell Medical College at Qatar, as well as as well as HMC, mm-hmm. we put together interdisciplinary program where we identify, cohort of patient with diabetes with early dementia, MCI, as well as diabetes with dementia, diabetes without dementia, and healthy controls, to follow them for 4 years. So this approach, which we would like to apply holistic, omics, which advanced technology to identify blood markers for dementia with diabetes with dementia. The aim is to identify markers or risk markers that will help us to identify individuals or diabetes patients, those have high risk of developing dementia. Mm-hmm. And we are very, very excited this approach will lead to successful outcome. As you know, the early we interfere with any disease, the better outcome. So our aim is to identify risk markers that will help us to tackle the dementia as early as possible, including Alzheimer's disease. Mm-hmm. However, there's no simple blood test or a non-invasive test nowadays available, and therefore we aiming and we really putting so much efforts with our expertise and experts on the to tackle this issue and try to come up with the specific markers that associated with our population, our population, and hopefully that will lead to better treatment, specifically personalized medicine.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Ajnaf. Dr. Hamad, you led the first qualitative study on dementia caregiving in Qatar in 2016 and 2017. What key gaps did the study identify, especially as far as the community-based and social aspects of sustainable dementia care are concerned? And what still needs to be done in order to close these gaps and strengthen efforts currently being taken? Dr. Hamad, you need to unmute your...
Rawa, thank you very much for your question. And I'd really like to thank Firas and Dr. Omar for a brilliant overview of all Qatar has been doing. It's really taking huge strides and something to be proud of. I'd like to also take this opportunity to thank WISH for always considering the social and behavioral aspects of health issues, and particularly when it comes to dementia. Dementia is a disease that begins at home and ends at home. So the greatest onus is really on the family and the community. And this qualitative study that we conducted for the first time took us into the private realm of the family. And we are really grateful to these families because it's a very sensitive issue, and it showed us things from their perspective, from first signs through to diagnosis and management and care. And this is the stuff that the healthcare system does not see until someone presents himself or herself to their older person to the system. So one of the most striking gaps you asked me that I'd like to flag today is that most families still don't fully understand what dementia is and what it entails in all its stages. So they're rarely prepared for what hits them when a loved one in their family gets it. And we found a lot of misinformation, a lot of denial, a lot of stigma associated with it, lack of awareness of what are the pathways of care, what are the benefits available. And also there were a number of prevalent beliefs rooted in the local culture that acted as a double-edged sword. So on the one hand, a deep respect to protect and show dignity to the older person often led to delayed or prevented help seeking. So this is very important because this means that the cases of dementia reach the healthcare pathways in middle or advanced stages, and we want an earlier detection. It also means that families get much less support than they need at a later stage. So they're carrying a heavy burden for longer. And it also means that now we have some very rich data that helps us make our interventions much more effective and our campaigns more effective, because we can speak to the minds and hearts of people using their own beliefs and systems. Now, what needs to be done? That was the second part of your question. Qatar has a very good infrastructure in place. It's got a national plan, it's got strong leadership, it's got the human and financial resources. What we need to invest more now is bottom up to support all this infrastructure. And this needs to be done with and for families. I want to focus on 3 areas that I think is the way forward at the moment. So number one, communities need to be empowered with knowledge throughout all the stages, pre-diagnosis, at diagnosis, as things progress. And this can entail multilingual educational materials, health promotion outreach programs, much more coordination between health and social sectors to maximize the reach, and mobilize schools, universities, mosques, community centers, local ambassadors of caregivers who've been through it before, social media influencers, everyone. Let's step it up a notch, just like diabetes and cancer and mental health campaigns in Qatar have done and really achieved huge change. Focus on prevention within these education campaigns is so essential. And I'm sure many of you have heard about the Lancet study that really spelled it out in as simple as possible. Just like other NCDs, lifestyle changes can and will improve brain health and prevent or delay cognitive impairments by, listen to this, 40%. I mean, 40%, that's almost half. You can prevent things reaching a level where it's very difficult to cure. And as we all know, this is an issue, like once it's advanced, it's very hard to slow. But the thing is, efforts need to be systematic and coordinated for maximum impact. The second thing we need to do is support families more systematically and effectively. Many are still falling through the cracks, and through my previous job, I found that a lot of people during the COVID pandemic were regressing. So the families had a heavier burden, and the achievements we had made in their cognitive and physical progress went back. There was a lot of anxiety, a lot of withdrawal. The isolation did not help. So community outreach programs are more important than ever. They have to continue throughout the care journey, and families need continuous education, information, because this disease does not stay as is. It grows, it progresses. It's you know, and I say this as a carer myself. My father passed away many years ago with this disease, so I know it firsthand, and they need support throughout the stages. They need opportunities to vent and so forth. But families don't only need help. Families, we need to see them as partners and resources in holistic care, because it's a long-term disease, and they can support us in earlier detection, and they can support us in end-of-life care. In the long-term care. So they can be community educators, ambassadors, and the Qatar Association of Caregivers that has been spearheaded by the Hamad Geriatrics team is really a huge achievement and a great platform to mobilize families and reach out to them more. We should not forget those frontliners that are in direct contact with families. They also need more capacity building and more sensitization, because even them, you know, they admitted in our study, they said, you know, I mean, we also need to know what to do and how to pick up signs and how to be trained on basic early intervention. Finally, you can never have too much research. I think there's a lot to be done and an appetite and a need for it. So research ensures that interventions and services and campaigns are spot on. They're tailored for Qatar or for whichever context we're talking about. We also need to evaluate what we've done. What have we achieved? Is it effective? Should we change it? Should we fine-tune it? Should we expand it? Should we scale up to other countries? What can we exchange with other countries? I have a whole menu of possible research that needs to be done. We need to do knowledge, attitude, practice studies. What do people know? What do different generations know about dementia? Children, youth, older people, middle-aged. We need to look at gender aspects. We need to engage persons with dementia in their earlier stages in the research. Let's hear from them. What does this feel like? I remember my father telling me, Suzanne, what is happening to me? So there is a stage where they know something is happening. Let's talk to them. Let's hear from them. Let's support them in that early stage. A closer look at the risk factors in the Arab context. There's just a lot, and how to protect persons with dementia during pandemics like COVID and future public health emergencies. I could go on, but I'm aware of time.
Also, how early we can start with the awareness campaigns, because if you're talking about how a healthy lifestyle reduces drastically the chance of having dementia, then we need to start at a very early stage with the awareness of a healthier lifestyle. Ms. Barbarino, taking a more global view, how do the challenges within dementia care in Qatar compare to those globally? Are there any key differences or similarities? You need to unmute your laptop.
Thank you very much for allowing the global perspective on the panel. It has been a pleasure to collaborate on this report, and I really think that we need to focus on how Qatar has been embracing the challenge of dementia. And they've been quite exemplary, because throughout the process they have been looking at the global best practice and try and take the best that the world can offer, and also try and apply it concretely and practically and culturally appropriately to the Qatar size and experience, to a point that now we can really use the Qatar example as an example of excellence for the rest of the world. And this has been really an impressive way to go about the challenge. And as Dr. Hamad, as before her, all the speakers have pointed out, dementia is a very complex issue, and there are so many angles to it that we could speak about it forever. But we do need to focus on each one at a time. So the issues of care, and I think, again, Dr. Hamad has spoken a lot about awareness raising and stigma, is inextricably linked with that. A lot of governments around the world are still in denial about dementia. They're still refusing to admit that dementia is an issue. Now, Firas has given us a lot of numbers, many of which from WHO, many of which from my organization, from ADI, but let me give you a number that we haven't talked about yet. In 2015, we calculate that 82 billion hours globally were spent caring for someone with dementia, and that is the equivalent of 40 million full-time workers. And we estimate that by 2030, we're going to talk about 65 million. So this comes from a report that we did with Karolinska University a couple of years ago on informal care. So the issue of informal care is global. Everywhere in the world, people are providing informal care. And what for me is really important is that everywhere in the world, the underlying issue is about love, is about care. People are providing this care because often nothing else is available, and they love the people that they're caring for. And from that love comes a very great inner strength. And what we are trying to do here is to channel that inner strength, to channel that positive engagement and transform it into practical policies that can be applied at global level. So what I can tell you is that what I have seen in Korea, what I have seen in Kenya, what I have seen in Guatemala does not much differ. The cultural way that people go about caregiving may differ, but the underlying desire to help people that are in caregiving difficulty is there. And what has been always very heartwarming is the way that people like Suzanne Hamad are so keen and open and generous in trying to share what they learn from their experience with the rest of the world. So we have seen it over and over again during this COVID pandemic, when we have lost, let's make no mistakes, a huge amount of people with dementia to COVID-19. In Italy, they estimated around 20%, in England 26%, in Canada up to 66% of people in care homes had COVID-19 and died of COVID-19, had dementia. So especially now, we have had challenges that we hadn't had before, and the whole world has gone together. Taiwan and France taught the rest of us how to advocate to our governments to stop governments from arresting or fining people with dementia wandering in the street without social isolation or mask because they didn't understand it, or to help caregivers globally understand how to approach a person with dementia that may be very confused about someone wearing a mask. So these examples have been wonderful. And the way that we have all shared them freely and openly and quickly in order to do something, because this is, as somebody else pointed out earlier, this is as an avalanche, it's a torrent. We are not going to stop it. This is growing over and over again every single day. This is a big issue, and we do need to do our uttermost best. And yes, we do need research. Yesterday saw another great initiative being launched around research, for example, and we do need perhaps therapies that will help us eventually overcome this disease. That we certainly need. But in the meantime, we need care and we need love and we need to share.
You answered one of the questions that were directed to you about how did COVID-19 affect dementia patients, but how can we support carers who are now working 24/7 with dementia patients post-COVID-19?
Yes, this is a great problem. There are two things that are emerging now from the COVID-19 pandemics. There are many, but these two are relevant to your questions. One is that people living alone or relatively well alone or with their family with mild cognitive issues, they seem to be deteriorating as a consequence of social support services or the support of their families or of their wider circle, a narrowing because of the social distancing measures. So this is a big, big issue. The second one is about mental health issues of carers. We have had reports all over the world that carers that are in caring position in the absence of social support, in the absence of social services, are experiencing a much, much larger problem, and they are starting to feel that their caring responsibility, which is always very big, is becoming untenable. So we have a number of suggestions about this, and we've been publishing and creating resources online, as the people on the panel know, now for about 6 months. So there is too much really to go into this panel, but I would suggest anyone that has put that question to look at the website of Alzheimer's Disease International, alz.org.uk, and look at those resources, many of which are available in a number of languages, including Arabic, and they are culturally appropriate to the circumstance, because that's the other thing.
Especially for carers who are suffering from isolation, try to seek online help or online counseling that can help you maybe a little bit ease the isolation feeling. Dr. Al-Ajnaf, we have a question that you might be able to answer. Alzheimer's is the most common cause of dementia. In the past 20 years, there has been more than 100 attempts to develop an effective drug to treat Alzheimer's disease. Why have pharmaceutical companies failed until now to develop a cure for Alzheimer's?
This is a really important question. I think, as you outlined it, that the many clinical trials failed for the last 15 years or so. And I must say, a lot of funding and, has been wasted. But however, I think the most, point that I would like to highlight, what I've noticed, the drug company or pharmaceutical companies, they don't learn from mistakes or from the failed clinical trial, which has been already reported. They keep repeating the same approach, the same target, and the same way has been done before, and they expect it to get a different outcome. I always shout loudly and say, you will never get a different outcome if you're using the same approach. Simply, I think the most challenging part of it was starting the clinical trial quite late. I mean, by the time any patient show any signs of dementia or Alzheimer's disease specifically, most of the neurons at that affected region already lost. Mm-hmm. Not only that, the disease started about 15 to 20 years, started progressing before they shown the clinical signs. And therefore, it's too late to start any intervention, any cure or treatment for those patients. Having said that, Alzheimer's disease, like been one of our panel members highlighted, it's heterogeneous. By the time at the late stage, they shown really clear symptoms, could be another pathologies also developed. And it has been studied, confirmed that Alzheimer's disease patient can develop Parkinson's disease pathology, dementia with Lewy body pathology, other type of dementia pathologies. And therefore, targeting only one pathology is not going to be enough.
Does genetic sequencing can help in early detection or prevention of or delaying dementia?
The genetic test can be conducted, but only can serve 15% of the total patient. But 85% of those patients, they are sporadic and we don't know the cause. Mm-hmm. Also, I think, therefore, what we learn from this failure of the clinical trial, two things. I think there's no one size fits all. Mm-hmm. We need to look at carefully. The disease is heterogeneous. As I mentioned, some of the patients develop different pathology from others. But what we need a clear markers that to help us personalize the treatment. So markers, they have to identify the patient at a very early stage. So there's an urgent need for us to work hard and try to identify, simple markers. There are imaging markers now quite advanced. The good news this year, there's a new development, which is blood test has been shown. It's about 4 or 5 different studies that showing promising that can detect the Alzheimer's disease 20, 15 years before they show any symptoms. I'm very, very excited. All the scientific community excited, and in QBRI, we are planning to develop such assay in-house and try to test it in our Qatari population.
From the numbers you are mentioning, I go to Dr. Hamad because it seems like since 85% are not genetic, and so it's more of the health style. In this, there comes a stigma also, because definitely most people will say, oh, they had a bad lifestyle, maybe they were on drugs early, or maybe they were smoking. We don't even know what could be the unhealthy lifestyle that caused this. How did the MENA region fight stigma around dementia?
I think we're still fighting, actually. The stigma is still there. And I just want to comment on Dr. Agnaf's the fact that the cure is not there is one of the reasons that families feel hopeless. They feel, well, if there's no hope, why should we bring them in for early detection? So I just wanted to flag that. But about the stigma, I think it would be dramatically decreased with more information, the more they understand. Because, I mean, they're not stigmatizing. The modifiable lifestyle behaviors are not stigmatizing. It's exercise more. And correct me if I'm missing anything, Paula, but, exercise more, eat healthy, all the things that you need to do. Education was one, pollution is a new one that came up, alcohol is another. So they are all good things to do. So I don't see that as a stigma. I think the main stigma is that people are more comfortable talking about their loved elderly one with a physical illness. But when you talk about mental or cognitive, it's hard. It's hard to say my mother or my father or my whoever is, has a mental illness. So that is the main cause. We need to desensitize it and say dementia is a cognitive disease. It is not something negative. It's just like any other organ in the body becoming diseased. I think this is the main onus, that the information will correct a lot of the stigma.
I meant the stigma. If they got the disease, then people will say, oh, they had unhealthy lifestyle that caused the dementia. Firas, we have 1 minute for you to answer this question. Is there any policy in Qatar to support families with financial aid or leave from service to care for loved ones suffering from dementia, such as just in comparison to maternity leave when we have a child, then maybe when we are caring for an elderly with dementia, we could have a certain kind of care leave? Firas, you need to unmute your laptop.
Hi,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
To my knowledge, I'm not sure. Yeah, to my knowledge, that specific policy that separates dementia compassionate leave to other sorts of leave does not quite exist, but I am a bit hazy on the details. I would say in terms of future policies, I can't quite comment on that. And I would also like to defer to the panel in case there might be a gap in my knowledge.
So maybe we'll take this chance and this panel. Dr. Hamad seems to have the answer to that question.
Yeah. Yes, I know from families that we spoke to that were employed. In employment, there is compassionate, like leave without pay. I think it applies just to Qatari nationals, but they were allowed to take a year or 2 of unpaid leave. Yeah, so there is that flexibility. There's also support where there's a benefit where they can get a paid, subsidized nurse and a domestic helper because of that, to care for the older person. So that's brilliant.
So from here, it's a shout out for governments to think about how they can support carers to provide the proper care to dementia. I'm very sorry, Ms. Barberino, but we ran out of time. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Al-Ajnaf, Dr. Hamad, Ms. Barberino, and Firas Almir from Wish Policy. Tune in tomorrow for the last panel, and I'm really sorry for not having the time for you. Stay safe and stay healthy. See you soon.
Hello, everyone. With Qatar hosting the FIFA World Cup in 2022, this afternoon's forum discussion is centered on the health challenges of major sporting events. The organization responsible for the event in Qatar is the Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy, led by its Secretary General, His Excellency Hassan Al Thawadi. Welcome to him as he delivers this keynote address.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. One health, one world. I find it hard to envisage a message underpinning a summit as all-encompassing and as important as this one at this time. I'd like to first thank Her Highness Sheikh Hamouza bint Nasser for her vision in creating WISH, an initiative I think we are appreciating this year more than ever. 2020 has challenged humanity in a manner not seen in over a century, as we all collectively battle the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, while we must be conscious that the effect of the pandemic has not always been equal, often varying dependent on geographical location or financial capability, COVID-19 has a significant impact on us all, and the challenge of coping with and overcoming its far-reaching consequences must serve as a catalyst to unite us. Our collective future hinges on a coordinated and coherent approach to public health, both physical and mental. This was a necessity before the spread of COVID, and now that necessity is an imperative. Now, sports must be considered as a critical vehicle for contributing to that shared mission. As societies strive to emerge from lockdowns, sports is playing an important role in our journey towards a return to normalcy. The initial trailblazers were Germany's Bundesliga. They carefully crafted a safe environment for a behind-closed-doors return to football as early as May, and in cooperation with leading medical experts, local state authorities, and the federal government. Sports bodies around the world followed suit, with a variety of unique approaches to facilitate safe restarts. The NBA completed their season and playoffs under bubble conditions, with rigorous testing, technologies applied for purposes of track and trace, and an entire ecosystem built around protecting the health of all involved. We were fortunate enough to learn from these leading examples, which in turn helped us develop our own stringent health and safety protocols, which enabled professional football to resume in our country, with Qatar being the first in the region to restart its top professional league. Around the world, professional sports has served as a bridge between lockdown and reopening. These restarts were not only important for the global football calendar that have been so heavily impacted, but much more so for people's mental health. Football's resumption was the light at the end of the tunnel that so many of us needed as the pandemic hit its peak. And once again, it showed football and sports power by digitally connecting people around the world as we all rejoiced on the return of the beautiful game. Now, the restarts initiated have also functioned as a testing ground for the trial and development of technologies and health protocols that are assisting us in managing the transition from COVID life to a post-pandemic world and will help us shape the immediate future of sports as we know it. We still have 2 years until Qatar's FIFA World Cup kicks off, and we're optimistic that the first ball will be kicked in that new era, where we will all call the post-COVID world. Now, since COVID-19 was first reported in Qatar in March, the virus has presented us with numerous challenges that we have faced head-on. These include protecting the welfare of workers, building our infrastructure, creating a safe environment to play competitive sports, and adjusting our plans where necessary to ensure that we're ready for all scenarios ahead of 2022. With over 18,000 workers mobilized on our infrastructure sites at the onset of the pandemic, we acted promptly to minimize risk of infection and to ensure their safety in line with our government's public health protocols. This included demobilizing those aged over 55 and with pre-existing health conditions, and anyone our medical officials deemed most at risk, with no effect on salaries, and food and accommodation covered for any individual forced to temporarily relocate. The proactive strategy that we employed enabled us to manage the spread of COVID-19 on our projects for up to 6 weeks until the first case was reported. Under the guidance and approval of the local health authorities, we introduced our own 1,000 bed capacity isolation facility to ensure the monitoring and maintenance of strict quarantine protocol to minimize the spread of infection among the rest of the workforce. 1,175 workers tested positive in total, and sadly, 1 individual passed away. In general, the recovery rate was very strong, an indication of the first-class treatment that our country's medical infrastructure offers, along with the specific measures that I outlined previously. We closed the isolation facility in mid-August due to the significant drop in cases, and we continue to review the situation on a daily basis, following local guidelines to protect the health and safety of all workers and staff. Now, underpinning the relative success of the approach was constant communication with the workforce. We conducted this through several channels, including multilingual awareness sessions with in-house health experts. 180,000 residents, including our own SC workforce, were given access to an app focused on COVID-19 awareness. And we initiated a mental health awareness campaign in partnership with the Ministry of Public Health and Hamad Medical Corporation. Turning our attention to the field of play, we hosted 36 group stage and knockout matches of the Asian Football Confederation's Champions League under bubble conditions in Doha, with 16 teams playing from West Asia, encompassing a period of just over a month. Now, to enable the success of the bubble, we worked closely with local government and non-government partners to provide rigorous testing, hotels with biosecurity measures, and medical staff and facilities dedicated to the players' well-being throughout the event. Our assessment of international examples and knowledge-sharing initiatives with leading sports bodies such as the Bundesliga helped us develop our bespoke Qatar model that enabled these matches to go ahead safely and securely. It was a model that proved successful, and this week, I'm proud to say that we begin hosting 16 East Asian teams under the same format, where we will witness more than 40 professional matches take place, in a positive affirmation in the trust that the global football community has in Qatar's ability to deliver a safe environment for sports within the current climate. The global reaction from fans to the AFC Champions League resuming was a clear example of the importance of sports, as billions of fans across Asia once again anticipate professional continental football resuming. At a time when unfortunately second waves and new lockdown measures are looming in many countries, it is an important break so many need from the reality of day-to-day life, and it offers us, all of us, a chance to connect with one another again, even if it is digitally. We certainly hope that by November 2022, we are able to play host to a global celebration in a post-COVID world and connect with one another in person. And we sincerely hope that we're able to welcome as many visitors as possible to our country, as well as to our region, many of whom will be visiting for the first time and experiencing their first taste of the Middle East and the Arab world. We're acutely aware of the socioeconomic effects of the pandemic around the world, and we are striving to offer an affordable and safe World Cup. A significant part of our planning over the last 10 years has focused on working with international partners and understanding best practice with regard to hosting major sporting events under new conditions. Through a combination of dialogue, discussion, and learning with our partners, we are working tirelessly to ensure that we're as best prepared as possible and are confident we can collectively overcome whatever may lie ahead of us. It is my sincere hope that between now and then, that our societies and communities continue to work together to overcome the pandemic. It is important for all of us to remember the sacrifices and the incredible efforts the medical personnel and essential workers have exerted and continue to exert for the benefit of societies throughout this period. The pandemic has brought to light so many instances of humanity, and it's at its best and at its crucial that we draw upon that spirit and that we unite as we navigate collectively towards a better future. Now, as I mentioned in my introduction, this summit and its message could not be more timely. We're looking towards the leaders in global health to drive us forward in the post-COVID world and a return to a sense of normality. And I ask that we all remember the power that sports has to contribute to our shared cause, and to ensure that we harness that power in the future for the sake of public health, for the sake of our communities, and for the sake of a brighter future for the generations to come. Thank you and good evening.
Well, Hassan, I'd love to pick up on a couple of points you made in that address and talk, I suppose, about how sport in particular can be used to really sort of develop and better society. What are your thoughts on that?
Look, again, I think, it goes without saying, and I think everybody's experienced it, sports is a fundamental part of our lives, whether we participate and so on. It forms a fundamental part of our life. It's, it's part of society. It's part of the community, part of community building initiatives and so on. So, to the extent that, for example, we look at, COVID and what COVID kind of imposed on us, right? The isolation, the separation from individuals and so on. I think the return of the leagues, for example, the return of the Bundesliga, the NBA, as sports started coming on, in my personal opinion, it created a semblance of normalcy, at least. While people were isolated at home, there was live content to consume that kind of connected us, even if it was virtually, but it created a connection between us. It's a very intangible value, but we tend to sometimes underestimate it, what it means. But I think, as I said, when you saw the Premier League coming in, Liverpool winning the league, for example, whether you're supporting or not, but everybody was part of that discussion, right? Everybody was we became, a virtual community, but we kind of were all interconnected. And that's what sport allowed for us to kind of experience in real time. So that's from the emotional, let's say, societal point of view. But if you look at it also from the other point of view, let's take it from more pragmatic approaches. When the Bundesliga started, when the NBA started, the concept of the bubble to bubble was implemented. I think it started being, the issue of immediate COVID tests were being explored. The issue of kind of putting in protocols to ensure, let's say, the health and safety of every individual being put in place. These protocols were then applicable on a wider scale. They were, let's say, the way I would call it, Petri dishes, tests to be utilized that can then be applied on a wider aspect. The advancement, the innovation that was applied to host major sporting events was then applied on other level, on other, there was other applications for it. This is the significance of sport. And I think, if we look at it, if we always view it in a much more deeper way, if we shift our paradigm a little bit, we then get to realize that as a vehicle, as a platform, sports, whether it's professional sports, whether it's grassroots sports, is a very powerful tool that I think we've come to appreciate more during the COVID time, and we have to utilize and we have to appreciate, or we have to exploit it even more going forward.
And if people, watching this now and listening to this, they think about some of the sporting events of the past year, which have been postponed, the Olympic Games, European Championships, and loads of smaller sporting events as well. How has coronavirus or COVID affected your preparations for the World Cup in 2022?
Well, I think, it's very important to highlight that, we took a page out of the country's playbook, right? So the idea was that we wouldn't fully shut down, knowing the implications that the shutdown has, both on the economy, as well as, more importantly, on the mental health and the emotional health of individuals. So we took a playbook, a page out of the country's playbook in terms of implementing procedures and processes to ensure the health and safety of every individual, while at the same time trying to maintain a semblance of normalcy and continuity. And so we were able to maintain that throughout the period. So our work continued, even though it was at a slower pace, but we isolated all at-risk individuals, all people with underlying conditions and so on. We put them within a certain facility to isolate them and to reduce their risk of exposure. We continued with the work and with an aggressive track and tracing system that the government had implemented. And so work progressed and work continued. Individuals that were taken out as a result of being positive or individuals that were taken out as a result of isolation were taken care of in terms of, there was no discrimination in terms of healthcare. Healthcare is provided to everybody along, equally. Pay was taken care of as well. Nobody was deducted any pay for being out of the workforce, but rather, even if somebody was COVID positive or so on, everybody was taken care of from the financial security point of view as well. And so what it allowed us to do is continue with work. As I said, albeit at a slower pace when the numbers were at its highest, but work continued nevertheless. So that was from let's say, the infrastructure or the development point of view. From the operational point of view, we took it, again, we learned from others. So we looked at what the NBA had done. We looked at what the Bundesliga had done. We learned from what they had done as well, and the Champions League and so on. And so we started hosting our own events. So we hosted, for example, the West Asia Champions League. We had all the countries put in one place. Normally they would play in different groups in different countries. They were all located in Qatar. We implemented, and I would like to say we improved the bubble-to-bubble system, because it was a slightly complicated system that we implemented in terms of bubble-to-bubble, moving from one place to another. And despite a number, obviously there still being positive cases, it was highly successful, to the extent that today we are hosting the East Asian Champions League. So countries from East Asia, from China, Japan, Korea, and so on, are actually, these clubs are being hosted in Qatar, applying again the bubble-to-bubble system that we applied previously, which was successful, moving forward. Now, obviously, what this is helping us do is it's also, we're learning, we're applying it on the ground, applying practical solutions, medical solutions, health solutions, in conjunction with the Ministry of Public Health over here, to ensure the safety, the health and safety of everybody, but in a very practical and pragmatic manner. Next year, we have a number of events that are being held. We're hopeful that by next year, the vaccine, which seems to be a promising result right now, we're hopeful that this will be in place. And we will look at, towards Tokyo, we will look at towards Common Ball, towards the Euros that will be held next year, or are scheduled to be held next year as well, and learn from them as well. So that by 2022, from the medical and health perspective, we will be ready to host everybody, which I hope will be the first global gathering at the end of the pandemic.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point, isn't it? You talk about the first global gathering, and I'm sure you're already looking beyond 2022 as well. So what are your hopes for future years and future events?
Look, I think it's important to highlight one thing, or just to clarify, when I said the first global, because, obviously the Olympics in Tokyo 2021 will be the first, let's say, global major event, but I believe it will still be at the tail end, or still, let's say, hasn't reached the tail end of COVID. So there's still going to be the impact of COVID and the remnants of COVID. I think by the end of 2022, hopefully from a medical and health point of view, we would have overcome it. We will be the first global celebration for everybody getting together. Obviously, there's a lot of other impacts that have to be also addressed, and I think COVID's, the silent, or people are speaking about it now, the mental health and the emotional impact of COVID, both from the medical stress, but also more importantly from the economic impact and the stress that it has to be addressed as well. In terms of what I hope for, beyond 2022, just to clarify, you're talking about, the legacy of 2022, or you're talking about in general?
The legacy
point of view, we've always said this is at a time when I think we have all been equalized, if you will. It's the great equalizer, COVID, right? It put everybody on notice. I'm hoping that 2022 will be the spark, or will be, the major global event where we can bring people together. We've always said it'll be an opportunity to break down stereotypes. It'll be an opportunity from a human to human level, from a person to person level, an individual to individual level, to get to know each other, to get to kind of interconnect, to kind of do away with the stereotypes and actually get to know a person from a different culture and a different background as an individual, and create, hopefully it'll be the spark of creating a global community, a true global community, celebrating the end of COVID, but more importantly also celebrating our differences and our similarities together. Beyond 2022, look, we've launched a lot of legacy programs and a lot of legacy projects. But to simply summarize it, I do hope that we look back on 2022 as I said, as an event that has improved some people's lives, one way or the other. We've worked very hard towards delivering that, and I'm very proud to say that our legacy is already being delivered now. When we look at worker welfare reforms and labor reforms that are happening, when we look at the sustainability strategies that we've put in place from an environmental point of view as well, hopefully we'll be the first carbon neutral World Cup. But I believe that the first Middle Eastern Arab World Cup will also add value to the individuals that have contributed to delivering it, but also more importantly to the individuals or the fans that have come from different parts of the world to celebrate it, that they will walk away with something positive out of it, whether it's emotional, whether it's a bonding between families, whether it's creating long-lasting bonds between people, between fans, or whether it's also, supporting the entrepreneur and business communities within the region as well.
I hope you're able to achieve all that. Thank you very much for your time. It's been lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this WISH panel discussion where we're looking at the healthcare challenges in hosting major sporting events. We know that they can provide a multitude of benefits to the host countries, valuable infrastructure investment, tourism, loads of things, which hopefully we'll discuss all of that over the course of the next hour or so. And you heard quite a bit of that from His Excellency Hassan Al Thawadi, the Secretary General of Qatar's Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy. Now, the WISH Health Challenges in Major Sporting Events Forum discussion will explore, as we say, over the course of about 60 minutes or so, with loads of questions, hopefully from you, all of you who are watching in various parts of the world. We'll look at some of those key challenges in greater detail over the course of the next 60 or so minutes. So thank you so much for being with us. So thank you once again for being with us. Let me introduce this wonderful panel, which we've managed to assemble for you today. We have, if you can all give us a little wave as I introduce you, we've got Abby Hoffman, who's Senior Executive, Ministry of Health, Canada. We've got Dr. Abdul Wahab El Musla, who's the Deputy Executive Director, Medical Affairs, Supreme Committee for Delivery and Legacy in Qatar. Thank you so much for being with us. Professor Lucille Bloomberg, who's a Deputy Director from the National Institute for Communicable Diseases, South Africa. Incredibly long title as well. Thank you for that. Tina Endricks, who is Head of Global Health Security from Public Health England. And last but by no means least, we have Ken Scott, who's the Head of Inspectorate from Sports Ground Safety Authority in the UK. Ken, lovely to have you with us. Thank you, all of you, for being here. And another big thank you to everybody who has joined from various parts of the world. The plan for the next hour or so is to have a good discussion with our esteemed guests here, and we'd love you to get involved. So do send your questions in using the usual channels, and we'll try and get through our experts as we can, and we'll have a good discussion hopefully, and you'll be able to get some takeaway from it. So as we set things up and look at these healthcare challenges, let's have a look at a film which Abby has made for us, which can set us up for our discussion today. So take a good look.
Hello, my name is Abby Hoffman. I'm from Canada. I'm a senior executive in the Ministry of Health for Canada and a member of the Executive Board of World Athletics, the governing body for track and field internationally. Leading countries and cities on every continent have hosted major international sport events for many decades. These events are opportunities for host nations to showcase their unique cultures and logistical capabilities. The biggest events bring people together as the world pauses to celebrate excellence and cheer on their nation's teams. The enormous costs of staging these events notwithstanding, many nations and cities see a major sport event as a unique way to raise their profile and put themselves on the global map. The data on the economic benefits of staging major sporting events show mixed results, but the reputational opportunities are far greater, especially for newly emerging economic powerhouses. A successful event with captivating venues, exciting new infrastructure, and the use of innovative technology to event presentation can pay huge dividends and vault a less well-known country to world-class stature. But as is the case for any mass gathering, there are considerable risks. Mass gatherings take many forms. They may be spontaneous or planned many years in advance. In either case, the assembly of large numbers of people in one place doing things they do not normally do in an unfamiliar and unique environment inevitably poses challenges for the health sector. Our focus is on recurring international sport events, the Olympic Games and other multi-sport events, and single sport world championships such as the World Cup of Football can be equally complex. These events involve large numbers of participating teams, domestic and international visitors, media, organizers, and support personnel gathering for anywhere from a few days or weeks to a month or more, and often in multiple locations, requiring considerable movement around the host country and all the pressure on infrastructure and local populations that entails. The COVID-19 pandemic has forced the sport world to deal with the most extreme situation of risk and uncertainty it has ever faced. Agonizingly difficult decisions have been made to cancel, postpone, or drastically modify the conditions under which major events can take place. The unpredictable trajectory of the pandemic, the rapidly evolving and changing understanding of the virus make planning and executing countermeasures to ensure the safe delivery of events extremely difficult. The best advice changes literally on a daily basis. Events whose success normally rests on assiduous planning and immaculate execution are now faced with preparing for multiple scenarios and unknowns. Lessons from the experiences of host country organizers and international sport bodies as they execute events during the pandemic will be invaluable. If multi-sectoral collaboration was a key success factor in the past, the pandemic has made it even more compelling. Our report focuses specifically on the health and public health challenges which arise in the hosting of major sport events. Our goal is to outline how governments, policymakers, public health authorities, and healthcare systems can and must work together in the lead up to and during an event in order to, first of all, protect the health of visitors, spectators, participants, and the local population. Secondly, use event planning efforts as an opportunity to design and put in place a lasting health and public health legacy in the host cities and countries. And thirdly, to ensure that this knowledge and learning is shared with future hosts who can adapt that intelligence to their own situations. These three areas are, in our view, positive health goals for any major sport event. And we make recommendations in each area to help policymakers planning for future events. Each event is different, and each benefits from the in-depth guidance provided by the corresponding international sport governing body and previous hosts of the same event. Our recommendations complement that advice. Of course, external guidance must always be implemented in a way that takes account of the specific context and situation of a host country and host cities. As the calendar moves closer to the Qatar 2022 FIFA World Cup, we hope this forum report furthers the case for evidence-based, multi-sectoral, transparent planning and execution for future events. Mindful, of course, that the need for agility and adaptation when circumstances change, as they invariably do, is equally critical. Thank you, and we look forward to joining you and you joining us for the Wish Forum session on international sporting events.
Thank you very much for that, Abby. I do like the way you're wearing exactly the same neck scarf for this as you were for that. Beautiful planning. I feel like I should give a bit more information about Abby as well. She is, of course, a world-class middle distance athlete, 4 times appearing in Olympic Games, Commonwealth Games, gold medalist as well. So when it comes to these big events, she knows her stuff. So the plan is I'll kick things off with some questions to some of our panelists, and then do feel free to get involved. And Tina, I'd love to come to you first of all, listening to what we've heard already from Hassan and from Abby, and bearing in mind going back to London in 2012, I think, where legacy planning was central to London's bid to host those Olympic Games. What are we now, 8 years ago? There was regeneration we saw in East London, encouraging sports participation, trying to strengthen the public health systems as well. How do you now, Tina, I suppose, look and evaluate the success of what you did then? And I wonder whether you'd do anything differently if you had your time over again.
Thanks, Dan, and really pleased to be here and be able to be part of this panel. It's always interesting looking back. 8 years seems an awful long time ago now, and the world is such a different place now. Really pleased to hear about some of the legacy work that's going on in Qatar, and great for them to be looking at that. I will say that though legacy was an integral part of the London 2012 planning, from a public health perspective where I was sitting, it wasn't always where the key focus was. A lot of it was around getting everything in place and operational actually for the games themselves. But as you say, there was a huge amount of investment. The UK government took the opportunity to place London 2012 in the East End of London, which we normally have about 6 million visitors during that same period as we ran the games in London 2012. We would never normally send them to the East End of London. So it was an opportunity for investment in that community, building a lot of infrastructure, transport, housing, businesses, the Olympic Park itself, which became a major part of the legacy. That's now a major sports stadium for football, but also the velodrome, the swimming pool are used by the local population. And that's given them a central hub to actually improve lifestyle. The venue where the Olympic Park was built was actually a really run down, very polluted, contaminated site. So there's a lot of kind of work done of the renovation and remediation there to be able to build that. So huge investment, but actually it's a fantastic area and part of London now, and actually a place where people choose to go, which I would have said a few years ago might not have been the case, and apologies for people from that area for saying that. But it's really difficult to evaluate. Some of the infrastructure things, the things we've been talking about, they're easy to judge. But from a public health perspective, it's quite difficult to actually measure when you look at doing some of the behaviour change activities about how you kind of try and improve hygiene practice to reduce the chance of infectious diseases. Very, very pertinent now with the COVID-19 pandemic going on, and there'll be some interesting studies on that about the changes and improvement in hand washing, hygiene practice longer term. The belief is that there will be a reduction in other infectious diseases because of it, but it takes a long time and a lot of repeated messages for shifts to actually happen, so that'll be useful. There was an uptake in some sports activities, so cycling particularly from London 2012, huge amount of interest and investment on that, not only maintaining the velodrome in the Olympic Park, but the amount of cyclists on the streets and roads of London now. But that is successful because they then put all the cycle lanes in as well and invested in the infrastructure to enable that to happen. So I suppose my message is that it's not easy because there has to be long-term funding and that's sustainable to actually make that difference and that long-term legacy. From a public health perspective, we invested in improving our surveillance systems. So we put some additional ones in. We did a big exercise on what we've considered the main risks from a public health perspective and what we need to do to have the assurance when we had our Prime Minister phone up at 4 o'clock in the morning saying we have a rumour that somebody's ill and this is what's caused it. We needed to have the access to the systems data intelligence to be able to provide a robust answer to that and understand what was going on. So we improved a couple of our what we call our syndromic surveillance systems, which are just routine systems that pull data out of your hospital A&E department and analyse that to see if there's any difference against the normal data that comes through. And we've maintained them. They are now part of our routine systems, which is really brilliant, and it's given us more robust systems. We also invested a lot in the people, about the training, capacity building. Again, that was really good. I will say that some of it is obviously short term. There's a lot of attrition of people after the events. People move on. So when you're looking at reviewing your legacy afterwards, and I'm involved in part of the upcoming Commonwealth Games planning in Birmingham, there's only about 3 of us left in the system. So some of that institutional learning and knowledge does actually go, and that's one of the things that why it's important to do documentation reporting very, very quickly afterwards. So I think there's some really good things, but it is more difficult than we'd actually imagine. I think some of the things I would say for people, it's about having it as part of your core planning, which it was, but there wasn't a huge investment from the UK government perspective for the public health particularly. We had to kind of fight for some money, but the benefit has been realised from doing that and making sure that's part of our core business now. It's around engagement, about making sure that everybody involved understands why this is important, having from the host organisation, the IOC, FIFA, the government, the host city, the public, so people understand the benefits for hosting and being involved in these events, and then they will buy into it. You'll have that continued engagement and involvement going on. We were very much also held to account by UK government for spending UK funding. So actually we had to demonstrate the benefit long term and why we've maintained this and why we needed additional funding. And I think there's something around building the evidence base, what really actually works, what should people be looking at for future events and hosting and sharing that documentation. I'm lucky it's now part of my core job that I get to travel around the world and tell people about their planning and legacy. But it's something that really needs to be embedded in the process of transfer between events and host cities and organisers. So I think that's probably the 2 key things I think need to be done about that kind of buy-in and the sustainable funding and sharing the kind of like the core learning. You wanted me to mention something about what will we do differently. I think it is around starting the planning earlier. From the public health perspective, we were planning for our legacy while we were actually in the middle of the games, to be honest. We'd done the work to identify the core systems we wanted to do, but around doing some of that evaluation, we didn't invest the time to do the research and the monitoring and the long-term evaluation. It's easy to do it quickly after the event, but to actually gain a real insight into it, it needs to be a long-term programme of work. And unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to do that or the foresight to actually think that we needed to do it at the times. When you're in the middle of doing it, it just doesn't quite happen as well as you'd like it to be.
Well, I think we all appreciate your honesty on that one, Tina. Thank you very much. And I think it's really important, isn't it, to be open and honest about things that you've learned from what you did right and things that you could have done slightly better as well. And Abby, to pick up on some of those points, and Tina's talking about that really delicate balance of trying to get things right around these major events. And one of the constant issues through the planning and then actually putting it on as well is trying to balance those strict governing body demands at the same time as keeping the local population happy. So how do you do that?
Well, look, that is an enormous challenge, and I think it's probably fair to say, building both on what Tina said and I think experience that anyone associated with any of these major events has had, is that there are forces that really conspire against a focus on legacy and the aftermath and the longer term, and conspire against planning, mapping out, and fully executing a broader health agenda. So let me just say a little bit about that, because I think understanding those pressures can be helpful. First of all, it's good to remember that when a city or a country wins the right to spend millions, hundreds of millions, maybe even billions on a major sport event, they've done that at the end of a very competitive process through which the international governing body, who is the franchise holder, has set a very high bar. And this prospective host city or country, in the course of presenting themselves for and their candidacy, make all kinds of commitments. And they make commitments mainly about how they will deliver the event. Sure, they talk about legacy, but they know that the decision ultimately is going to be, are they going to execute this event in a way that helps grow the international audience, that adds to the reputation of the sport, and burnishes, frankly, the reputation of the international governing body. These are the things that are looked for. And, that host city may not realize what they're getting into, although they've talked about it. And frankly, the international franchise holder they are conflicted, but they capitalize on this dynamic, because on the one hand, they want the security of believing that the host hasn't overreached, that actually has the capacity to do what they say they can do. But at the same time, they're actually exploiting, maybe in a positive sense, the preparedness of host cities and countries to make a monumental effort, mobilizing resources, creativity, and innovation to put on a fantastic event that will further enhance the reputation and value of the sport. And so in the aftermath of the successful bid and in the years that follow, the host country will feel this incredible pressure to fulfill all the commitments that it has made. And this is positive in a way. They're motivated by that sense of commitment, but they're very conscious of the reputational risk that is associated with the possibility of failure in some element of game staging. And the result of that is that dealing with the immediate objective of staging the event successfully tends to overwhelm the best intentions that they may have expressed initially about protecting the local population and achieving other more important, or at least equally important, domestic objectives, including in the health sector. And this pressure is unrelenting. The international body continues to monitor developments closely. Delegation after delegation arrives in the host city to meet with the local organizing committee, public authorities, you name it. And frankly, the contract that the host has with the franchise holder allows the franchise holder basically to give direction on anything and everything. And I'll just give you one example. Last November, just 7 months before the Tokyo Olympics, the now postponed Tokyo Olympics, but the International Olympic Committee told, not asked, told the Tokyo Organizing Committee, guess what? We're worried about a heat event, and you're going to move the marathons from Tokyo to a city almost 1,000 kilometers away in Sapporo, Japan. This is a monumental shift and an expensive one. But in this case, the IOC had all the marbles, and frankly, the Japanese organizers had none. So let me just make a couple of other comments. In our paper, we sort of set out this a sort of triad, if you like, of health objectives and requirements for these events. Obviously, they're ones immediately associated with staging the event, the known ones, provision of health services and so on. Then there's a category of possible health risks. Could be infectious disease outbreaks, water or foodborne contamination, the health aftermath of a catastrophic event, something of that nature. Clearly, the organizing committee has to deal with those kinds of events and prepare for them and have the infrastructure in place to ramp up capacity quickly if needed to deliver should one of these events materialize. But then thirdly, there is this area of interest that Tina touched on, which is the use of a major sport event to achieve public health objectives. They could be physical activity, clean air, green transportation, smoking cessation, responsible alcohol use, healthy eating, avoidance of infectious diseases, you name it, all pursued in a manner which helps reduce health inequalities. That's a big agenda. And so the question is, how can a host actually make sure there's a focus on all three of these, and particularly the latter? So let me just finish with these three quick points. These are considerations that I think are really important. The first is acknowledging from the outset that there will be these tensions between the local authorities and the international franchise holder, and that they will need to be managed, and that the host needs to be resolute in dealing with them and managing that relationship. Secondly, the right organizational structures and governance relationships need to be in place locally. The LOC, the Local Organizing Committee, is preoccupied with the event itself. Other public authorities have to be engaged to deal not only with supporting event delivery, but some of these longer term and broader objectives. And sometimes, maybe as we've recommended in our report, you need a chief medical and public health officer who is an individual. They may not have the authority, but they have a mandate to champion and express a vision about the breadth of the health agenda associated with one of these events. And finally, and I think Tuna alluded to this in her comments, for there to be a meaningful legacy, there has to be a real commitment to it from the outset. The good words that are uttered need to be operationalized. They need to be planned for right from the beginning, or otherwise the human resources and the mobilization that's required to meet those objectives just simply won't happen. So I'll just leave it at that and look forward to the discussion and the remarks from my colleagues on the panel. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Abby. Everybody seems to be talking about planning, and a bit more planning at the moment. And I was watching Professor Lucille Blumberg nodding along to both what Tina and Abby were saying. And to sort of come to South Africa, which, you know, I was there in 2010. It was a great Football World Cup. But South Africa, and Professor, didn't have some of the, I suppose, the resources on tap that some of the other host nations of major sporting events have had. So were there any health-related opportunities that you could sort of highlight that anybody listening might think might be a good example for something going forward that you were able to do in South Africa?
Well, this was the first major, first time FIFA had been held on the African continent, and our first go at it. And the focus was on non-communicable diseases, on accidents, mass events associated with this kind of event. And communicable diseases were nowhere to be seen. And then influenza H1N1 came along, just as coronavirus has come along now, and it really changed the way we had to look at things. There weren't lots of resources. They'd been spent on infrastructure. So trying to, get the resources to focus on not just H1N1, but a number of outbreaks that were being experienced in the country was really quite a mission. We had a measles outbreak, we had a Rift Valley fever outbreak. One of the reporters got measles on the day of arrival. He was in an apartment block with 1,000 people in that building. We showed that he'd acquired it in Europe and not in South Africa, which was great, using good laboratory techniques. But we had to do something about H1N1. It was the second year of the pandemic. We kind of knew that it didn't cause severe disease, so that was a relief. But we had no bubbles, we had no distancing, we had We had no testing on site. We had no sanitizers. We had vuvuzelas that are great at transmitting respiratory diseases and are always at happy events. And I think we were quite lucky. We did close the schools, which were obviously a very important source of influenza. But, you know, the event was held during our major winter influenza season. And I think we were lucky. I think H1N1, you know, obviously realized wasn't that severe. I think closing the schools kind of pushed the influenza curve along. We managed to get hold of some new vaccine to vaccinate frontline healthcare workers. And I'd like to say luck favors the prepared, but I think we really were lucky. If this had been taken place after COVID, I wonder how the event would have looked. So I think my message is consider communicable diseases and set up a system where you can monitor a number of priority conditions, you know, those that are going to change your event if they occur, because they're, I think on the African continent, I've been involved in sporting events during the Ebola outbreak. If you get a suspected Ebola or something that looks like Ebola, you can close your event unless you can confirm that it's not that disease and it's something else, that you're prepared to respond in advance and that you communicate very quickly. So I think communicable diseases are, you know, I think we've learned now, absolutely critical in your preparation. And you need simple systems to monitor, to diagnose. You need some training of staff. These are diseases that many of them haven't seen. You need diagnostics that are accessible or you can refer to. And you need some infection prevention and control training. I think COVID has really shown the way there. So I think it's about being prepared to respond, not, you know, being taken by surprise, responding very quickly before rumors get out and harm your event. And yeah, I think those are the important lessons that we learned. I wouldn't want to do the FIFA now in South Africa post-COVID. I think it would be a very, very different scenario.
Yeah, and I think maybe all sporting events would be professional. And I know many people at the time wanted to ban the vuvuzela for the sound, but now look back at it thinking what we're all going through at the moment, and that sort of communicable disease part of it as well. Let's touch on sort of what life will look like now then. And we're not quite post-COVID yet, are we? But we are in the midst of this pandemic. Let's bring in Ken Scott. Ken, thank you for being with us as well. You're behind a guide to safety at sports ground, which sets sort of UK and international standards as well. And there's new guidance as well, isn't it, about the returning of fans after the COVID-19 pandemic. So maybe you could give us a bit of an insight into the sort of planning and the things that you are adopting to ensure the health and safety of spectators at major events.
Okay, thanks for that, Dan. Yeah, I think the planning and delivery of any major sporting event will always present challenges for the event organizers because, you know, they want to achieve the highest levels of public health and safety for the athletes, the delivery team, and of course, those who are coming along to watch. But if you then throw into the mix that they're going to undertake that against the backdrop of a pandemic, then those established challenges increase significantly as the planning progresses towards the eventual start of that event. So my focus for the last sort of 6 to 8 months has been to work with the UK government and with the sports governing bodies, a real strong bond, if you like, promoting collaboration, because none of us have got the answer. The answer is only going to be found by, you know, pure joint working, bringing all of the parties together to look at developing a plan that would initially start to see elite athletes coming back to be able to train, then through to where we are now, where we are paused, sadly, at the behind closed doors. So we're seeing live sporting, competitive sporting events taking place, but sadly, at this point in time, without the benefit of spectators, and then through to eventually to see the final stage, which would be the full return to life pre-COVID. Now, to support that final stage, or the government's stage 5, I was asked to write a document which you referred to there, Dan, called Planning for Social Distancing at Sports Grounds, to support that stage 5, so that when government determined that the conditions were right for that return of sports grounds, then the sports grounds themselves would have, if you like, some template that they could work to, that would show some kind of benchmarking as to how they could work out and determine what a safe, socially distanced capacity would look like. So I guess, you know, the key part, I guess, for my appearance on this panel is to tell you, well, what have I learned in the last 6 to 8 months? And I think for me, there have been many new things that we've learned, but I think that some of the things that we found are not necessarily new approaches, but they're more improvement on old approaches that perhaps we haven't been doing too well. I think confidence building, and that confidence will come in different shapes and forms to different groups involved, but certainly in terms of spectators. Around the world now, we're seeing that many spectators are being away from live sporting activity for 6 or 7 months. There's an old saying that it takes 6 weeks to form a habit. So it's going to take some encouragement for many of those people to return to the sporting fold, because the world that we live in now has the avoidance of mass gatherings. Kind of that's the new norm, isn't it? So to get people to break that mold, to get the confidence to return back to sporting activity is going to be a big ask of many sporting events. I think the other bit that will play in there will be that I think that will show a difference in return of the sporting demographic. We're all aware that this COVID, people with underlying health conditions aren't necessarily more prone to contract the virus, but if they do, then the outcome could be more serious than someone that doesn't have those underlying health conditions. So I think in the short to medium term, until that confidence comes back, we might well see a different form of demographic in terms of the people coming back. I think the confidence of fans will play very much into what they see as the confidence coming from the venue organizer itself. Do they look like they know what they're doing? Do they look like they are confident in being able to run an event initially under socially distanced conditions, but then leading to the greater number of spectators coming back? Because all of that will give the confidence that will be needed by governments around the world to give them the confidence that they've got an audience, but more importantly, that they've got venues that are capable of discharging those higher levels of vigilance and protection in terms of public health and safety to the people who do decide to come back. I think the other important point that I've learned over the last 6 months is that the solution for me has got to be localized. I think the one size fits all in terms of risk isn't going to work. I think that you need to look at and factor in local prevalence. Then you need to look at the ability of the venue, as I was saying, to carry off an event. And that plays largely into the competence of the safety management team that would be in charge of looking after the numbers of fans coming back. A big concern has also been around transport, how people get to and get from events. Certainly the use of public transport is more risky than people coming along by private motor vehicle. So it's a case of venues looking and examining their travel plans and seeing what they can do to come up with kind of almost a risk score with the event, but then overlay it with mitigations that can put in place, which might say that an event in one part of the country is reasonably safe or would be acceptable to take place, where maybe an event in another area of the country, because of maybe local conditions, may not necessarily be as safe. So I think and I think that problem just on the travel really is kind of emphasized, that the bigger the event, then the bigger that problem comes, because as COVID plays out at different stages around different parts of the world, then the transfer of those people from different parts of the world to the host city or the host country becomes much more difficult to manage. But I think I've kind of left the area where I'm going to hold my hands up and say that perhaps myself and others within the industry haven't done particularly good in the past, and that's with engagement with spectators. Because the one thing that I've learned in writing the guide to social distancing at sports grounds is that there isn't a management team in the world that can carry this off if they don't engage with spectators and get spectators to be fully part of the issue. So it's looking at the successful outcome where spectator engagement is essential. Where we've gone wrong in the past, I would suggest, is that we've looked to control crowds rather than to manage and to work with them. So there are lots of things that we're doing now around the human behavioral things. I did suggest a customer or a spectator code of conduct in the guidance document, which I think has been widely accepted. I've got to say the document has been picked up around the world. It's now translated into German, into French, and into Spanish, which are the FIFA languages. So that is helping with the kind of the preliminary matches that are being held now for the tournament. But it's got to be, supporters at the front of this. We've got to do it with their full engagement, with their full support, because never have we needed that collaboration and that working relationship with spectators more than we do at the minute. So for me, I guess my key management is that we need to manage spectators, but we need to do it with their consent.
Okay, really interesting, Ken. Thank you for that. And don't forget, for all of you who are listening and watching this, we're talking about health challenges in hosting major sporting events. Ken was talking about what the world will look like post-COVID, and we've got some questions coming in on that. But before we get to your questions, do keep sending those in. Talking about big events there with Ken, one of the biggest events of them all is, of course, the World Cup. And there's one, hopefully, fingers crossed, coming up in Qatar in 2022. So let's speak to Dr. Abdul Wahab Al Musli. Thank you so much for listening, I know, carefully to everything you've heard from Tina and from Professor Lucille and from Ken and Abby so far. I wonder, with your sort of World Cup hat on and managing and measuring all the things you've heard so far and understanding what's happening with COVID-19 as well, how are you sort of trying to bring all those multi-agencies together and address the huge health-related challenges of putting on a World Cup and all the infrastructure and all the public messaging and all the legacy planning that goes along with that?
Yes, good evening, Dan. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for hosting me in this important webinar, very famous conference, WISH 2020. The second point is there were several interesting points and concepts raised by your esteemed guests, and they are especially going to be of interest to us in adopting some of these lessons and concept in the preparations for the World Cup. As you, Dan, know that Qatar is not just preparing for the World Cup. Qatar is considered one of the world famous and attractive countries for events in general, which is one of them, and sports events specifically. We have done previous major events like the Asian Games in 2006. We've done the World Athletics recently before the COVID comes into picture. And we are bidding for several major mega sporting activities. We're bidding for the Asian Football Cup in 2027. We're bidding for the Asian Games in 2030. And I'm sure we will bid for the Olympic Games sometimes in the future. So that's being said, of course, have in the past required that Qatar to develop its capabilities and the infrastructure for such mega sports events. And part of these capabilities is the interactions and engagement of the multiple authorities and stakeholders and the events, and especially in sporting activities. There are in Qatar multiple agencies that are responsible for these various sporting activities, like Qatar Olympic Committee, the Ministry of Sports and Culture, the Supreme Committee for Legacy and Delivery, Qatar Football Associations, and many other sporting federations. When it comes for the World Cup, of course, the preparations for the World Cup is mainly under the Supreme Committee of Delivery and Legacy, as you know, with the support from various ministries and more than 25 functional areas from the various parts of the country and ministries. These multiple stakeholders are quite used to coordinated engagement in this regard, in preparations and in execution of a sporting event. They have been testing together for specifically for the World Cup in several events so far for more than 2 years now. And in 3 days, we are going to mark exactly 2 years to the kickoff of the World Cup 2022. And we have another 2 years to do further test events, and many of them are coming in the pipeline. As you probably heard last night, the FIFA have announced that the FIFA Club World Cup, which has supposed to be hosted before in Qatar in 2019, in 2020, has been postponed because of COVID. Now it's coming back in Qatar again in first quarter of February, in fact, in 2021. And the engagement of these various stakeholders have given the country the capabilities of hosting the events professionally. When it comes to the health infrastructure, as you know, the country, of course, is investing hugely in the infrastructure as part of its preparations for the major events to come, and especially the FIFA World Cup. And that does not exclude healthcare. Healthcare in the next 10 years, in fact, many of them before 2022, is going to be building many healthcare facilities, expanding, doubling, in fact, its bed capacity, doubling its capacity in terms of the ratio of physicians to populations, and so on. So there is a huge investment in this regard. The medical affairs in the Supreme Committee is responsible for the planning, coordination, and execution of the healthcare services for the World Cup. Now, in conjunction, especially and in direct engagement of important stakeholders, especially FIFA Medical Committee, the Ministry of Public Health, which plays a really major, maybe the most important role in supporting the Supreme Committee for delivering state-of-art healthcare services. Hamad Medical Corporation being the main service provider in the country, and the Public Health Corporation. In addition, specialized hospitals like Aspitar, which provide the world-class sports medicine service for the athletes and players who are injured or require sports medicine services in the country. So I was interested to hear Abby talking about the international franchise owners putting a high bar for their services requirement from the host country, which is absolutely true. But we are fortunate in healthcare services that our own healthcare services in the country is, in fact, has a higher bar than the requirement from FIFA. So that makes it easier from our perspective to provide the lower bar expected from us to provide by the FIFA World Cup. And I'm proud to say this. And in the last 20 years, the healthcare services and of course, governed by the Ministry of Public Health, has improved so much in terms of infrastructure and governance and policies and procedures and healthcare provision and hospitals. The For that purpose, one of the speakers talked about the importance of developing the governing structures. We in healthcare do have a clear governing structure coordinating the two entities. The Supreme Committee has a governing structure, and the Ministry of Public Health has a dedicated governing structure that started 2 years and continuing until the World Cup, specifically for the for preparations for the World Cup. As you know, the country is small. We expect almost about 1.9 million to visit a country as a spectator throughout the 4 or 6 weeks of the tournament. And therefore, the country, the Ministry of Public Health, needs to maintain the healthcare services for the entire population. And we cannot allow an event to compromise the healthcare of the public. So, so this is really an integral part of the planning and preparations of the Ministry of Health in the country. The COVID-19 has, of course, posed additional challenges to the whole map for the preparations and for the planning and execution of the services, and added very important public health measures that, of course, need to be considered for any future events, including the World Cup. As you know, COVID-19 has come and it's not leaving very soon. So it will remain to be hanging there, even with the vaccines and wide distribution of vaccination of people. But there remains, and therefore the public health measures becomes important. This, of course, which I can say, fortunately, in a way, has made the health aspects of the sport events more important. And now the authorities, the local organizing committees and the international franchise owners do pay a huge attention to the to aspects related to the public health measures. And as part of the country's, as you know, the country has went through the 4 phases of COVID-19. We went through the escalation, then the plateau, and then the descent of the cases. And we're fortunate that we didn't have, hopefully we will not have a second and third wave. And the Ministry of Public Health, in coordination with all the support from the various stakeholders, were able to keep the threshold, what do you call it, the curve below the threshold, and therefore Qatar is one of the least countries in the world with respect to mortalities from COVID-19. But a part of the lift up of the restrictions that were put during the peak was the resumption of the professional sports and activity in the country from September. And since then, we had local, national events started without spectators under closed door, then with limited spectators up to 30% in outdoor settings and 20% in indoor settings. Then subsequently, we have engaged in many international events since the lift up of the restrictions on professional sports. Among them, we did the Diamond League very successfully with more than 250 international athletes participated in Qatar very successfully and thankfully without any eruption of hotspots or COVID-19 spread. We also did important events like the Asian Football Confederation, the East version, very successfully, and that was the first time we adopted a unique experience with the bubble-to-bubble, and I think it's unique in the world because I think it's the first time where many clubs, in fact 15 clubs, were part of the entire bubble from their bubble hotel to the bubble stadiums with many
Doctor.
public health measures put in place. So all of these experiences have given the country the unique opportunity to be able to do and plan for any sporting events under any circumstances. And with the great lessons learned during these events that built up our capacity.
Great. Thank you very much for all your answers to those. We don't have that much time left, so I'm going to ask you all to be brief as you can as we try and get around some questions, if that's all right. If you could keep your answers about 30 seconds. I know there's a lot to get in, but if you could do sort of 30 seconds to a minute each, that'd be great. And touching on quite a few of the points that you've made, Steve has asked this question, and maybe Abby, we should come to you on this first. Steve says, this is for everybody. It's estimated that we'll be facing a healthcare crisis every 5 years or so. So given what you've been talking about with COVID-19 and future planning, will sports ever return to a pre-COVID state, do we think? Or, and I know everyone hates this phrase, but are we facing the new normal indefinitely? Will all sporting events have to be planned with a sort of pandemic in mind, Abby?
Well, I think the reality is no, there will be a new normal, but we will not revert to anything that we've had in the past. And I think the perverse effect in a positive sense of COVID is that it's given us a whole new area of preparedness experience. And we'll need to be better at anticipating the possibilities and having plans in place to accommodate whatever situation faces us. So return to the past, not going to happen.
Okay, Ken, what about your thoughts on that? Do you think that is going to be something that's going to be part of event planning?
Yeah, I think so. I think the pre-COVID, my big concern with the future design of sports venues and therefore how events themselves will be planned was around the millennial generation and how we engage with them. I think what we're going to see because of COVID is that we will see smaller venues, but we will see them better connected. We will see them where we can learn from the experience of COVID to build in, if you like, more generous space allocation for people. So that if these things do come along with increasing frequency as the future goes forward, then, you know, that we are better placed to deal with it.
And Professor, what about your thoughts on events from now on?
So COVID will go. We will get a vaccine. I'm optimistic at some stage. I think communicable diseases will have to be considered in all future events. It's not just about sporting injuries, etc.
Okay, thank you. That's the shortest answer so far, Professor. Well done. A gold star for you. Tina, I think linked to that, but also a question that's coming specifically for you. I'll read it for you. Picking up on your point about public health messaging, can we use the platform and celebrity profile of major sporting events to help promote better public health behaviours? The example they use is mask wearing, hand washing. As we move, again, the phrase is the new normal of mass gatherings. What can we learn, do you think?
Yeah, I think I'll just reiterate everything that everybody said, that it will be a different world, but we will have to do things better because we'll have to learn from this. We always say expect the unexpected. There's been a whole series of, you know, H1N1, Ebola, Zika, COVID-19. So there's these things happen regularly, so we have to learn from them. But absolutely using sports celebrities to actually advocate. And we did some of this in London 2012. We had some of the athletes go and work in the schools with children to kind of like get them engaged in sports, but also about public health messaging. So it's a really good, very, very effective role of advocacy and support because they'll listen to them. They won't listen to people like us. They'll kind of like talk and listen to the famous people, quite rightly.
And Doctor, this is a specific question for you. Talking about some of the instances of sort of weather-related issues. In the context of weather-related phenomena, says this question, in relation to heat, what measures are Qatar seeking to implement to mitigate against any adverse health outcomes? I think the question is about during the World Cup, but I'm sure you can talk about that around some of the other events you're hosting as well.
Yes. Yeah, well, the World Cup is, of course, happening during the best time in the country with the best weather. It's starting in November and ending in December, and the temperature is around between 20 and 25 and that part but despite that, as you know, the country has built the infrastructure for events to be hosted all around the world. You know, all our 8 World Cup stadiums are air conditioned, and if you attend the matches of the AFC yesterday, you'll see that the temperature outside is around, maybe now it's around 27 to 30, but inside the stadium is around 21, and it remains at that degree. So there are many things that the country is doing to be able to host these countries. Among them is the improvement in the infrastructure, but also how to deal with the potential heat-related insults and injuries, you know, in terms of promoting hydration and using the shades and avoiding the sun. Qatar, for example, restrict the working hours during the very hot summers for the labor work, you know, so there is a shift of work from the daytime to nighttime when it's cooler than the daytime. So there are many things that are in place and can be done to mitigate the effects of the heat. And in sports events, other than the outdoor, if the like the other sporting event, majority are indoor, and the indoor are all under air-conditioned environment.
Okay, thank you for that. I think, Ken, this is a question which has come in, which I'll start with you on this, but it will touch on everybody, because you said one of the major issues was about making sure that we communicate well with spectators, those who've paid their good money to sort of come to these major events. I wonder whether, going around everybody, from your area of expertise, what would be the one piece of advice? What's the best thing you've learned about how to communicate best with spectators, whether that's about the public health side of things or general information about hosting these major events? Ken, do you want to give us a sort of tip or something you might advise those who might be thinking about an event in the coming years?
Yeah, I think the first thing is probably it's easier to say communicate than actually do it. It's finding out who represents spectators, and that is a problem that we've always had. But I think that shouldn't, the fact that it's a difficult request shouldn't deter the fact that we need to do it. So so for me, it depends the level at which you're working at. You know, clearly, if you're working with major governing bodies around the world for big events, then you've got to have an understanding of who your expected clientele will be. And it's getting messages out in as many different forms as you can to these individual groups. If they've got representative groups that you know, associations that promote their requests, then by all means engage with them. But for me, it you know, that lies at the heart of the solution to not just the problem of COVID, it's just generally attendance at sporting events. I think we've missed a trick for so long now that we've never really involved the key people in this. This is the entertainment industry. These people are coming along to enjoy themselves. And I think that we have missed a trick over a number of years now in not involving them in the process and finding out, you know, what it is that they want. The sports demographic is made up of lots of different groups of people. It isn't one particular form of demographic. You know, you've got family groups, you've got those that want to come along and sing and shout and enjoy themselves. There's a whole range of people that we need to drill down and find out what their wish and what their requests are, because I think once we start to engage with them, then we will get a lot more compliance. And in the world, as we move on living with COVID and post-COVID, we are going to need that compliance. We're going to need their involvement.
Okay, Professor, it looks like you're making notes there, Professor. I don't know whether you've got something to add to that as well.
Yes, so my major work is around bad news and outbreaks. So if there is an incident around a major event, you need to get information out very quickly. Even if you don't have all the facts, you need to say what you know, you need to keep communicating. Otherwise, social media will beat you to it with lots of misinformation and rumors. Be quick and be proactive.
Okay, quick and proactive. That's very helpful advice. Tina, what about you? I noticed you enjoyed what the professor said there. Would you echo that, do you think?
Absolutely echo that, and trusted advice. Get somebody who the public recognise, trust. It goes back to using some of the athletes, the sports people as champions, because people will trust them. They're a respected voice. So look at doing things a bit differently. Use technology, but kind of like make sure people believe what you're saying, and that builds on what Lucille was saying.
And Doctor, are you constantly learning from the events that you're hosting in Qatar about that sort of information and giving it out to the public and those who are hopefully attending?
Yes, absolutely. It's not just in terms of a sports event, but COVID-19 has proven, and I agree with the professor, absolutely, if you are not proactive and quick and direct and straight and transparent, then rumors will be distributed. But we have found out that although, of course, messaging and communications are extremely important, but in relation to the sports events, I think also the presence of compliance teams and within the stadiums and wherever there are spectators are extremely important, because people tend to try to go to pre-COVID era and they ignore the public health measures, and so they need to be reminded by a big number of people who emphasize to comply with these measures.
Okay, very helpful. And Abby, listening carefully to everyone else's advice, I wonder what you would add.
Well, look, only to say that I think the teachable moment is now. Somebody mentioned earlier individuals who are now kind of desperate to go back, I think, to see live sport events, but they're developing their own kind of risk mitigation and risk assessment plans. So this is an opportunity to kind of play into that with some good advice. And historically, we've tended to think about spectators. We sell them a ticket and then we cater to their needs in the stadium. Maybe we worry a little bit about their transportation. But I remember Tina knows this, really struck in London 2012. You'd go into the Olympic Park and, you'd be 20 seconds off the train, and the engagement with the spectators help pass the time of these incredibly long lines was just phenomenal, and it was all great fun. But there's an opportunity now to make that kind of engagement more practical and more meaningful. And the last thing I'll just say is that I think we have so underutilized technology that could be rolled out in stadia to engage with people in a fun but informative and meaningful way. So there's a whole world of engagement with spectators through multiple modes that is now underexploited, and I think there's an appetite to improve that dramatically.
Okay, I've got time for one more question, which, Abby, I'll start with you because it's been directly addressed to you. But if anybody else wants to jump in as we sort of bring things to a close on this Wish Forum panel for 2020. From a World Athletics perspective, Abby, Steve says, what is your view on the prospects of the postponed 2020 Tokyo Games actually having spectators in it in 2021? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I wish I had a crystal ball. I don't. I think it's going to be very vaccine dependent, and I think this is one of these issues that I was alluding to before. Well, there is the issue of the entry to Japan of international spectators. There is equally the issue of the protection of the Japanese population, who to this point have done a pretty good job of managing COVID. So I would say, frankly, it's too early to tell. There will be spectators, I believe, but whether they are scattered throughout large stadia in small numbers or more numerous, I'd like to say I have a view, but I think it's too early to say.
Yeah, and Tina, on that note, it is just hard to know, isn't it, with any certainty exactly what major sporting events are going to look like, all those that have been postponed from this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think having a crystal ball would be invaluable at the moment, but we just do not know. There are so many unknowns. There's some fantastic work with the vaccine development and that, but there's still a lot of questions there. I think we have to plan for scenarios and the mitigation required against those and hope for the best.
And Professor, is there anything you'd like to add as we sort of draw this to a close on that point of what might happen next year and fans in stadiums, and I suppose the considerations we should have in our minds?
I think for 2021, I think we need to be pragmatic but careful. I think things will improve in 2022, hopefully. We need the games to begin.
Okay, well, that is a That's a nice
Then
way to
I
finish.
can,
Yes, of course, Doctor.
I can add a point here. I think even without, I'm sure, I'm also optimistic that a vaccine will come and hopefully will be distributed to all the world. But even without the vaccine, I think the improvement in technology, and especially in relation to healthcare, I think next year is going to make testing much faster, much easier, that can detect the virus on the spot very quickly, even if you do not have a vaccine. On the spot for spectators coming into the stadiums can be, and I think that will happen. We are in fact entertaining doing that for one of our sporting events here in Qatar next month. But I'm sure in 2021 the technology will be much faster in identifying the virus that can happen in seconds, and therefore you detect the negative people and then allow them in as spectators.
Okay, thank you. I hope the rest of us will be sharing your optimism as well. Thank you so much to our panelists. Can I thank Abby Hoffman, Dr. Abdul Wahab Al-Maslah? Thank you so much for that. Professor Lucille Blumberg, Tina Enrichs, and Ken Scott as well. Thank you to all of you for watching this WISH 2020 Forum panel. We've been looking at organising these huge sporting events and some of the healthcare issues around that. So many questions. I hope you've enjoyed listening and found some of that advice helpful from our experts today. Organising these events is obviously incredibly complex, and there are so many things to consider. But the wealth of experience we've had here today, I really do hope you've been able to take something away. Investment is essential, particularly the early planning in those legacy programs. I think that's one thing that really has shone through today. And also the importance, as we mentioned right back at the start, of sharing information, starting to plan early, and trying to make sure that there's that acknowledgement, as Abby said right at the start, of the tensions that can be between local authorities and governing bodies. And hopefully 2021 will look a lot better in terms of those major sporting events than 2020 has. Thank you for watching. Thank you to all of our panelists. We'll see you again soon. I hope you've enjoyed this WISH panel forum for 2020, and we'll see you another time.
Hello, I'm Michelle Hussein, and welcome everyone to this very timely conversation with the expert who has been at the forefront of fighting infectious disease in the United States for well over 30 years. He is Dr. Anthony Fauci, and in this special session, he's been interviewed by Fiona Godley from WISH partner, the British Medical Journal, for their podcast and for this virtual gathering.
Welcome to this special BMJ interview with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases in the United States. I doubt there will be many of you who have not heard the racial disparities in health.
Fortunate situation that not only with COVID-19, but with other diseases, there has been disparity. We see that clearly in the United States with HIV. If you look at the population of African Americans, it's about 13% of the United States population, and well over 40–45% of all the new cases are among African Americans. You look at COVID, it is painful to see, but when you look at the minorities, African Americans, Latinx, and even Native Americans and Alaskan Americans and Pacific Islanders, take, for example, just the African Americans in our society. They get hit doubly by a disparity. One, the jobs that they, as a broad demographic group, it's always dangerous to generalize, but in this case, it's appropriate to generalize. When you look at that demographic group as a whole, the jobs they generally have put them on the front line of being out there interacting with people on the kinds of jobs that do not allow them to easily protect themselves from the close person-to-person contact that we know transmit the virus. So they have a greater chance to get infected to begin with. Then when you look at the statistics of what is the thing that determines if someone is going to develop a severity of a complication that would either put them in the hospital or even lead to their death. And you go through them, and it's very clear that African Americans have a disparately larger percentage of the underlying conditions that lead to a serious outcome. Diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, obesity, all of the things that when you go down and look and you say, well, if that's the case, are you sure that that's the case? Well, you look at the numbers and look at the number of hospitalization per 100,000 and look at African Americans compared to whites or the general population, and it's multiples larger than that. So if there's anything that we can get out of this is, first of all, there's something that we can immediately do, is to focus and concentrate resources and accessibility to immediate diagnosis and care and contact tracing in areas that are demographically overrepresented by African Americans. But the thing that we can do that's probably more important is if ever there was a time when a disease shined a bright light on the disparities in health, which we're not going to fix in a week or a month or a year. It's the result of decades and decades of those social determinants of health that have allowed African Americans to be in a situation where they have a greater degree of diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, obesity. There are so many things that go into that. So if there's ever a silver lining, if you want to call it that, in this, it maybe it jolts us into realizing that we have to correct those disparities, because otherwise the next situation that we have like this, we're going to see the same painful disparity that we're seeing now.
Can I ask then also about long COVID? It seems that, that the original public health messaging was that vulnerable and elderly should be, protected and cared for. But long COVID represents this sense that maybe younger people who get infection don't go to hospital, don't get very seriously ill, but then have this prolonged multi-system illness. I wondered if now that these figures are emerging and people affected with long COVID, does this change the public health messaging at all in your mind?
It doesn't change my public health messaging, because I have always said, although you realize that when you look at hospitalizations and deaths, there's a bar graph that shows, the younger people, it's a little bit of a blip and then it goes up when you're 75 up through 85 plus. Hospitalizations and death are clearly more prevalent there. But the other thing that I've said is that, we're learning week by week and month by month about this disease. And I don't think it's safe to say that because young people don't wind up in the hospital and die when they get infected, because most of them have minimum symptomatology, that we need to pay attention to what the long range effects are, because we're starting to see things that are what we call emerging information. There's no way to make any definitive statement, but clearly there are people who have been sick enough to stay home and maybe not even be in the hospital, who when they recover virologically, all of a sudden you look at how long it takes for them to get back to normal. And there are reports that say it takes weeks to a month. But then the more you look at it, there are some people who go for a significant period of time with myalgias, fatigue, what they refer to as brain fog, or just inability to concentrate. There's another thing that we're learning that we need to keep an eye out on, that there have been some studies, one from Germany and now a more recent one from the United States. When you look at the cardiovascular effects, even on people without symptoms, who've recovered virologically, and you do MRIs on them, on their hearts, and you see that there's a degree of inflammation that might even be asymptomatic. But you've got to ask yourself, an asymptomatic inflammatory process now, 6 months or a year from now, does that lead to arrhythmias, to cardiomyopathies? We don't know that. So that's the reason why I think we need to take this disease with a degree of humility that we don't know everything about it yet. So that's the reason why we've got to be really, really committed to preventing infection and preventing disease. That's the reason why we talk about universal wearing of masks, avoiding crowds, distance, outdoor better than indoor, washing hands, and do everything we can to get a vaccine so that we can get this thing under control, because it is not something to be taken in a trivial way at all. We already know that. Just look at the numbers.
When you take the pulse of the epidemic, do you think we should be focused on cases, people PCR positive but asymptomatic, or is it better to try and get the clinical context and consider severity, sort of hospitalizations and death rates? I suppose the underlying question is that one about, should we be testing asymptomatic people, and how much are they important in driving the pandemic? I've heard you quoted as saying they can't drive the pandemic because it's pretty rare that they actually cause transmission. Does that,
Well,
does that
that's
ever
wrong. You know, yeah, we were incorrect. And one of the things that I've learned over the years, not just here, is that you've got to look at the data and you make recommendations and sometimes make a statement based on the data that you have. But you've got to be humble enough and flexible enough as the data evolves and you learn more that you may need to change your guidelines, change your recommendations. What we did not know early on was that about 40 to 45% of the cases are asymptomatic. And recent modeling studies show that perhaps up to 50% of the transmissions occur from an asymptomatic person to an uninfected person. So we cannot ignore asymptomatic infection, because that is a major component of the outbreak. And that is the reason why we saw community spread. And you know, community spread, the insidious thing about community spread is that it becomes so difficult to do identification, isolation, and contact tracing when the asymptomatic carriers about, you know, who did you come into contact with? Well, I have no idea because they were asymptomatic. That becomes a real problem.
I gather you continue to see patients. I wondered how that's possible and why is that important to you? I think people may be surprised to hear you continue to see patients given everything else you're doing.
No, well, I do. And the reason I do is that, you know, I wear a number of hats. As you know, I'm as a researcher, as someone who runs a large institute, the policy issues I'm in right now. But if you ask me what my underlying identity is that always grounds me in the reality of what we need to do and gives me insight into the kind of emphasis we need, is my identity as a physician. So if I were to pick one thing that was me, that was Tony Fauci, it was a physician. I'm a scientist to be sure, but I'm a scientist because I'm a physician scientist. I'm not a scientist in a vacuum. I'm a scientist that's a physician scientist. And it really helps me to understand disease, understand pathogenesis, where you get to see people, but also to understand the impact it has on them. And it inspires me. I think it gives me energy to know what it is that I'm dealing with firsthand, the way I did with Ebola, the way we're doing now with the diseases, and certainly what I did for a very long time with HIV. I think my understanding of HIV, the questions that need to be answered, is very much rooted in my intensive clinical experience that I had in persons living with HIV from the very beginning, from the 1980s.
And Dr. Fauci, a final question then, how will the pandemic end?
You know, I believe it will end with an effective and safe vaccine that ultimately will be widely distributed throughout the world. But that is going to happen together with public health measures. I don't think it's going to be like measles, where it's 98% effective. Even though it's a highly transmissible virus, you can essentially eliminate it in certain countries the way we have successfully done, except when the anti-vaxxers don't want to get their kids vaccinated. I think if we get a reasonably good vaccine and have widespread coverage, and we do that so that gradually we get it down to essentially no disease at all. But you're not going to do it only with a vaccine. You got to do it with a vaccine together with public health measures until the overall umbrella of protection essentially is all over the world. That's not going to happen in a few months. It's probably going to take a year or two to happen.
Dr. Fauci, thank you very much indeed for talking to us today.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to be with you.
Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. We have a global audience with us today, and I welcome you all wherever you might be. My name is Michael Jabry Pickett, and I am the Newsroom Editor-in-Chief at the Qatar Foundation. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the latest online edition of Qatar Foundation's Education City Speaker Series, which is a platform that provides people with an opportunity to learn, hear from, and interact with thought leaders on the key topics facing our world. Today's event is presented in partnership with the World Innovation Summit for Health, also known as WISH, and you can watch the discussion unfold and be part of it either on the WISH Summit's platform or on WISH's Facebook and YouTube channels. Today we are attending a masterclass, and our teacher is Giles Dooley, an award-winning war photographer, storyteller, humanitarian, and, should you care to follow him on one of his other Instagram accounts, chef. You can find that account at the One-Armed Chef. Imagine living one life, and then right around the time you think you have it all figured out, how you fit into the world, what you do well, how best to interact with others, that life ends and a new one begins. How would you respond? Or imagine being on one side of a story, and then you find yourself on the completely opposite side. How would you react? In early February 2011, Giles Dooley was able-bodied. Then, a few days later, he wasn't. The title of today's masterclass is Reframing Our View of Disability. As a photojournalist, Giles had to reframe his life and his career after his accident. For almost 10 years now, he has lived the other side of the story. He knows 100% what it means to live as an able-bodied man, and now he knows what it is like to live with disabilities, perhaps most tellingly, what it is like to be seen as someone who has disabilities. Today, Giles will share with us how he reframed his view of disability and how we can all hopefully learn from his experience. The founder and CEO of the NGO Legacy of War Foundation, Giles is a campaigner for the rights of refugees and those living with disabilities caused by conflict. He is documenting the long-term impact of conflict globally through his photographic project, Legacy of War. In 2011, while working in Afghanistan, Giles was severely injured by an IED, and as a result of his injuries, is a triple amputee. During this masterclass, he will speak about how disabled people are viewed in society and how, despite recent changes, there are aspects where the status quo has not changed when it comes to including this community in decision-making processes. Before we begin, I must mention a few housekeeping items. The format for today's masterclass is as follows. Giles will speak for about 20 minutes before our 25-minute Q&A from the audience. Please use the Q&A section of this webinar to post questions, and we'll try to get to as many as possible. If you want to post about this discussion on your social media channels, it would be great if you could use the hashtags EC Speaker Series, Virtual Wish 2020, and One World, Our Health. I now turn the floor to Giles Dooley.
Hello. It's great to join you today. I know people from all parts of the world are here, and it's a real honor to speak and present this talk. Today, I want to start by telling my own story, how I came from being an able-bodied photographer into covering conflicts. My journey begins when I was 18 years old. I had gone to America on a sports scholarship. I was there doing boxing. I was probably the world's worst boxer. I thought I was fantastic, but sport was my life. And unfortunately, I was involved in a minor car accident. I was flown back to England, and I was told I would never do sport again. I was an 18-year-old boy, very angry with the world, with my family, with the doctors, and really had no idea what I was going to do next with my life. Everything seemed to be crashing down around me. And in that lowest moment, at that lowest ebb, two small gifts were to change my life forever. One was an Olympus OM10 camera, and the other was a book by the war photographer Don McCullin. My godfather had unfortunately passed away when I was in hospital, and these were the two gifts that he bestowed to me. Now, I had grown up in a house, my parents weren't interested in art or the news, and I had never seen photographs like Don McCullin's. These incredibly stark black and white images of conflicts around the world. And when I first saw these photographs, I was so moved. To this day, if I shut my eyes, I can still recall those first images that I saw. I knew there and then that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to follow in the footsteps of Don McCullin and become a conflict photographer. So I actually taught myself photography, lying in a hospital bed. I would photograph the doctors, the nurses, anything around me. And I left hospital full of really good intentions to follow in footsteps of Don McCullin. But I was 19 years old, and at that age, it's very easy to get distracted. I had a few friends that were musicians, that were in bands, and they asked me to come along and photograph them. And before I knew it, magazines were ringing me to photograph musicians and actors, and then the fashion world. And really by accident, I found that I had become a rock and roll photographer. Now, as you can imagine, at that point in my life, it was a very exciting thing to do. I traveled around the world, hanging out with these amazing musicians, stars of the screen, all sorts of interesting people. And it was an amazing life. But as time went on, I found myself increasingly unhappy. I worked as a music and fashion photographer for 10 years. But by the end, I was finding something really missing inside. In fact, I would do some of these shoots and get paid ridiculous amounts of money and then sit in my hotel room in tears. And I couldn't really understand what was missing from my life. I also didn't like the celebrity culture, and I didn't like the way that women were being portrayed in a lot of the magazines that I worked for. Finally, it all came to a big climax when I was doing a photo shoot, and there was a young actress in tears. It was all to do with her state of undress and what she was wearing. And I remember sitting there thinking, this is not why I became a photographer. So the rock and roll story is that I took all my cameras and I threw them out the hotel room of the Charlotte Street Hotel in Soho in London. Well, that's kind of the truth. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not quite that rock and roll. Actually, what happened is I had a little hissy fit and threw them on the bed. It was just unfortunate my cameras bounced off the bed and out the window, and they smashed in the street below. That did seem like that was going to be the end of my photographic career. I didn't know what I was going to do next. I moved away from London. I got a job in a bar in Hastings and sunk into a very deep depression. I was only 28 years old, but I'd really lost all focus on where my life was going next. And then in that lowest moment, when I really could see no future for myself, I remembered those two small gifts I'd been given 10 years before and how they had made me feel, that Olympus OM10 camera and the book by the war photographer Don McCullin. And I realized that's where I had gone wrong. I hadn't followed my true path. So I actually sold my flat. I moved to Angola, and I began my career as a photographer documenting the humanitarian impact of conflict. Now, I often get called a war photographer, but actually I would call myself an anti-war photographer. You will never see pictures of guns and tanks. You'll see pictures of soldiers. My work is to show the impact of war on civilians. I'd been in this work for about 10 years when I found myself in Afghanistan. I was there doing a project on a group of American soldiers, and then I found myself on patrol one day. While I was on patrol, we got ambushed. And when I was ambushed, I stepped on a landmine, an IED. I immediately lost both my legs and my arm. I was lying under a tree, and I remember watching the sky, thinking these would be the last moments of my life. Miraculously, there were a group of American soldiers that got me to a medevac helicopter. But I remember thinking I might just last another minute. I might just last 5 minutes. Then I made it to the medevac helicopter and I was flown back to Kandahar Air Base. Somehow I survived. I was flown back to the United Kingdom. There, I spent the next 46 days in an intensive care unit.
Sorry, Giles, can I just ask that you reshare your slides, please? Apparently there are some tech difficulties.
Okay,
My
sorry about this.
apologies.
Sorry, everybody. We will just get back to this quickly.
I think it's the reality of living in 2020.
It's something, everything comes with an asterisk 2020 this year.
Yes, it does indeed.
Okay, can everybody now see the slides? Are we now?
Yes, now we're good.
Okay, apologies to everybody. As I was saying, I was injured in Afghanistan in 2011 after stepping on a landmine, an IED.
Oh, sorry. Now we lost your audio.
Okay.
There we go.
Yep, I haven't done
Yep.
it. So, yeah, okay, fantastic. Hopefully now you can both hear me and see the slides. I was injured, as I say, in 2011 when I stepped on an IED, a landmine. These images were taken in the moments after that happened. I thought these would be the last moments of my life. But I remember thinking to myself, you can keep alive just for a minute. So I'd focus on my breathing and try and keep going. And then I found myself on the helicopter and I would say to myself, keep going for 5 minutes. And through this, I managed to keep alive and I reached the military base of Kandahar in Afghanistan. 3 days later, I was flown back to the United Kingdom, where I was to spend the next 46 days in intensive care. Now, many of us are dealing with lockdown at the moment. At that time in my life, I had to deal with what I would call ultimate lockdown.
Sorry, Giles, again. My apologies. Slides have gone.
Okay, it's actually supposed to be a blank screen at this stage.
Fine.
Sorry. I was to spend the next 46 days in intensive care. Sorry, can I just ask then, can you see me now or?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, fine. Sorry, I don't know what's happening at that end. I was to spend 46 days in intensive care in what I call ultimate lockdown. If you imagine, I had one remaining hand and this was in a cast, so I couldn't write. I had tubes in my throat, so I couldn't speak. I was actually strapped to my bed to stop me moving. In the intensive care unit, the lights never went off. There was constant sound. The only way I could communicate with the world was by blinking. If you imagine that, lying on your bed, staring at the ceiling, not seeing anything, nothing changing, the only world I had was actually inside my head. At first, I was in a panic. It was like being thrown in freezing cold water. I couldn't think straight. But I realized quite quickly that if I was going to stay sane, I would have to create a world in my own mind. Now, as I said, the lights never go off in intensive care. There's no windows. The only thing I could tell the time by was when the nurses came regularly to take my blood samples and blood pressure, etc. And so I decided that was going to be a unit of my time. And I created a world. One project was called 100 Portraits Before I Die, where I imagined doing photo shoots. I would imagine the person turning up, which camera I used, how I lit it. I would even see the results of those images in my mind. And for 46 days, that's what I did. I created this world in my mind. At the end of 46 days, I was moved into a high dependency unit. And in many ways, things got even harder then, because that's when I had to come to terms with my new reality. As I said, I'd lost both my legs and my arm. When I was moved to the high dependency unit and well enough to start speaking again, I was told I would never walk again, that I would never work again, and probably never even live independently. I remember 3 months after my injury being taken to have a shower for the first time. I was moved to a wheelchair and taken in to have a shower. It was the first time I'd seen myself in a mirror. And I was repulsed. I was disgusted by what I saw. I was missing the limbs, scars across my body. I had a colostomy bag. When they put me back in my bed, I cried myself to sleep. And I remember thinking, I wished I'd just died in Afghanistan. I was not strong enough to deal with this new reality. I could not deal with the idea of spending the rest of my life living with a disability. I did not want to be that person. But the next morning, something had changed, something had clicked in my mind. And I woke up the next day feeling much more focused and far stronger. And I decided actually that this was going to be a turning point for positive things in my life. I decided from this moment on, I would never think about the things I couldn't do, but I would focus on what I could and excel at those things. And the first thing I needed to cope with was how I saw myself. Now, I'd spent many years photographing people living with a disability, and now the time was to turn the camera on myself. I decided I wanted to do a self-portrait. I had just been in the British Museum before I went to Afghanistan. There you will find many Roman and Greek statues, often missing parts. But I remember thinking I only saw the beauty in those statues. So that's how I wanted to portray myself. So I did this self-portrait. I call it my Greek statue portrait. And this was the moment I took control of my own life again. This was the moment when I said, I don't care what people think about me. It's what I think about myself. And this was the moment that I stood strong in front of the world. After doing this portrait, I returned back to hospital. I spent a year in hospital. I had 37 operations. But at the end of that year, I was able to begin my rehabilitation. And as you can see, eventually I was able to walk again. They also taught me to make these strange grimacing faces. Eventually, 18 months after my injuries, I was well enough to hold a camera and be a photographer again. And the first place I went to was Afghanistan to finish the work that I had been doing there when I got injured. But before we finish my section, I just want to very briefly share the stories of a couple of people that I've photographed. Because anybody who knows me knows I rather tell stories about other people than myself. In 2014, I went to Lebanon to document some of Syria's most vulnerable refugees, the elderly, single-parent families, and those living with injuries such as myself, people such as Khulud. Khulud had been at home in Syria when a sniper shot her in the neck. She fell paralyzed. In fact, she landed on top of one of her own children. Her family managed to get her to relative safety in Lebanon's Bekaa Valley, which is where I met her, but she was living in a homemade tent. If you imagine a tent made of bits of cardboard, plastic, even billboard posters ripped down, a tetraplegic woman living in a tent made of cardboard. Her only support came from her incredible husband, Jamal. I remember saying to Khulud, what's your one hope for the future? And she said, I just want to be a mother again. On this trip, I met many other people, such as Reem, a woman who had lost her leg in Syria, and this was her father, Abdel. Now, if you go online and look at my photographs, you will see most of my photographs are of people looking directly at the camera. But with Abdel, I was really struggling. We were on this rooftop, and every time I went to take his photograph, he would look to the side. Increasingly frustrated, I said, why do you not look at me when I'm taking the photograph? Abdel pointed to some mountains in the distance, and he said, you see those mountains? I said, yes. And he said, that is Syria. He goes, I live on this rooftop, so the first thing I see in the morning and the last thing I see at night is my homeland. I am too old. I will probably never return home. And so Abdel is the only person I photographed not looking at my camera, because in this image, he is looking at home. On this trip, I also met a young girl called Aya. Aya was a 4-year-old living with spina bifida. Now, this is an image that I believe is a really important representation of what living with disability means. Too often, people living with disability are shown as victims. But I rarely find that when I am out traveling. In fact, Aya was the feistiest 4-year-old I've ever met in my life. She didn't just control her family, she controlled the whole refugee camp. She would refer to her sister, who she's playing hopscotch here with, as Donkey. And she'd say, "Hey, Donkey, pick me up and take me here." We'd walk around the camp. Somebody would be selling water and she'd say, "Hey, Donkey, give me water." Or somebody else, "Hey, Donkey, give me bread." She was this incredibly feisty 4-year-old. So I wanted to photograph her and represent her in a way that was true to her spirit. Because that's what I find when I travel and work in places such as the refugee camps in Lebanon. I find resilience, strength, fortitude, and more often than not, humor. Now, I came back from this trip. It was in 2014. And 2 years later, I had the opportunity to return to Lebanon to retrace my steps and find some of the families that I'd met and see what had happened to them. People like my friend Abdel. Now, as I said, it's great when you do portraits to show people the portraits you've done before. So I always take these prints with me. But let me tell you, for somebody with one arm and with no legs, taking these photographic prints halfway around the world is pretty difficult. So I got there and I gave Abdel his photograph and I thought he'd be very grateful. But he looked at the image, then he looked at me and he said, "Giles, you made me look really old in this." Reem was still living on the rooftop with her family. If you go onto my website, Legacy of War Foundation, you can read more about these incredible stories. And Aya, again, she was as feisty as ever. This is her being pushed by her brother. She was screaming, "Faster, Donkey, faster." So I did this trip, and as I said, I managed to track down a lot of these families, but I hadn't been able to find everybody that I met. On the last day I was in Lebanon, I got a phone call. It's a phone call I will never forget. It was from Khulud's husband, Jamal. Khulud, the woman who'd been paralyzed by a sniper. She said, "We hear you're back in Lebanon. We'd love to see you." And I said, "Of course, where are you?" And the answer shook me to my core. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach when Jamal replied, "We are in the same place you last saw us." I repeated my question. I said, "No, where are you now?" And he said, "The same place." Now, when I'd photographed that family 2 years before, I believed my photographs that were published around the world would change things. I'd never met anybody in more desperate need of help than Khulud. And I thought, how could they possibly be in the same place? I hadn't even thought to look for them there. I turned up at their tent, this makeshift tent the next day. And when I walked in, I burst into tears and I said, "Khulud, I failed you." I said, "You trusted me with your story. I told your story, and yet nothing changed." In my own mind, I was questioning, what is the point of being a photographer? But I decided, much as I had when I was injured, that the only thing I could do was focus on what I could, not what I couldn't control. So I decided the best thing for me to do was to photograph the family and do a better job of it. And that's what I did. Over the next week, I would spend all my time with them in this tiny little place where they lived. This is Jamal cooking in the kitchen, which is to the side of this room. Whenever we're there, he would whisper to me his greatest fear. His greatest fear was that Khulud did not love him as much as he loved her. Now, it's a house. If you imagine, Khulud had not left that bed for 2 years, and yet there's still laughter and love. The kids would do homework on the bed. Strange as it may sound, you would leave after visiting feeling uplifted, despite the fact that Khulud had not moved from that bed in over 2 years. There was no windows, nothing for her to see. Now, on the last day, I had a really difficult decision to make. As I was explaining earlier, I like to take photographs back with me to show the people that I photographed. But in my bag, I had the photograph of Khulud and Jamal, and I realized that nothing had changed in those 2 years. And in fact, what I was looking at when I took this photograph was identical to what I saw 2 years before. And I thought, if I give them that photograph, won't it remind them that nothing has changed? But I said, no, you have to give them that photograph. So I reached into my bag and I took out the photograph I took 2 years before, and I gave it to Khulud. But before I gave it to her, I said, when I took this photograph, I did not take a photograph of a refugee. I did not take a photograph of a disabled woman. When I took this photograph, I took a photograph of a couple who are so in love with each other. And this is a photograph of love. And that's when I realized I am not a war photographer. My job is to document love around the world. And too often, as somebody living with a disability, we are portrayed simply about our disability. Our injuries are the only focus of the photograph or the story. What I am reminded of when I see this picture of Khulud is that our emotions, our stories, our ability to love and be loved, these are the things that we must focus on. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles. I certainly appreciate all of the comments, and I love the photographs. Let me ask you a personal question. Well, for me personally, why black and white as opposed to color, or do you do a variety of the two?
You know, I'm still trying to work out color. I find color really, really confusing. I think black and white focuses on emotions. And, you know, that's really what I'm trying to say, is that actually a photograph is not real. You know, a photograph is not actually representing exactly the reality of a situation. It's about a story. And so by doing it in black and white, I hope that people understand that and understand that it's a representation of the truth.
Okay, so here's a question from Neil. How do you cope with such distressing images and photographs without necessarily being able to help them out?
You know, that's obviously the challenge all the time. I say that these stories are like little scars on my mind, and each one of them stays with me. I have increasingly tried to do more. I have my own charity now and a foundation that tries to help these families directly because of exactly that point. Because I couldn't go home and think that I was just leaving these people with nothing changing. So I've become more of an activist. In fact, I don't really think of myself as a photojournalist. I would say I'm an angry man with a camera. And for me, it's so important that action is taken. So now I'm much more of an activist. The photograph is the beginning of the process. I make sure that the right people see those photographs and something actually happens.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I noticed as you're explaining the situation and you recognize and you acknowledge how close you become to them. Mm-hmm. It's definitely true. I mean, that's, I think, one of the big knocks against journalists is that they don't necessarily care so much about the people that they are interacting with, whereas in fact you do. And it seems like you've also developed, quite frankly, some lifelong friendships with these people, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Khulud, the story we were just talking about, she now lives in Holland. She's been relocated. And a year ago, I had an exhibition in Geneva. And the exhibition was along Lake Geneva. It was one of the biggest exhibitions I've had. And I invited Khulud to come and speak at the opening. And to me, that was the most moving moment, was here was somebody who we would normally see, as you say, as a photographer, and there's a sort of disconnect. For her to open an exhibition where she was featured in it, to me, that was the greatest moment of giving somebody the opportunity to empower themselves.
And now, how is she and the family doing?
So they're in Holland. She obviously will always be in a wheelchair, but we've managed to get her, we funded when she was in Lebanon, a house. She now has a vehicle that she can get out and she can control her own wheelchair now. So she's doing really well. And in fact, when lockdown came to London, to the United Kingdom, the first message I got was from Khulud asking me how I was doing. And that really sums her up. She is like an angel.
Yeah, truly. I mean, and the love that he has for her, I think it makes a lot of us people who are healthy walking around with so much to be grateful for. He seems to be grateful for just the relationships that he has, which is something I think we can all learn from.
And that's what this whole idea of reframing the idea of disability, because as somebody living with disability, I know that when people photograph me or tell my story, they want to focus on my injuries. And with Khulud, you know, by focusing on her love story, that is how we create real relationships and real understanding of other people, not to focus on injuries, not to focus on disabilities.
So you talked about when you had that moment when you were photographing yourself, one less arm, two fewer legs. What was it what advice would you have for, people out there who are struggling with disabilities? How would you suggest, or what advice could you give them to how to find that confidence?
I mean, it's an ongoing battle. It's every day, and I always try and say that to people. It's a complex thing. You can't characterize somebody in one image or in one moment. In a single day, I can be in tears in the morning thinking it's overwhelming. The same day, I can believe anything's possible. I can be angry, I can be sad, I can be happy, I can be all these things. And it's important that when we portray our own stories, we are truthful and honest to that part of ourselves, or one part of ourselves. And for me, that particular image was about how others saw me. It really wasn't about me wanting to do a photograph. It was the fact that I realized that my greatest disability is in the eyes of others. And it's when people see me and they see me missing my limbs, they make assumptions about what I can and can't do. So by creating that image, it was a moment for me to take control of my own story and my own narrative. And to say, in many ways, I don't care what you think about me, it's what I think about myself. And I would say for anybody who's trying to tell their own story, anybody that's living with a disability, it's okay to have days when it feels overwhelming. Of course it does. We can't always be running around every day going, this is great, everything's fantastic. It's hard work. And we live in a society that makes it harder for us. But equally, do believe that you can live a full life. And most importantly, like Khulud, like myself, we can love and be loved.
So we're coming up on I don't know if you would call it the 10th anniversary of your accident. In that time, what sort of progress have you seen as someone with disabilities where the global community has done a better job of recognizing that they need to do more for those with disabilities?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a constant challenge. And as I say, the challenge is other people's perceptions of what we're capable of. And so, I make this comment about love, but, you'd be amazed how many times people ask me, are you in a relationship? Can you be in a relationship? Can you do that? As if we're kind of not able to live normal lives. The simple fact is, yes, I'm missing 2 legs and an arm, but inside I'm exactly the same person I always was. And you mentioned the one-armed chef. I mean, that started as a joke because I would be out at restaurants and people would start cutting up my food for me. I'd be on a date and my meal would come up cut into little pieces. And at first I'd be polite and very British and not say anything. And then one day I said, enough's enough. And so I created the one-armed chef because if I say so myself, I'm a pretty good cook. And so when I'm making like an egg yolk ravioli, which is quite complex for people with 2 hands, I would do that. And then next time somebody cut my food up and brought it out, I would show them a picture of this and say, if you want me in the kitchen, I'll outcook you, but I don't want to embarrass you like you just embarrassed me. So, that's really, these things, you fight in your own little ways. For me, it's about fighting by showing what I can do. There are not many photographers working in my world who live with injuries like myself. And yet we are often the subject of these photographs. If you look at World Press Photo, how many imagery has people living with disability as an image? And yet very rarely will we find the photographer is somebody living with a disability. The way I see it is we are often the subject, but we are rarely the storyteller.
Yeah, so true. All right, so here's a question from a photographer. Somebody is saying that I feel that my photos are not helping anyone. How can I get it into humanitarian photography? And what tips would you give to somebody who wants to, I guess, present their photos so that they are powerful as possible, but also, helpful to the international community?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I started, what I did is I offered my services to charities, to NGOs, to help work with them to tell their stories. But increasingly, what I do now is actually work with the individuals themselves. So when somebody says to me, who do you work for? I always say, I work for the person in the photograph. And that's what I would say for anybody who's starting out on this. Think about the person you're documenting. And it sounds like a very stupid thing to say, but my first question is, how can I help you? What is it that you need from these photographs? It's what we do as a charity as well. We always ask the communities, how can we help you? So my simple question would be, if you don't think your photographs are good enough or you're not sure their purpose, why not ask the person in the photograph? What is it that they would like to get from this? How will it help them? What do they think you should do with them. And actually, that's the person that takes the lead for me. And it sounds so obvious, but is rarely done.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think it's because people, photographers in particular, you know, the natural is either it's art or it is somehow journalism. And you would not go to the subject and say, what is it that I could do to improve this, right?
Exactly.
You would go to your editor.
And that's why I don't call myself a photojournalist. You know, I have huge admiration for my friends that work as photojournalists, and they have to be, to a certain extent, impartial. As I said, I'm going there because I'm angry. You know, I see what's happening on television, on the news, and I want to do something about it. And when I meet somebody that's injured, somebody like Khulud, you know, my direct question is, how can I help you? And one thing I should say, again, in brief answer to that last question, we actually use those photographs and Khulud's story to do a crowdfunding campaign with an amazing organization called Random Acts in America. And we raised, by sharing that story of love, $250,000 in the space of 2 weeks. And that was people just donating $5, $20, small amounts. But by people coming together, inspired by that story, we were able to rehouse many, many families living in Lebanon. And that's the power of an image. So as a photographer, maybe the most important thing is not being on the cover of the New York Times. Maybe the most important thing is seeing the impact those pictures have. And for me, the most successful photograph I've ever taken is the one of Khulud that appeared on a crowdfunding campaign. That was all I could ever ask for.
Yeah, I think sometimes we all want that Pulitzer, if you're American, you want that Pulitzer Prize photograph as opposed to, you know, what good could you do?
Yeah.
Another question. So in your professional career, is there a series of photographs that have touched you the most, that have had the biggest impact on you?
You know, I would say the photographs that have impacted me the most are the ones you don't see. Because in every story I do, I have to make an edit. You know, I was just showing some stories from Lebanon of Syrian families. There were other families that I photographed that didn't make the cut, so to speak. And those are the ones that haunt me because I feel I failed those people. Because the reality is often these images mean lives do change. But what about the photographs we don't see? And those stories that don't get told? Those people have trusted me with their story, and for various reasons, you can't tell every story. So yeah, the ones that really affect me are the photographs that are still here in my head, and I always feel I failed those people.
And what advice would you have to a photographer who wants to go to a conflict zone? And maybe they want the glory, maybe they want to focus on the people who are disenfranchised. What advice would you give to them?
The first thing is make sure you're trained. You know, make sure you're trained in first aid. It's something that I've encountered where people have been injured and really could have been saved if there had been people around them that had first aid training. So first thing is get trained. Secondly, ask yourself, why am I doing this? Am I doing this for myself? You know, I think when you photograph somebody who is injured, somebody suffering in conflict, it comes with huge responsibility. And I always ask myself, why am I taking this photograph? Am I doing it for myself or am I doing it for them? And I think it's really important to remember, you know, I was photographed myself moments after being injured. I know what it's like to have somebody point a camera at you in your worst moment, and it's hurtful and difficult. And so just remember, if you go to a conflict zone, you go to that, don't do it for your own glory. You know, do it because you think it can make a difference, but please don't do it just because you want the action, you want the excitement. People are suffering, people are dying.
You know, the pictures that you showed when you were first injured, one of the first thoughts, because of course you're a photographer as well, is do you have a relationship with the person who shot the photographs? And does that relationship continue to this day?
You know, I wasn't aware of the photographer that was on the Medivac helicopter. It was only afterwards. And in fact, the pictures appeared in the New York Times, which is how many people found out about my injuries. You know, they asked my brother whether they should be published, and my brother said he would want that because I felt it was, and I do think it was fine that they were published, but I feel slightly detached from them. It's like looking at somebody else. And I think when I first saw them, I thought everyone thought I was going to be quite traumatized by seeing them. And I just looked at them and thought, well, I would have framed them differently, and I'd have probably done it in black and white.
Another question. Have you found that the world's view on people with disabilities has improved in any way over the past 10 years, or not so much?
You know, it's improving, and I'm very grateful to be living in a country that is forward thinking, but there's still a long way to go. And you know, you look at the representation, for example, of people living with disability on television. A very, very small percentage of people, and we tend to be always portrayed as the villains. And you know, it was only recently, in fact, I was making a comment about James Bond films, and maybe it's time for a one-armed James Bond, because It's actually, though, quite hurtful, though. You will notice every James Bond villain always has a facial disfigurement, is missing a limb, is living with a disability. We have to stop representing people on television with disability as always the villains.
So true. Here's another question. So you talked about, the physical challenges that you faced, the 37 operations. Can you walk us through some of the mental health issues that you went through and how long that recovery took? And are you there?
I suffered for many years from very, very bad depression. It's something that I have spoken about. And that was in my late 20s and my 30s, early 30s. And I managed to get through that when I finally found purpose, which is when I became a photographer that I am now. I always say that battle with mental health was far harder than losing 3 limbs. It was the greater battle. And what gave me the strength to get through my injuries was the strength, the resilience that I had built dealing with depression. So when people sort of trivialize what mental health is, when people say to people, oh, just pull yourself together, I can speak from experience. I have suffered from very bad depression, and I've suffered from pretty traumatic injuries. And I can tell you from my personal experience, the battle for my mental health was harder. But what got me through it was finding purpose.
Yeah, I think that's true with so many people in life. It doesn't matter if you're disabled or not. So where to next? Is there another conflict zone you're off to anytime soon? Is there a plan in place?
Yeah, there's always a plan. Unfortunately, there's no shortage of stories for me to tell. But what I'm interested in increasingly is actually telling stories about food and showing how people come together. I don't think we need to be reminded how difficult the world is right now. And actually, what I want to remind people of is resilience and strength. And there are people all around the world that have gone through incredibly difficult things that I know that see more joy in life than anyone. I think resilience is not something you can make yourself. Resilience is life's gift for suffering. And the whole world at the moment is going through a difficult time, which I think means we'll all come out this slightly more resilient. So actually, although I'll be going to places like DR Congo soon and South Sudan, I'm trying to focus on more positive stories and stories of resilience and hope.
Wonderful. Any final comments that you'd care to make to this audience that we have with us?
I would, again, just stress that point. It's a very difficult time for many, many people in the world. And I know many people are suffering from mental health issues. They're finding lockdown incredibly difficult. What I would say again is it's okay to have bad days. It's okay to have days when you feel upset and overwhelmed. But remember, resilience is the reward that we will all get at the end of this. And we will all find next year we're able to deal with things that a year ago seemed overwhelming. So just keep the faith.
Very well said. Well, this concludes the WISH Masterclass edition of the EC Speaker Series. Today's event is exactly what we try to do on a daily basis at Education City. Share ideas, discuss experiences, and tell great stories. Thank you to Giles for sharing and passing on his insight and experiences. And many thanks to our audience spread around the world for tuning in and being part of this event. If this has left you wanting to find out more about the Education City Speaker Series and Qatar Foundation, please visit qf.org.qa. The full discussion will shortly be uploaded on Qatar Foundation's YouTube page. On behalf of the entire WISH and QF teams, goodbye, stay safe, and be well. Thank you, Giles. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening, afternoon, and morning. I'm Richard Ponzio, Director of the Just Security 2020 program at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C. And it's my pleasure to welcome you back to the WISH Summit with its vision for a healthier world through global collaboration. Our session today is co-sponsored with the Doha Forum. It's on geopolitics and the global response to COVID-19, which will examine through the prism of global governance how the international community is coping with one of the biggest challenges to confront the United Nations since its founding in 1945. This session will hopefully nicely complement the COVID-19 panel on day one of the WISH Summit earlier this week, where Dr. Tedros, the Director General of the World Health Organization, promoted the COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, which, as you know now, ensures the fair allocation of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. A point of departure for this discussion is our upcoming 2020 Doha Forum report entitled Coping with New and Old Crises, Global and Regional Cooperation in an Age of Epidemic Uncertainty. And we will consider in this panel, first, the initial international emergency response to COVID-19, including from some of the major global players, the United Nations, the G20, and the World Health Organization. Secondly, how the international business community has partnered with international organizations and governments in this effort. And finally, a few of the key dimensions of what we're proposing as a 3-year socioeconomic and green global recovery program from the pandemic. So we're very fortunate to have with us 4 distinguished and talented panelists. And while you can find more details on their bios on the WISH Summit website, I will give you a few tidbits on their background in the order that we'll be hearing from them today. Mr. Elhaj Assi was recently the Secretary General of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. He, particularly germane to our discussion today, has been named in recent years the co-chair of the WHO's Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. He's also the chair of the Kofi Annan Foundation in Geneva. Then we're going to hear from my colleague, Professor Joris Larik, who is an assistant professor at Leiden University and a senior advisor at the Stimson Center. He will bring to our panel expertise in the areas of international law and global governance reform. Also from the Stimson Center, my colleague, Christina Petcu, who serves as a research associate at the Stimson Center. She's a native of Romania, and prior to joining Stimson, she served in various roles at the United Nations, including the UN Office on Drugs and Crime in Guatemala. And finally, we're very pleased to have with us today Mr. John Scheffler, who is the Executive Global Government Affairs Leader for GE Healthcare, where he also served as a senior leader of government relations. Prior to GE, he spent nearly a decade in senior positions with the American Healthcare Association. So following 2 rounds of initial Q&A, we'll offer the opportunity to hear from all of you, our global audience. And so we encourage you to begin using the chat function throughout our discussion to submit your questions, ideally naming yourself as well, the country you might be coming from when you're posing your brief question, please. Let's kick things off with Mr. C. The current geopolitical context has made it extremely difficult to reach consensus and bring about effective collective action. The UN, G7, G20 have all been affected in this way. In addition, we've witnessed the phenomena of vaccine nationalism, with national self-interest and potentially undermining the global effort to ensure that vaccines are used most effectively and equitably to stop the pandemic. Is there a way forward out of this situation? And what do you see as the way forward for increasing effectiveness of the multilateral system? Mr. C.
Thank you very much. As you rightly say, when we are confronted with the shock and the hazard of the magnitude of this pandemic, it on the one hand reveals the dysfunctionalities that we have in our systems. On the other hand, it even exacerbates those dysfunctionalities. So what we have seen even before was that the world was at risk, and that was the title of our first report of the GPMB. We were calling for responsible leadership. We were calling for active citizenship. We were calling for early alert, early warning, early action. We were calling for building capacities to strengthen the resilience of communities to withstand the shocks. We were calling for partnership and solidarity. But none of that was really heard. What we nicely call the vaccine nationalism, it is an egoism that started, with a fierce competition for masks, PPEs, drugs, hand sanitizers, forgetting that in a pandemic, nobody is safe until we all are. So what do we need to have there? We know that civil society organizations play a role. They have not been involved sufficiently. We know that pandemics starts in communities and then they will end in communities. And until and unless they engage, and then we are accountable to them and be them part of the solution rather than being seen as a problem, you will not see the headway that we would like to see. If we do not give back the authority, to the institutions such as WHO and fund them adequately, if we do not have the political leadership, politics that should be part of the solution and not be a bottleneck, and on the other hand, an activism which is building a community of carers, that will be holding leaders responsible to deliver on the promises that they have made, for the well-being of their populations and their citizens. If we don't do that, trust will continue to be eroded. If we don't do that, then we will leave a space for naysayers, for fake news, for anti-vax and all other things that are developing and then becoming a threat, to us. That's the reason why we are calling in the GPMB and then together with other partners, that the multilateral system needs to be looked into. And then we build bridges between the international financial institutions, the WHO, the UN, the G20, and every country, every leader. Nobody should be left off the hook, be they rich or poor, to see health as an investment that will be having dividend and not only as an expense, which is often seen as a kind of a social expense. Now, COVID-19 is reminding us that very, very fiercely, and then we hopefully will now to take back and then see alongside some of the proposals that we make to the UN to hold a global summit of health and security globally, to put all the pieces together and heal what is broken, which is this global solidarity and the multilateral system that works for people.
Thank you, Mr. C. Good way to kick off our discussion. Nobody's safe unless we all are. Professor Larek, unsurprisingly, the World Health Organization has been a regular feature in the international media since the start of this pandemic. In connection with the upcoming report, the Doha Forum report, how do you and your co-authors perceive the various criticisms launched against the WHO in handling the pandemic, including from the United States, but also governments regarding China, as well as regarding the WHO's change in messaging regarding the utility of face masks?
So, thanks, Richard. And yeah, in the first instance, it feels always very unfair to criticize the WHO because it is kind of where the buck stops in global health governance. The world only gets as good a WHO as it is willing to fund and provide. Also, we have, I think, in our assessment now declutter it a little bit from a lot of the quite overtly hostile rhetoric from the now outgoing US government, the Trump administration. Nonetheless, though, I think some of the criticisms also came from other quarters, as you mentioned. Other governments criticized the WHO as well regarding, perhaps it should have declared the coronavirus a pandemic, an international health concern sooner. It should have mandated or strongly recommended face masks sooner. Maybe that's an important lesson for the future, to just act in an even more precautionary manner, seeing the cost and suffering that it does cause if you don't take action very early, seeing the very global spread of the virus. And for the rest, I think looking at this from a larger perspective, and maybe a lesson for international organizations generally, is that we saw the WHO become this battleground in this US-China standoff, and that's really then where the rest of the world suffers. Because the distracted WHO from its core task, and if you happen to be a smaller country, a poorer country, then you really will suffer also very much down the line. So I think one big lesson from this is certainly, yes, as Mr. C already said, fund it more, equip it more adequately, but also make it less susceptible to becoming this this kind of this plaything of the great powers, and something that can really dedicate its full energy to helping everyone, including smaller and poorer countries around the world.
Thank you, Professor Larrick. Ms. Petku, as a member too of the forthcoming Doha Forum report team, and building on Professor Larrick's response, what's your assessment of how intergovernmental bodies such as the World Bank and other institutions at the regional level have responded to the international financial, economic, and the social or human impact of the COVID-19 pandemic? Do you feel that there's been sufficient post-vaccine recovery planning underway by these international bodies now that we know that the vaccine is imminent?
Thank you, Richard, and to all the participants that are joining us today. And grateful to share this panel with such distinguished experts. Faced with a common borderless threat, global and regional institutions indeed mobilize to facilitate cooperation and identify comprehensive plans of action to address the unfolding human, economic, and social crisis caused by the pandemic. The COVID-19 Tools Act Accelerator, the United Nations Framework for Immediate Socioeconomic Response to COVID-19, and the G20's Debt Service Suspension Initiative are just a few of the many response plans that illustrate the type of coordinated action required to combat this global threat and ensure equitable support for development and for developed and developing countries alike. However, prevailing fragmentation, under-resourcing, persistent delays, and ad hocism among global and regional institutions has only heightened during the first months of the response. Global and regional recovery efforts remain still inadequately funded. For instance, between April and early November 2020, only 24% of the UN's public appeal has been met for its $10.3 billion global humanitarian response plan, and only 6% has been raised for the initial $1 billion COVID-19 Response and Recovery Trust Fund, even as donor countries pumped trillions of stimulus spending into their own economies. At the regional level, you asked about the regional level, different vulnerabilities along with diverse regional structures showcase the effectiveness, but also the limitations of regional organizations to coordinate and support national responses. In Latin America, which became the epicenter of the crisis in May, despite a series of short and medium-term proposals from the UN Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, regional organizations have failed to unify and mobilize a regional response. This only reflected the regionalism crisis that exists in Latin America, where we see actually a veritable alphabet soup of overlapping regional and sub-regional arrangements. On the other hand, other regional blocs, such as the European Union, which has also been the epicenter of the crisis early in the year, is one of the only multilateral bodies that is now negotiating a long-term 6-year recovery package amounting 1.8 trillion euros, which aims to create greener, more digital, and more resilient Europe. At the same time, the undermining of global institutions, norms, and cooperation over the past years has further strained the multilateral system, which paradoxically is key to confronting present and future transnational risks and challenges. And this lack of coordination also and lack of effective planning hindered the international community's ability to manage the situation, let alone develop a coherent medium-term, let's say for the next 2-3 years, that is a post-vaccine recovery plan that should be conceptualized earlier rather than later, as we can't wait for a vaccine to become available before we start thinking about a global comprehensive recovery plan. Still, the adoption of the 2 related UN General Assembly resolutions on COVID-19 response in September, as well as the UN 75 declaration, which was also adopted in September, suggest broad-based political support for environmentally sensitive recovery plans essential to building more inclusive and just societies. And in this vein, we've seen recently that it was announced that on December 3rd and 4th, the UN General Assembly will hold a special session at the heads of state and government level in response to COVID-19. And we hope that this will be an opportunity to catalyze long-term collective action to address the global pandemic and its impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petku. I'd like to pivot briefly to focus a bit on the role of non-governmental actors, especially the private sector response to the COVID-19 crisis. So we're delighted to have, of course, Mr. Scheffler, a representative from a major multinational enterprise, GE Healthcare. Prior to the current pandemic, we understand you had a relatively modest ventilator business. We'd be grateful if you could share with our global audience some details and any insights or lessons that you've taken from the rather remarkable partnership you've had in recent months with Ford Motor Company.
No, thank you, Richard, and to the panel, thank you. I'd be happy to. I think as I've been thinking about this pandemic crisis like we all have, there's nobody who has experienced it more intimately and more soberly than the frontline caregivers and the patients that suffer from COVID. There's a role for the private sector, and look, for us at GE Healthcare, you know, it was the second week of March, and all of a sudden we heard the same things everybody heard. Italy was in a bad way, and little did we know that in a short period of time, New York City would follow in a bad way. And what we realized as a company is a med tech company is we manufacture equipment that can be useful to the response. Look, I think the systems, the institutions were very much pressure tested. And as a private sector person and playing a role in that, I can share with you how hard it was. And some days you didn't wake up because you never went to sleep. And the days that you did wake up, you wondered how you were going to kind of hold the walls up and keep it together. The demand for ventilators, you know, spiked thousands and thousands of % overnight. We have a ventilator business at GE. And even within that, we were able to increase our capacity by 3 times. And that wasn't going to be enough to meet the world's needs. So as a company, we kind of came together with our engineers, our manufacturing leaders, our government affairs leaders to sort of assess a few things. And I think the first thing we all had to look at was safety. How do we keep our own employees safe? How do we keep our suppliers' employees safe? If they aren't safe, no one will follow. And we developed protocols right away to ensure the continued manufacturing of our ventilators that we make at GE Healthcare. Then we had to assess what is our inventory? What can we provide right away? And how do we allocate it? And that became a very important partnership between industry and governments, is how do you secure enough ventilators to get to all the places in the world that need it? It's made more complicated because of the supply chain. Most of the companies, and there are 8, 9, or 10 companies that manufacture ventilators, and we all are reliant on a global supply chain. So while you're looking at Southeast Asia, Malaysia, India, Europe, the United States, Canada, parts are coming from all over the world. And how can you run your logistics operation to make sure that the parts that are coming from these countries are also going to benefit from the products that we make? And so securing your ability to meet the world's needs and not get sucked into sort of a nationalistic approach and finding that right balance. Those were the challenges that we faced. As we looked at our own inventory and our own capability, I think there was a sense of urgency, certainly among the U.S. government and our partners. And other industries stepped up to say, hey, we have capacity here. We're Ford Motor Company, and we have a line that we could convert to make mass-produced ventilators. And so we partnered with Ford, and sort of in a short period of time, we worked through a lot of challenges, engineering design, patents, service, and we came across a simpler model of a ventilator. The GE ventilator has over 1,500 parts. This required fewer parts. It did not require any electricity. And we were able to partner with Ford, and they did a terrific job of converting their manufacturing capability to generate 50,000 ventilators. And we were able to use those in the U.S. The U.S. government has the ability to share those outside the U.S. And look, there were days where you weren't sure if you were ever going to make enough ventilators to meet the world's needs. And then After sort of 6 to 7 weeks of a concentrated effort, 20-hour days from the manufacturing lines to those of us in government affairs to keep the logistics flowing, the supply chain flowing, it operating smoothly, we were able to meet the demand. And right now, there are enough ventilators to meet the need. And I think what we're doing as a company, and I think the other vendors that are in the same space would be looking, what can we learn from what we went through, so that when there's the next challenge, whether it's in monitoring or what other types of equipment, or even on the pharma side, what are the things that we can look back, assess what we did, what we could do better, and incorporate that into our plans going forward. And I would close just saying, when we woke up that first week of March, I don't think any of us anticipated this thing being like this. And it forced our companies to rethink how we prepare for the next one. And that's what we're doing right now as a company, is trying to ensure health security across the globe so that everybody has access to it. It's hard, it's complicated, it is doable.
Thank you, Mr. Scheffler. It's a remarkable story, especially the complexity of the supply chains involved. Mr. C, I'd love for you to, any reflections about the broader topic of private sector, civil society, their response to the pandemic, but given your many years with international organizations, are governments and their intergovernmental bodies doing enough to coordinate, facilitate the contributions of these non-state actors?
Not enough. We clearly see that there are some progress have been made over the last years. You may have heard about the Global Compact, that was put together in the UN. We have seen Davos after Davos meetings, some kind of rapprochement between the private sector and then the public sector. We've seen champions of industry also individually caring themselves, and by so doing, driving their societies, their companies, and the communities where they do business, towards responding to the challenges that are relevant to society. We're seeing more and more about that. Because for me, what I see the positive development is that beyond the titles that people carry and the status, there are human beings, and some of them simply care. And because they care, they drive that. And I think what Mr. Scheffler was talking about, it is not only about doing good business, it is not only about making money, it's about, simply put, caring, as a human being and as a leader. And that is the type of leadership that we need at all levels, in the private sector and also in the public sector. But we need to create an enabling environment where trust can be built, where respect can be built, where accountability will be there, and we build the partnerships that are required to move towards that. And the accountability in particular, namely delivering what we promise, which is supporting people, investing in their well-being, which is also addressing the needs in the communities where we do business and the communities where we are also responsible. And I think that is all of that comes together. And in times of crisis, like this one, it is revealed. Today we talk about COVID. Before we're talking about climate and all those other shocks and hazards that remind us very simple things. There is only one planet that we all share, and we need to protect it. There is only one humanity that we all share, that we need to care for it. And that's, I think, that movement of carers, the movement of solidarity that we need in the international institutions, that we need in the multilateral system, and we need in a new form of partnership and collaboration where there will not be no more them and us, but we, an inclusive we, that will be working together in the same line. But the leadership is critical there, and we need that kind of a leadership, which unfortunately quite broken down at the political level. And then we hope that it will be rebuilt, and we will see more and more that kind of a leadership emerging from private sector and the civil society, and I hope that the movement will be carried forward.
Thank you, Mr. C. I think, you're getting at the heart of the matter. It can't just be whole of government approaches to deal with this monumental challenge, but whole of society and whole of government approaches at the global level, given the nature of a pandemic. In this last segment, and I hope our panelists will have relatively brief responses so we have time for exchange with the global audience, but we'd like to look ahead. Now that the vaccine is imminent, we can seriously talk about economic, social, even the environmental dimensions of recovery. So back to you, Mr. Scheffler. GE is a well-known global corporation, big in the aviation and energy sectors. A lot of talk about a green recovery. What does a green recovery mean to a company like GE?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Look, I think one of the fun things for me about working for GE is when we get tired of working on healthcare issues, I can walk down the hall and talk to our friends in aviation. And if I get tired of that, I can go talk to our power team or our renewable energy team. And even within GE, we have a lab. We have an innovation lab. It's our global research center. And I think one of the things that's exciting is you know, the Honorable Mr. C talked about the other threats that are on the horizon, including climate change and the things that keep us all up at night. You know, GE has been a heavy player in the power space for a long time. It has made dramatic commitments and investments in the renewable energy space. And I think the good news is we continue to see increased global demand for renewable energy. For GE Healthcare, it's largely wind-generated power. That did not take a dip during COVID, so we're happy to see that the demand is there and it's growing. And I think the big challenge for us as we think about green energy is how do we as a company work with governments, again, to drive down the cost so that it's affordable and accessible to everyone. And we haven't cracked that nut yet, but that's something that we think about with regard to our growing renewable energy portfolio. How can we better position ourselves with governments to have a human conversation about what is best for the world, how to get it done quickly, and how to make it accessible to consumers around the world in every market, including emerging markets.
The human dimension is absolutely front and center everybody's mind. Of course, the pandemic is still ongoing, but Professor Larrick, looking back at just the last several months, what are some insights, lessons you take for future looming global crises, even beyond pandemics?
Yes, thank you. Well, yeah, I think the one important key is certainly in realizing that these global challenges always will require a multi-stakeholder approach. And we've talked a lot or heard a lot in these past months about the crisis of multilateralism. But yeah, multilateralism alone won't be able to tackle any of them. And there I just like to add that you don't need to be a global corporation. Of course, if you're GE or other global corporations, you can make massive contributions in various areas. But in our forthcoming report, we also included stories of small businesses, small NGOs around the world doing their part in tackling the pandemic. Maybe one reminder I'd like to add as well. Of course, 2020 will always be known as the year of the corona crisis, but it also is the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, something that almost got a bit sidelined by this, but at the same time reinforces the necessity of a global organization like that, but also of multi-stakeholder approaches. It really goes back to the opening words of the UN Charter, we the people. It's not just we the states, we the governments. So in a way, that message was already included there. And yeah, in many ways, I can only say, thank God we have the UN, and thank God we have also a track record of experience with multi-stakeholder collaboration in various areas, including health. And that allowed launching things like the COVAX facility and the access to COVID-19 tools accelerator facility. I mean, of course, these things can be better, can be improved, but they're absolutely essential for tackling this particular crisis. And I think they will also contain many lessons for other looming and ongoing global challenges and crises.
Thank you, Professor. So while Ms. Petku again, while a vaccine may only be available for wide distribution in 2021, hoping you could speak a little more to the forthcoming report that you're part of the team in supporting. What are some of the priority elements or innovative ideas that are being put forward for a durable, green, and broad-based recovery from COVID-19? But does it also have something to do with our system of global governance that Professor Larrick referred to in the context of the 75th anniversary of the UN.
Indeed, and thank you, Joris, for making it easy for me and just laying the groundwork for emphasizing the need for multilateralism and the response, how critical the response of these global institutions has been. But I'm going to pivot and speak a little bit about the need for revitalization, particularly in the context of recovery. And in the report, we think that, and we're suggesting that the 3-year global green recovery effort and complementary sequence of steps to renovate and upgrade our global and regional governance institutions have become imperative. In the report, we're also saying that the recovery effort should address itself to 4 critical dimensions of global, national, and local interaction, which in the interest of time here, because I like to get to your questions, I will not mention, but I do encourage you to read when the report is published at the beginning of December. On institutional revitalization, because I think that's the critical aspect here that people will be interested to hear about, the report highlights one recommendation from recent, more detailed studies for each one of the main pillars of the UN. For the peace and security pillar, we recommend the much enhanced UN post-conflict civilian response capacity that would facilitate rapid deployment of civilian skills in conflict prevention and peace building efforts worldwide. For the sustainable development pillar, we call for better alignment of the UN and G20 priorities. We're calling it a G20 plus that could accelerate recovery from COVID-19. And for the human rights pillar, we suggest stronger working ties between the UN Human Rights Council, the International Criminal Court, and the UN Security Council that can reinforce the effectiveness of each other. Culminating 3 years of work in the service of global pandemic recovery and revitalization of global institutions, the report proposes a World Summit on Inclusive Global Governance that should be convened in September 2023 at the start of UNGA High Level Week in New York. The 2023 World Summit would seek to upgrade and equip the global governance system to address major issues facing the international community and to usher in a new compact with citizens to engage and rebuild confidence in multilateral institutions. With the recent news on the expected arrival of one or even more effective vaccines, the road to recovery must avoid a return to the old normal of unsustainable practices as it relates to confronting a far greater challenge than the coronavirus. And I believe that's in the minds of us all, it's actually climate change. So I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, this time we do have more than 10 minutes to hear from our global audience. And there is a brief interlude, and then I'll share some of the questions posed to our panelists. Welcome back. So our 4 questions, I will wish to pose the first one to our colleague Christina Petko, who just spoke, from Habas Hawal. His question is, how have international agencies that led to the response to COVID-19 adequately addressed underprivileged communities, specifically looking at health disparities that are linked to race that have been exacerbated during the pandemic? And then for our colleague, Mr. Scheffler from GE Health, very interesting question. We don't have the author's name, unfortunately, but there's a lot of talk today about acting together. But can you comment on the value of many jurisdictions learning and acting separately and uniquely? Of course, this is how the private sector is organized around the world. So the value of hundreds of small laboratories of discovery. And maybe you can add to that how the public sector can encourage innovation through the market. Mr. C, 2 questions that are closely related. Can you comment on the growing fear of politicization of the COVID-19 vaccine, building on your comments earlier about vaccine nationalism? And then specifically, do you think that the United States will make a significant contribution to the Global Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, after the major announcements this month and the contributions that are also being made by European countries? And then finally, for Professor Larrick, we have a question from Al-Jawara Al-Mana, whose question is, what is the role of civil society organizations in combating COVID and in socioeconomic recovery post-COVID, building on part of our discussion today very much so. Ms. Petku, the first question is over to you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you to all of you for your very thoughtful questions. I will try to address the question on the responses to COVID-19 and whether or not they are adequately addressed underprivileged communities. And while the report itself and what we've been researching thus far focus more at the national, regional, and actually global context, we've seen in our research that there is definitely a big discrepancy, of course, in the capacities that different countries have, which also speak, of course, about the capacity that they have at the local level to respond to COVID-19. I can think of one of the numbers from the report, which says that 40% of the world countries have less than 10 doctors per 10,000 people, compared to an average of 30 per 10,000 people in high-income countries. So also the limited fiscal space available to low and middle-income countries have also undermined their ability to fund comprehensive stimulus plans that and roll out emergency responses, and therefore be able to help more those vulnerable populations. We have also seen that those that have been actually most impacted, of course, we're speaking here about generally the various groups within a population that are vulnerable, such as women and children and some other groups. But we're also seeing a big impact on in countries where there's the informal sector is prevailing. Therefore, unemployment benefits on average are only available in these countries to less than 2.5% of the population. So yes, there have been responses. We've seen the World Food Programme actually winning a Nobel Peace Prize for trying to combat famine, which is actually a big problem, and it's expected to get even worse in the coming months. But at the same time, of course, more responses are needed, and especially responses that target vulnerable populations.
Thank you, Ms. Petku. Mr. Scheffler, laboratories for innovation. What more, do you agree with that premise in that question? And of course, what kind of suitable conditions, environment can the public sector encourage for those laboratories to really reach their full potential?
I appreciate the question. Look, I think the laboratories of innovation, and who's against that? I think they're up and they're running. I sort of took the question to be more along the lines of how do you manage through jurisdictional chaos, right? And COVID presented to us the greatest opportunity for a global response in our lifetime. What can we contribute and how can we do it? I think were the questions we asked to ourselves. So as I think about the question, two things. One is from a innovation lab thing. Everybody's got something to contribute, and even certain companies can pull from other parts of their company to direct resources to solve, create the mousetrap that saves the world. And that's what we try to do at GE. I think we want to work with our suppliers to do the same thing. The challenge for us at GE was managing the chaos piece of this and the jurisdictions. So the world's on fire. You've got to get something delivered tomorrow. You need to make sure that the environment for your suppliers that are working in Malaysia can get to work. And what do we need to do to make sure that the place where they're working is safe, they have permission to actually go and work there, and that they actually want to go and work there. And then when they make the component part, how do we get it from Malaysia to Wuxi, from Wuxi to Singapore, from Singapore to Bangalore, and from Bangalore to Madison, Wisconsin? And so those kind of logistics were just an overwhelming challenge. But the world worked together in large part. As I said before, the systems were tested. And in large part, it wasn't perfect and it wasn't easy, But in large part, the systems actually came together because I think people kind of put aside that this is and we all hope this is the biggest experience we all have in our lifetime to respond to a catastrophe like this. And I think we did. The challenge is how do you work with governments to streamline the process, to keep the things flowing, that get the products delivered to save people's lives. And that's the viewpoint we took at GE. And I think also we want to sort of assess, tell us what we could do better. Tell us what we should consider doing differently the next time, manage through the chaos of different jurisdictions, not just governments, but the different jurisdictions between industry, government, the healthcare system, the hospital system, the physicians. It's an ecosystem that was tested. I think we did okay, but we want to be even better the next time.
Thank you, John. Back to you then, Mr. C, building on your very first response about vaccine nationalism, but the particular concern raised by one of our participants about the United States and its contribution to initiatives such as Gavi, which will be a big part of the COVAX facility, and other major players such as the European Union.
In a crisis of this magnitude, it is unavoidable that politics get involved. But politics can be part of the problem, but it can be part of the solution. We would like to see politics being part of the solution. Politics that is guided by science, by facts, and not by populism and fake news. Politics, that is releasing funds and make the necessary investments at national level and at an international level. Politics that will be promoting equity and equitable access, for all who need it. Politics that will be promoting solidarity instead of exclusion and unnecessary competition. And that is that kind of a politics, that we need, that will be bringing a very strong pillar alongside science, alongside activism, and the kind of movements that we would like, to see, happening. Now, too little made so far from all countries without, exceptions. We salute, some of the initiatives, ACT accelerators, the COVAX facility, all of that, good initiatives, but not good enough at the scale and the magnitude of the pandemic that we're seeing. We need to build on those and encourage, greater investment in WHO, greater investment in communities, greater investment in civil societies, greater partnership with private sector, so that together we get to the scale and magnitude that is matching the scale and the magnitude of the pandemic of today.
Thank you, Mr. C. To finish up, Professor Larrick, I'm so sorry we won't have time to take other questions, but we'd love to hear, Professor, about the role of civil society once more. On the broader recovery agenda, I will sneak in, though, a question that came in on healthcare system reforms as part of broader socioeconomic recovery from COVID, some of the lessons we're taking. So any insights that you would like to share?
Well, given we don't have much time left, but I want to make 2 points here. And one is that, civil society contributions to both tackling the crisis and contributing to the recovery, they come in all shapes and forms, large and small, and many different dimensions. And actually, in that sense, I also want to point out it's great to have another great reason to have Mr. C on the panel is that he was Secretary General of the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, which reminds us that next to the International Committee, we have virtually in every country in the world a Red Cross or Red Crescent society that really does the important groundwork. But also, it's not just, we shouldn't just think of contributions directly related to, I don't have to make face masks or provide medical aid, but also if we think of civil society organizations that, it comes down to the level of these live streaming of concerts and operas or taking care of the elderly or marginalized groups. So it really comes in all shapes and forms. One thing that does worry me, though, but shows also a connection between these different developments, is that we've seen in recent years a so-called shrinking public space, onslaughts and attacks against civil society in many countries around the world, which will also impact, which limits also the ability of civil society organizations to contribute to long-term recovery. So in that sense, yeah.
My apologies, Professor Lark. We do have to wrap up now. I do want to be able to thank our amazing panelists, Mr. El-Haj, John Scheffler, Christina Pepku, and of course, Professor Lark, our colleagues from the Doha Forum and the Stimson Center. We wish everybody, though, in our global audience to enjoy the rest of the WISH Summit program, heading into day 5 tomorrow. Thank you once for your, again, for your amazing contributions. And we look forward to being in touch soon in the post-pandemic era.
Hello everyone. It's shortly after 9 p.m. in Doha. Hello from the newsroom of Northwestern University in Qatar. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the Agora, the final session of day 4 of WISH 2020. Everything has been packed away for the night. The place is deserted. If we're lucky, the lights will stay on for the next 30 minutes, but it's okay. I've got a small torch with me just in case they suddenly go out. If you're watching this, you are definitely one of the cool kids. If you've been with us for the last 8 hours, well, congratulations on your stamina. So, what are the Agoras? WISH Agoras are based on gatherings held at ancient Greek assembly places where communities would gather to share news and exchange views. Introduced in WISH 2018, this year we've moved our Agora conversations online because, well, pandemics have a habit of upending even the best laid plans. I'm Nick Bradshaw, Director of Outreach at WISH, and I'll be moderating today's session, which I hope will be informal and also engaging. And tonight, which posits the question, can social media ever really be a source of promoting good health? With me today, I hope, albeit virtually, is Dr. Mohammed Al-Banna, a well-respected Kuwaiti cardiologist who uses social media in Arabic to share accurate health messages. He currently has 60,000 followers on Instagram. We'll also be joined by a panel of 12 members of the WISH community who I'll bring into the conversation in a few minutes. But first, I'd like to speak to you, Dr. Al-Banna, to help get an overview of the topic we're discussing tonight. So, first question, why have you found social media to be the right tool for getting a message across, focused on promoting good heart health?
Thank you so much for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here and amongst such a wonderful panel of distinguished individuals. So let me tell you that social media is gaining importance, and its importance is only getting bigger. It is here to stay. 80% of those on the internet use it for searching for health information. 75% of those users use social media outlets to conduct this search. And social media provides a 24/7 access to health information. The startling piece of information is that 90% of users think that the medical information on social media is trustworthy, and hence people go there to seek their medical data and answers to their medical questions. In the past, we used to expect patients to come to us as medical experts and as doctors. However, we have to go where the attention is. And I can tell you that people's attention is here. This is where all the attention is. And that's why we have to go seek our patients if we truly want to advance our cause and the goal of promoting health education.
So you mentioned there the 90%, that figure of trust. So how much responsibility do you have to make sure that the information you share is evidence-based? And have you ever been alarmed by what you've seen others posting on social media around healthcare?
So one of the reasons why I think, when people ask me, is what do you think of social media? I tell them my answer is this is a full-time job. It's another full-time job of mine on top of my other responsibilities because of the amount of time I have to spend researching, making sure that all the data I present to my patients is up to date and accurate. Just like it's available to you and it's easy access to you, it's also available to other health professionals who can come out and criticize you, number one. And then the other thing is, I try to maintain a certain level of credibility in front of my patients, my followers, and my audience. And that is why I think it's paramount to make sure that all the information that we present as healthcare professionals is evidence-based and is up to date. I cannot say that I've personally seen other people posting, let's say, false data, because I only follow people of a certain caliber, because I think that if I follow someone, I am actually endorsing them. And I'm telling the people that I follow, please go and follow this other doctor. So that's why I make sure that the people I follow also present up-to-date, evidence-based information. But I know, and I hear from people, there's a lot of, what should I say? There's lies out there that healthcare professionals have to stand up and contest.
If you were to go back a decade or so and kind of reset the way we use social media, particularly to share information around healthcare, what would you change? What do you think are the issues that need to, if you could step back in time?
So I'll tell you, I was at 10 years ago, I used to think that social media is a fad. Social media is a bubble, it's going to burst, it's going to go away and disappear. And oh boy, I was proven wrong. If there's anything that I would do differently, I would go hard, I would go strong in social media, and I would have started earlier with my journey in health promotion and social media. That's certainly something I would do had I gone back in time.
Very interesting. So please stay with us. We will be coming back to you a lot, I'm sure. But we've heard from our expert there. Let's now hear from our panel. So welcome to our jury of 12 upstanding members of the WISH community who tonight can be found staring into their laptop cameras like rabbits caught in the headlights, just worried that we're going to say something or ask them something that they'll regret later. I hope they don't. I'm sure they won't. If I could ask you all to raise your hands if you have something to say, either a comment for Dr. Al-Banna or a question for Dr. Al-Banna. And if I could ask you to be brief so that we can hear as many different viewpoints as possible, and please don't forget to unmute your microphone if you want to be heard. So, panel, what role do you think social media can play in promoting good health? Who wants to start? Gentleman in yellow, Mahmoud, go ahead, unmute your microphone, please.
Me or... So
yes,
I have a question actually,
Mahmoud.
Dr. Al-Banna. I have a question to Dr. Al-Banna. It's first, it's two questions. The first question is, what did your colleagues think when you first started pushing those messages on your social media? And then the second question, or the second part of the question, is what do you think now, looking at the large number of followers on your Instagram? Because Nick at start said that you have now 60,000, so this is a great number.
So I have to say that my colleagues used to make fun of me. My friends, my colleagues, they all used to make fun of me and saying, oh, what do you think you are, a fashionista of some sort? showing yourself on Instagram and different social media outlets. However, as time went by, these friends have now come to me to seek advice on how they could advance and promote their own social media outlets. So I guess I've had the last laugh. Now, the second question is, sorry, I forgot your second question.
My second question is,
I think he
when
asked
you
what
look at the...
Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, so I was asking, what do you think now? You have got large number of followers on Instagram.
So I have to say that this is not a large number of followers. I have colleagues who have started before me, and these are people that I used to criticize and I used to make fun of before I started the people on the campaign trail. And they have in excess of 1 million followers on Instagram only, plus other social media outlets. I'm flattered, I'm happy, but again, it's a huge burden, it's a huge responsibility that one has to work hard to maintain.
Thank you. Looking to the other panelists, I can see gentleman in the glasses and the suit with your hand up, please. Yes,
Nick,
you.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Mohammed related to the campaign that has been funded or sponsored by the National Bank of Kuwait to have everyday information about heart diseases. I think if you could just, highlight more about these experiences and how other countries could benefit, because I myself benefited from the everyday constant messaging related to certain type of diseases. So could we benefit and could we enlarge this scale through the power of social media? Thank you.
Yes, so the National Bank of Kuwait has been a big supporter of my health promotion endeavors. One of the campaigns was, as you've rightfully mentioned, is to come out with a heart-related piece of information on daily basis. I'm sure that we could, not just the National Bank, but any major institution through their CSR department can seek the advice of a specialist in other areas like gastrointestinal health, for instance, obesity, mental health. All these issues are hot topics, especially in the Gulf area, because the GCC is the #1 part of the world with obesity. It competes with the United States. We are #1 in complications of obesity. #2 is that mental health is looked at as a taboo here. People seek, I don't want to say anything, non-medical advice and non-medical experts for their mental health problems, thinking that they are caused from lack of faith and whatnot. And I think it's very important that we hit these areas hard and try to promote them to the public. So I highly advise any big institution to try and promote these two areas.
You mentioned mental health there, and I see Sarah is on our panel, I think. I don't know if Sarah, who I know works for a mental health organisation, if you have a comment you can make about your thoughts on social media and how it could be good for mental health and the problems that are faced around mental health.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you. It was very helpful to hear what Dr. Albana was saying. I think it's really important to break the taboos around mental health and make sure that there's accurate information available and that people feel without stigma that they can seek support and advice. It's really important throughout the world, including in the region. In terms of what the role of the social media, I think there's a few different things, and we touched on some of them already. So some of it is around public health information, so basic information and regular provision of that information in a way that's easy to understand, and then to signpost to where services are available. And we have partners in different countries who are doing that. The second piece is around campaigning. So maybe raising awareness and support for particular conditions that are less well known, or where there's a particular lack of information. We see that in our work. So we just worked with the World Health Organization on the design and delivery of their campaign for World Mental Health Day, which was #Move for Mental Health. And we had around 465 million views on that. And that was just on TikTok actually. And then we did it across a number of social media platforms. So we can raise awareness as well as engaging people at an individual level, even to find support in terms of services, and in order to also find maybe communities where they can share and understand each other's conditions, and sometimes for peer-to-peer support in a more confidential setting. So I think there are a wide variety of ways. And then I think some of the challenges include the infodemic around COVID, which has been widely documented and discussed elsewhere. And then, of course, the very issue of social media as a form of addiction, and how you manage people's consumption of media and time spent on social media. And that's really important. So those are some ideas. Thanks.
Very interesting. I mean, I'm going to stick with you for a second, Sarah. Do you sometimes think that, you mentioned there how much you're doing. Can it sometimes be necessary to flood the markets with good information to counterbalance the bad information? Because it does seem that bad information gets out there much, much more easily, because it tends to be more sensational. You know, something that's telling you that things are okay, they're doing this is a sensible, rational thing to do, isn't going to get as much coverage as something that is outlandish.
Yes, I don't think you can compete with a lot of TikTok challenges. I don't think any of us can, and that's just life. And a lot of social media is about entertainment as much as anything, or about shock value and all those things. But yes, there is a way of, I think you can use influencers. I think there's a really interesting question about how you engage with social media influencers. So to Dr. Al-Banna's point, his following is high, but compared to some of the influencers that we know, it's very low. So it's partly about, can you work with influencers with very large followings and make sure what they are putting on their social media accounts is accurate? And sometimes we've actually worked with influencers with very big followings who are prepared to let a mental health activist or expert take over their social media account, and then provide direct engagement with that fan base or that following. And that's a really effective way to reach a broader audience, and, if you like, flood with better information. So there are different ways of doing it. Yeah.
I see a hand up there. Sorry, the lady with the lovely wallpaper in the background. Sorry if I'm being very vague there, but if you can unmute yourself.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So my question to both Dr. Al-Banna and Sarah, in the conventional evidence-based methodology, we usually look at the evidence for conducting an intervention, and we try to find out what are the results that you find. How much do we know about the results of social media campaigns in terms of perceptions of people that have changed and practices that have changed because of social media campaigns?
I'll go first, Sarah. I have to admit that I haven't had the chance to look at research in this area, but I mean, this is obviously anecdotal information. This is just personal experience. And I can tell you that from the following, many people have changed their behavior based on advice, based on role modeling. You know, not only do I post about medical information, but what I do is I also post about my daily activities, my gym routine, my the things that I eat, the thoughts that go through my head. The whole point behind them is to try and instill a healthy lifestyle. And by doing that, I am hoping that when people see that their influencer, medical influencer, or that their doctor is walking the walk, that this would fare even better and make them pick up these habits and take advantage of them. Sarah?
Thank you. As you said, it's important to have evidence, and it's a relatively new area in terms of being able to test that. The other issue, of course, comes in terms of confidentiality. So if you look at the service that's well known in the UK called Samaritans, which is a listening service, they deliberately don't gather that data, so they can't measure the impact that they've had in that terms because of confidentiality. But there is a service called Crisis Text Line that started in the US and has been quite successful, and that does track at least what people are saying, what health they're seeking. And then the Heads Together campaign that was launched by the royal family in the UK, they measured when they increased knowledge and understanding around particular issues, did more people seek help? And they were able to see data that showed that the demand for mental health services rose as they started to raise the issue and reduce the stigma. So one of the challenges we have with social media is if you go out there and you flood the market with knowledge and understanding about a condition, you then have to be able to back that up with the services to provide support for those who realize that they need it. And that's one of the biggest challenges that we have with mental health. You're seeing that although there is a lot of taboo and stigma, as it reduces, people go to look for services. And if the support isn't available or it isn't in a form that they feel works for them, it can be a huge problem. And I expect that Dr. Al-Banna has seen the same thing about the demand versus supply part, which social media can be a positive and a negative for.
This is so true, Sarah. When I go out and talk about warning signs about heart attacks and whatnot, I get flooded, me and my colleagues, with people thinking that they might be having a heart attack, and it's like I have a twinge here or a chest pain there, and you're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%.
So I'm wondering if anybody of our panel has or would admit that they use social media, they're influenced by what they see on social media in terms of their health. Galia, how about you? Do you have anything to add to this discussion? If you unmute yourself,
I wanted
please.
to add to this. Yes, can you guys hear me? Yes, I just wanted to add to this already fruitful conversation about the stigma in relation to using social media. I think Mohammed and Sarah already capitalized on this point, and I wanted to say that I think this is why we view that's why we resort to social media as a means of an informal chat room. That's why a lot of people go there, like nowadays, especially during COVID, and because of the circumstances within the region, it's very hard to start a conversation. You don't trust in your local therapist. You reach out, you go on social media, see people relating to your experience. So I think it really highlights the importance of patient experience, and this is why people tend to go to social media, and this is why I tend to go to social media. I feel like it helps you start up informal conversations, and it's very useful in that light. That's why there's a proliferation of podcasts and different mechanisms where people can go and reach out to people instead of using more traditional forms of dealing with their mental illness. So this is why I feel like we should view it in a positive light, and I want to know how we can capitalize on that and how we can build on that for the future, because there's so much opportunity, and for that to be a very healthy place and a very safe environment. I was right before this, I was in a seminar that talked about the importance of language in relation to mental health. So I wanted to know how we can use these two together and promote and using social media as a good platform for encouraging these conversations about mental health or any related health issues that we face today. Thank you.
Thank you. something which was touched on there actually, and I'm going to bring something. I mean, I'm in Doha. I'm based in Doha, happily so. Our expert is based in Kuwait, and I'm interested actually in Kuwait. I've seen you, and I'm pretty sure that you will have seen as a doctor who's on social media that seeing you, being able to relate to you as a person on social media means that potential patients would feel more comfortable to then approach you. They know you're the sort of person they can talk to. And I'm aware that there are others. There's another social media influencer within the healthcare sector who talks about infertility and things like erectile dysfunction and the sort of things that people wouldn't be too comfortable necessarily about talking about, but you can get that information and you can kind of start a conversation that way. I mean, is that accurate? Is that something that you found in the Arab-speaking world, in this region, that it's been a really good tool for that?
I think it is, and it is. Sometimes it's sad when these influencers who talk about taboo subjects and get attacked. I personally know the person you're talking about, and I know others who are tackling very sensitive topics, and sometimes you find that their content has been blocked, their account has been blocked or whatnot, because some people think that these issues and these matters and topics should not be raised in public. Having said that, I think if not here, then where? Otherwise, all these taboo topics are going to stay hidden. Many people will suffer in silence, and they won't be able to seek the help that they need. I've had the chance to communicate with people who wanted second opinions, who had questions, and I've, even if I didn't have the right answer to their question, I would be able to send them to the right way or to the right person who would have the answer to their questions. So I think it is a very good medium to discuss topics of taboo and topics that are hidden, because sometimes you could join with a nickname, sometimes you could send a direct message. No one's going to know who you are, and you're going to be more comfortable discussing these taboo topics.
Thank you. Going back to the panel, we're getting to the last few minutes now, last couple of minutes. Does anybody else have anything they'd like to raise at this moment before we close? I see a gentleman with his hand up there, please, in the light blue shirt. Yep, waving at me now in the light blue shirt.
Thank you so much. My question is to Dr. Al-Banna. I know you said you follow only few select high caliber people on social media, but common people, they follow, they get their information from any kind of feeds. I have one example. Earlier this year, when the coronavirus was going high in India, there's a village in South India, in Andhra Pradesh. There was this information shared on social media that there's a particular plant. If you take a juice out of it and drink it, you will get cured from coronavirus. But 800 people got sick out of it, and they had no corona. They were all right, but once they drank the juice, they landed in hospital. So how can we tackle that? How can we tackle this disinformation, which is out there on social media? I know you already said that you follow a particular class, but the common people, they follow anyone around on the social media. How can we tackle that?
I mean, the only way to tackle it is if all healthcare professionals join in the effort to spread high caliber, evidence-based information. One person is not enough. 10 people are not enough. I was just talking to some of the one of the panels, who's members of the panel, who's a medical student, and I told him, I'm not going to be surprised if part of the medical curriculum is going to be in the future how to run a medical campaign or a health promotion campaign on social media, because more people need to be there to spread the right message to people. I mean, it's very easy. The same way that I have access to social media, everyone else has easy access to social media, and they can spread lies and fallacy without contest. And that's why medical professionals and experts have to take the responsibility of standing up for these people.
I think that's actually a great message to end this on. The idea that we can actually carry on, as you're doing, sharing good health messages through social media. I love the idea that it could be part of a curriculum. Well, we've reached the end of the Doha part of this Agora session. Thank you to Dr. Al-Banna, thank you to the panel. Thank you all for being a part of this. Anybody who's been a part either of the panel, an expert, or has watched at home. I hope you've enjoyed this debate. That's it for day 4 of Wish 2020. We'll see you again tomorrow with an early Agora session around climate change and health, hosted from London by Dr. Ashley McKim of the BMJ. So tune in tomorrow. Until then, goodbye from Doha. Goodbye.